Hello, hello. Look at this list, man. I was expecting, today I was just gonna open up a Google Doc and like just have them list going down in like Google Sheets or something. But I decided we'd go grab all of these. So what are we doing today? You probably already have a pretty good idea of what we're doing today by looking at this here. We are gonna be figuring out how hard all this shit is. Now this is kind of a huge grab bag. These are the games that I have experience with, and most of them we've been doing for survival, but some of them we've been doing for scoring. So we're basically going, this is my experiences going through this entire ass list. Now we're not going to start just yet, we're going to wait just a tiny bit. But we've separated them a bit. We have like by 2-all or 1-all, or if you're doing survival or score. I might have missed something here and there. There were a lot of thumbnails. But what we'll do is we'll probably pull up the game in question. We'll check out here. If you see here, got no idea what we should be putting for this list here. Do you guys have any ideas what we need to put for the tier rankings? I couldn't come up with anything creative. The best thing I could do at the top would be like, well, fuck. And this one is fuck. And this one is a little less yelling fuck while doing the run. This would be none at all. So we're going to be going through... Not all of these I have replays for, so we're going to look at other people's here. Like, we might have to search through, like, we'll probably just search Chinopolis, and we'll find whatever game we need. But I'll show you the ones I got here. Not all of these I have replays for or have done on stream. I need to go back and do a lot of them, but I kind of like just moving forward, learning new things. So like we got Kikiradan here. That was one of my first clears 800 years ago. Sorcerer Striker we gotta go back and do. We're gonna do a lot of talking about these games. I don't know how long this shit's gonna be. I've seen these kind of things go long. I've seen these kind of things go fine. But we shall see. Give a bit more. Also, we're gonna be going through the Garaga soundtrack. Then we'll probably throw like Thunder Force 4 soundtrack on here. That one's pretty good. If God help we get through all of that, maybe we throw like Thunder Cross 2 or something. This, by the way, this sound you're hearing here, if you don't recognize that, Battle Garaga boss theme. It's the best boss theme, period. It's so good. It's so simple, and it just works perfectly with, like... It just works perfectly with, like, your feel you get while going through the bosses. It's so good. Like, I've never seen a song that instantly, every boss it plays it on, is, like, instantly intense and hype. There's a lot that try to do that and just feel like they're trying to go for it, but this one is, like, notable in being so good with that. What up, Steel? Yeah, you'll notice we're going to be playing the Garaga theme. I don't have Garaga on here yet. I've labbed a bunch of it and then just moved on to other things. I need to go back through and do that. I'm actually more interested in Batrider. There's, like, a really good shorty run and route you can do. I'll get through, like, Advanced Course Batrider. So that one I've been interested on. I still got no clue for the tiers. We're going to order them within here. So you might... Something that inspired this, you guys are probably familiar with a certain infamous list that I'm going to grab real quick. You guys have probably seen on the farm the Japanese STG difficulty wiki. So behold... this thing, where they got a bunch of stuff listed here. Now, you've probably... This is like a... I think this is still fun. Yeah, I do think it gets too much hate. It does have some goofy-ass shit, like, what in the fuck is Raiden Fighters 2? All with TLB? So, like, Fairy makes that game a lot easier. But, like, dear God, fucking Raiden Fighters 2? Like, look at the next game up. Like, Kikiradan, Stormblade, Vimana with auto fire. and Batsugun Special. It's in the same tier as Fire Barrel, which is one that like you can do blind. Just set auto fire, and this game like just bomb whenever a boss happens, and you'll get through this game like completely blind. So like I don't know what the fuck that's doing there, but for the most part, it's pretty much like Rapid Hero at 11 is probably going to be easier than say DFK Black Label at 15. It's like it's good enough to get a sense of things. Something I found really interesting is before I went into 2-alls, I originally thought DDP was supposed to be a harder 2-all or a easier 2-all than like DOJ Black Label. That made me interested in trying DOJ, because I thought DOJ would be infinitely harder, and then seeing there's probably some amount of logic. And now that I've gone through both of those, I don't think they're this far apart. I think it's extremely person-dependent. But that's why we're doing this here. We're doing our own version, and our own version could be equally as flawed or whatever, because there's so many different kind of player styles, depending on if you're going for score, how you learn games, what you like in certain games, how much memo and what type of memo you like, how much dodging you want to have in your run. There's all kinds of things, and we've separated these. Like you see, we got three. We have 3 SDOJs. That's how traumatizing Hibachi was. There might be some duplicates on here, but that's fine. So we're gonna be making our own one of these. But going through here, we're gonna try to order them. It's probably, I have not planned this list in the slightest. Like, obviously, I know the 2-alls are probably gonna be high. And I know some of the games that'll be in the bottom tier because I haven't labbed them, I just played them and got them. But we'll probably be shuffling these around everywhere. I also don't know where we should start, so we should probably just go in. How about this? You guys got a game? Get a game out of here. Which one should we do first? This shit isn't alphabetical. How about if somebody's got an idea in here first, I'll toss out fucking Air Assault. So this game is, this is the non-Japanese version. This is an IRM game. Fucking, you guys see this game. This game is like... Alright, Air Assault, 1cc. It's a bit harder if you don't play with auto fire. Okay, I Google here, first thing you get, Paul Eels, Edu Sword. UJ, yo, what up, Jamers? It's pretty chill. Comparatively, you think they're like DDP. It's so interesting, like, I always assumed that DOJ would be so much harder just because I only had experiences with the first loops of each. But, like, and the, like, you don't get bombs. Like, I looked at DDP, and I went into the second loop just going, like, I'll just bomb everything because you get so many bombs and have so many bomb drops and you die and you get more. But I've realized that, like, you need fucking all of them. You need all of them for the end phase. You can flail a lot in Black Label 2-all and still win. Gotcha. Okay, I feel better because I was talking to Hidden Fortress and he's like, is this harder than DDP 2-all or Black Label? And I'm like, I think I find DOJ easier. But I didn't want to send somebody on a suicide mission if that was, like, completely bad. I've done that before. I regret saying in my Ray Force thing that it's not that bad, because in retrospect, going back to it, I think I got a lucky clear in Ray Force. And I'm like, it's not so bad, just learn to do the stuff. And like, no, that shit's hard. We'll do one of those 2-alls. We'll put the placement there, but for now, let's just fucking Air Assault in here. Just to start off with a non-banger Air Assault. This game, you turn auto fire on, you get the green weapon, and you can't hear anything, and you just kill the entire game. DDP's second loop is fairly strict, yeah. Like, going back to my thought, I think I probably labbed it way more tighter. Like, I probably labbed stage 4 way more than any stage in DOJ. It's so interesting, because my dumbass thought that, like, the DDP would be the easy tool. And, like, getting smacked in the face there was a whole thing. I do think the Hibachi is slightly harder. My dumbass had this idea that, like, my first Hibachi was SDOJ Hibachi. And I'm like, I think this is... Well, what do you think? Not including, like, Death Label? Or, like, I don't know anything about the DFK ranges. Do you know what you think the hardest Hibachi is? For me, right now... Yeah, that's what scares me, needing dodging skill for DDP Hibachi. Because, like, I flipped so many Hibachi runs because, like, you need to... The thing that scared me was first phase. Let's just pull up, Here, we'll stick this for right now. We need to pull up some DDP. I don't have mine other than on stream. We'll do this. Fuck it. We'll put up a familiar faces run. Okay, this person looks familiar. Anyway, the thing that terrified me about the DDP, I thought this Hibachi would be easier, because the idea is like, you have to bomb every single pattern. And because you have to bomb every single pattern, you're not required to dodge them. Like, you're expected to bomb them. But you have to, like... You get put in situations like this where you have to dodge this first pattern, and if you don't do good at dodging this, you're probably spending 2 bombs. If you're good at dodging, like, one half of this, which is really scary, then you can get away with 1 bomb, which that's cool and all. But, like, you so desperately need to get the damage here. You need to set up the suicide or set up the bombs right to get the damage. So it's like, you can't just bomb everything here. That's what I find terrifying about this one. Like, I ended up learning the like, final pattern. It's like, eventually you'll get a good one. DFK 1.5 power style Hibachi is probably the hardest. Man, I don't know how power works. I've seen some stuff, but you just don't get bombs, right? You have to dodge the final pattern, like, bombless. Like, you pick strong and you just auto bomb and just try to live, and then auto bomb, and it looks not too bad. I'm like, if you just have to raw dog that on power style, that sounds horrifying. Like, I want to do a big thing on it when I have a better understanding of all the Hibachis. My current thoughts are, I find SDOJ Hibachi the hardest, Black Label Daiojo Hibachi next, then DDP, then EFK Black Label, and then if you want to count Donpachi, Donpachi's easy. I don't know. I haven't experienced 1.5 Hibachi yet with, like, strong. I want to copy a Asagami replay with, like, C strong. That would be the next one I want to do, because he posted one, like, 7 months ago that's good. It, like, no bombs first loop, and gets to Hibachi with way enough lives. Anyway, back to fucking Air Assault, dude. So this is Irem game when everything was trying to rip off Irem, and Irem at this point in time went 50-50 on, like, God Game and, like, their B team is what it felt like. Like, you got this game and Thunder Blaster, which Thunder Blaster's cool or whatever. This one's like... This game is like arcade shoot 'em up. That's what this game is. Like, it's cool to just pop in once, but I don't really feel like grinding this one. I did this blind. If you pick the Air Assault version, not Fire Barrel, Fire Barrel's a little harder. Pick Air Assault, use Auto Fire, you can clear the shit blind. The bosses might catch you, and the visibility on those are fairly fast and colored. Just pop bomb on bosses. You have enough resources to get through, and if you use Auto Fire, everything explodes. So, like, Air Assault, I find easy. Easy relative. All of these are going to be relative to each other, depending on where you're at. So, for example, for the longest time, everybody would say, like, your first shmup should be like Dodonpachi and like Escaluda. And relative to the cave catalog, those are way on the easy end. As in the easier end. When you're new, you are not clearing those games unless you specifically know like how to lab these kinds of games and like learn from replays. You can get far with enough time and like going through them, but like until you know like how to training mode these with like save states or any kind of practice and learning from replays, those games are like fucking impossible for new people. So everything is relative on this list. Let's just talk about the DDPs since we're talking about that. DDP 1-all, we're going to toss this here for now. We'll move it based off of everything else. The 1-all is interesting because what you have to do in Stage 5 and Stage 6 is not okay. It is not the easiest. You have plenty of bombs available. Dying with bombs murders you in this game. But as you die, you do get a big bomb stock. So as long as you play while making sure you spend every bomb, basically the whole strategy for this game, if you want to clear this and haven't played this, you want to get very good at stage 1 to 4. Like, you can spend bombs too. That's totally fine. You get a lot of bomb drops. You get good at those stages, and then you bomb the shit out of stage 5 and 6. You, like stage 5, let's pull up DDP. Fuck it, we'll just look back at Jamer's run, except, you're not gonna be bombing in here. Sure, we'll look at the... If you guys haven't seen the special demos on Icarus channel, they all have commentary and shit. It's really good. They used to be in annotations, and they all died. And then he brought them back, with them, like, hard-coded in. It's sick. So basically in DDP, if you're just going for 1-all, just survival 1-all, the first couple stages you can get through fine. Stage 3, you'll have to learn how to handle each of the sections. But it's fairly reasonable. Stage 4, it gets a bit harder, but you do get a bunch of bomb drops. The Stage 4 boss might be hard. If you learn the strategy to completely nullify them like this, then the really hard part you don't have to deal with. And from then on, all you do in Stage 3 is you maybe bomb a couple times, once or twice at the start. And then you bomb the hallway of hell, this big, dangerous hallway. You, like, 3 or 4 bomb this shit. But, like, even if you die, that's fine. Just blow all the bombs and then die. And then Stage 6 also has a bit scary section in the... Has a bit of a scary section in the middle. It's when all the bees are happening with the green bullets. But, like, those are the big sections that if you're not experienced or if you're newer to these, those you'll get blown up by. That's why instead of practicing these really well, because these are fairly hard, I didn't really get good at doing this until I was going for the 2-all. So, like, it's not a big deal to, like, try to do this without bombing. So that's why we stick it in the middle. It is easier relative because you get a bunch of resources. The last 2 stages are hard, and the final boss is really hard if you don't have bombs. I always, on my clear run, I dipped a life on my 2-all run. Dipped a life on the 1-5 boss. Shit's not easy. So yeah, we put that there. Hard, but resourceable. Where should we go from there? We'll talk about the... I guess we'll talk about the 2-all. We'll talk about the fucking 2-all. Alright. What should we do about the 2-all? How should we talk about this one? You know what? We'll leave that for later when we're comparing 2-alls. I got a lot to talk about when it comes to those. We gotta get through these way faster. We'll do like a... We'll do a hard, a medium, and an easy one. You can't get a handle on the green ship section before the battleship. That one's hard. It's also random. It's a 50-50 coin flip on if they will just shoot down or if they will aim on you. I always had trouble with that. If you look at my 2-all run, I found a route I really like with it. Look at... I'll explain like how it kind of works real quick. Let's go to first loop. This was 8 hours of me whining about being bad at the game. If I keep the cancel ships alive, yeah. Getting most out of those is super good. And something I found that I've looked at a lot. Oh, we got it fairly... I do it good in my... This is the second loop version, but I think I did it correctly in the second loop one. I think in my one-all guide, I just said the kind of bomb there. But, like, here's... Well, actually, I'd rather listen to Garaga than me yapping. Here's what I would do. If you want to be super consistent, you can memorize what orders you need to... Oh, this is way back. You can memorize the orders in which you need to kill the green ships. Which sounds annoying, and I didn't learn this till the very end because I thought it'd be pain in the ass. But this route I really, really like. So you can shred these fairly quick. You do a movement like this. I even fucked it up a bit there. You sit in this position. You kill almost all the turrets. By the time everything's dead, you leave this alive. It might be finicky at first. You just want to make sure to stop shooting fast. You wait for these to spawn and you go in and take advantage of this before the bullets go in. From there, you're just killing the green ships and you're hitting the turrets on you. By the time the turrets are dead, you no longer have a wall preventing you from moving. You use that whenever all these are happening. Just clear these out best you can. I found you can kill this one really fast. You could get the cancel on this really fast. The reason being is because you could sweep these and now you're set up here. For this is the big one that I found that I had trouble with. If you kill these green ships in order of spawn, so it was like middle, right, this middle one, and then the back one. You want the back one, not the front ones. If you kill them in this order, you see how it kills them all before they can shoot? That means the only thing you have to worry about are the turrets on here. And by this point, you can... This is also 2-loop. It'll be a little bit easier in the first loop. If you get this cancel late, this last terrifying section is slightly less terrifying. That was the second loop version, and it was fairly safer. That's like my favorite way to do that, because there's a lot of strategies, and you really have to do one that is good for you on that. Because I had a lot of trouble trying to replicate a bunch of them, especially because they can like 50-50. Anyway, we'll chuck you there for now. Fucking oh my god. It's 2-1 to 2-4, not bad at all. 2-3. Ah, fuck. Okay, we have a lot to talk about there. We'll do something else. Let's talk about... I'll appreciate it, dude. Started playing last month. Yo, good luck. Doing good. It took me years. It took me years before I even wanted to try. So these are just mine that I've cleared for template-wise. I think I have it to where I can share it. I gotta figure that out later. I think there's like a voting poll or something you could do on there. Maybe we do that at the end. Alright, we need to get through these real fast. Let's do Toho 8 normal. Who's got a bird? Uko. Here's just the... Alright, Toho 8, we're gonna go over this because this is one I want to make a guide over. This is probably the easiest Toho normal, but it's fucking perfect. I love this game because even on normal, it teaches you everything. You have everything. You have everything from dodging patterns. You have everything from like patterns where you do little tricks like this, where you need to kill the ghosts before they spawn things. You have, it's not just like Toho 7 where it's all just flood of bullets all the time for the whole game. It's patterns. It's like you got crosses. You have like gimmick patterns. You have straight up dodging ones. You have ones you have to manipulate. And what I did when I was brand new to Shmups is you can make your player count really high. Or you could pop it on easy. But like the normal is like challenging. Pretty hard as a new player, but it's super learnable even if you don't know how to learn Shmups. So I'm stoked. I'm gonna make a video on this like this weekend on how to do this shit, like for somebody who hasn't cleared a Toho or is brand new. But it's It's got some spicy patterns that are mitigated by the fact that you have a massive death bomb window and you have a shit ton of resources. And this game's just fucking awesome. I should have grabbed all my like physical ones. This is the only physical Toho I have. First one was 7 normal, but wish it was 8. Yeah, 7 is like good because you have you get all the barriers to save you automatically. You don't have to think about those. It makes it a little bit easier. But like stage 4, 5, 6 are really hard to do dodges in. Even this game is hard to do dodges in. Like every new player is eating shit to asteroid belt. This shit is not easy. I have trouble doing it the normal version. Once upon a time, I could do the lunatic one consistently, and I went back, and I can't fucking do the normal version. I'm like, happened, lost 3. Oh yeah, Resurrection Butterfly is messed up. That shit's not easy. Yeah, 8, you technically have auto bomb. That said, you do learn that you're gonna get carried by auto bomb because like you lose so many bombs. Every new player basically has to spend double bombs. So you gotta learn really fast to bomb in advance. Marissa is a Venice. I want to do Marissa in this game for my lunatic run and do the stupid ass Malice Cannon. That's for another time though. Anyway, Toho 8 normal. Great beginner game that is still challenging. I'm stoked to do that one. Let's talk about fucking Salamander 2-all, dude. I just saw this one. This was my first try and I 2-alled it. I don't know what to think about this. It has like memo gimmicks in it. This is Konami put out their collection and M2. Well, M2 made it. M2 made Salamander 3, so I have a big pet peeve in that it's fucking laggy as shit compared to the other games on the collection. You play Salamander 2 and it feels good. This shit is so laggy. Complaining aside, it's pretty cool. But like, you get 8 trillion resources. You've seen the people like 7 looping, 8 looping, whatever this game, with like 99 lives. And the loops get insane, but like, it gives you so many resources so you could get through the whole thing. That like, if you, like, the moment you become somewhat familiar with like the first loop, you probably will 2-all it. Like, this either goes here or here. I'm tossing it here just because like, it's fucking... we'll toss it there just because I put the 2-all in there. Those nons too are so hard. Yeah, in Toho 8, where's the really hard non spell? I remember being really good at this one and some of the others when I was a brand new player, and now I went back to doing them, and I can't find the gaps. Oh, and we're 30 minutes in. We made it to the end of like, oh shit. We're gonna need a lot more soundtracks. Somebody did 58 loops. Fucking Christ. I saw an absurd amount on something recently, but I had no idea it was to that extent. How long is that? How long is that? Like, a loop is 20 minutes. 99 million counter stop? I want to see a 99-minute counter stop. I want to see what did I get? I didn't record this, so I had 2 million. I got 99 million on that. That's fucking crazy. I think it might be. So I got no fucking clue where to throw Salamander 3. If you find it hard, or if you don't like Konami, it's gonna be in the harder end. If you get familiar with it, this shit gives you so many lives. Alright, what is up next? Yeah, dude, are there any portions to pause? Like on my DDP run, what I would do is I would scam the stage 4 boss and then go get some food. That's where all the pauses were on my stream. Let's do... Oh, fuck. Alright, anybody got a game? What game do you guys want to talk about? Feel now? That sounds familiar. It might be them. Fucking 58 loops. That's the highest I ever seen. The next highest I've ever seen was like what's Tola Plan Run and Gun called? Outzone. Seen like an absurd amount of loops for that. Batsugun. A great choice. Best choice, actually. Where's Batsugun? Let's talk about Batsugun Original, and then we'll also talk about Batsugun Special. Gumbered 2 2-all? I only got the Gumbered 1 1-all. Dude, that shit is so hard. The one all, one all alone is so hard. Like, I felt comfy because I did Strikers 1999, and like, we'd do Dragon Blaze, and I've done a. Actually, I think I'm missing like Strikers 1 in there, but like, good God, Gumber 2 was kind of hard. If you look back at our streams, we learned that all on stream is pretty fun. Pretty hard though. RSG or STLJ2, Escluda 2. Alright, I'll try to remember order of these. First, we do Batsugun. This was my first game that I found. This was the first game I wanted to attempt to actually do a clear on. I had played all the Tohos on normal before. I had a vague understanding of how you learn games because I read that article by Prometheus, the famous one. The full extent of the jam. And mind-blowing, just seeing that he's just like, yeah, just go in main, make save states. You said it all, we are done? I should really be going at that pace, but we got a lot of time. We have time to discuss. Let's, Batsugun. Fuck, we're good. I guess this is the Jamers replay watching stream because you got the best SEO for the top of YouTube when I'm gonna search something. In fact, this was the exact replay I learned from my very first clear. So early on, I got scared because all the easy games people said would cave seemed like they would take months and months and months. I'm like, I can't do Dodonpachi, man. Especially because I tried chaining in Dodonpachi as a new player. Dear God, shit is not okay. But like Batsugun, oh man, we ran out of. All right. Off to another banger soundtrack. Behold. Yeah. Tell me how the sound is on that. Oh no, this isn't in like quality, this is in difficulty. Batsugun is quality? I thought I would not like Batsugun because like you get better and better. But nope, this shit still hits. I love putting a quarter in this game. We're talking about original Batsugun, so no shield, bigger hitbox, one loop. I still think this is approachable for a beginner because I was a beginner, and this was approachable for me. My only experiences were Toho normal, and I learned this like fairly quickly. So I gotta say, for also the art palette I think is better in normal Batsugun. This is actually the replay I learned my very first clear off of, because any of you who put closed captions like commentary stuff in your runs are god tier, or like normal commentary. Anyway, this game, 1 through 3 are pretty approachable. Stage 4, you have to start memoing. Once you memo the strategies, though, you can make these fairly consistent. Like, if you get caught off guard, you're gonna have to spend a bomb. You get a lot of bombs in this, though. The final boss is pretty hard because you don't have a safe spot. Yo, what up, everybody? What up, Metal Wolf? Appreciate you popping in here a bunch. This boss is not easy. This boss is harder than the whole game. Without a safe spot. I ended up copying what Jamers did here. Like, you like push off the sides here. And once you get under control, yeah, see, it's a big clusterfuck as they go in, whatever. So normal Batsugun, pretty hard. Are harder than special. Approachable. The bullets are in this weird territory where they're like fast. They're not right and fast. They are faster than your later cave stuff. But they're in like they're in formations you could dodge. You can react to dodge things in here. You have tons of bombs for all the actual ride and shit. You have to memo stage 4 and stage 5. But they're like, if you want to learn how to do your first memo, and if you want to learn this milk, I learned this milk for my first clear, which is kind of funny in retrospect. This milk's fucking awesome. I love this thing. I know some other people find it boring. Let's talk special now. Batsugun special. So this is going to be easier on the right. I think this is easier than Toho 8. So Batsugun special, you have a shield. Let's look at... Desmaku's got to for all of this. When you upload it at a good, proper vertical aspect ratio, which is sick for recording when you're like looking on your phone. Instead of getting like vertical games on your phone, you have to face them horizontally and you can't see them. You upload vertically and they're good. Except I can't be bothered to change the view here. Oh, grats on special 1-all, dude. Bomb shamelessly? That's what I'm talking about. You gotta use your bombs. It doesn't matter what level or what game you're at. If you've seen all the hard games we've been doing, I've been cursing myself and screaming at me not using bombs. Anyway, special, you have a smaller hitbox, and it enables things like this, so the really hard final boss, you can safe spot for like the majority of it. You have a shield. Whenever you level up, you get a 1 hit of shield. It's so good. Having that shield is such a big deal. You can afford a mistake. And with the amount of bombs. And because of this game having the loops and everything, like even the good players will like to try to go for a bunch of loops in here. Anyway, this is Desmaku, by the way. He's got a for all of this. He's working on that for a bit. He has a bunch of streams on that one. But color palette change. But the huge thing is tinier hitbox, slightly slower bullets in first loop. Incredible progression. You can just go for the 1 loop. You can go for the 1 loop with scoring. You could go for 2-all, 3-all, 4-all. You could go for counter stop. Perfect. Only closest thing I've seen to that kind of progression is in like Toho. With like easy, normal, hard, lunatic. No bomb, no miss, whatever. Progressions like that, Batsugun has that. Batsugun, because of small hitbox and shield, because safe spots are enabled, because things are a bit slower, you don't get as many like right-in bullets. We have it below here. Oh shit, let's look at what was... Look back at it. That's your first Salamander game and beat it on second try? Yeah, I haven't done a Salamander either. And like, it's super fast to get in. Bomb is stronger? I didn't know that. Stage 9 and Raiden DX is a practical joke. Yeah, I've only done stage 1 through 5 in the novice mode, just because that was in a Callus Cup, where everybody had to do that. Everything past that is like psycho. Still looking at the replays. I guess I could have put Raiden DX on here, but I didn't clear that. I only made it to like stage 4 while doing that. Let's look at next. We talked a bit about Gumbird 2. I'll pull up mine. So we streamed our entire progression for Gumbird 2, and this took 8 hours on stream to do. Whereas Gunbird 2... Gumbird 2 is one of the best Psycho games. It's also fucking hard. It's so hard. This stage... Sorry, I got the vertical ratio on this video. Latter half of the game is so hard. There's notably some patterns that are real difficult. This is just the first loop. This is notably a hard pattern. You have hard stuff and stuff back to back. You have to have like really confident setups for everything. These Zako enemies are motherfuckers. Or not these guys. Where are the bastard Zakos? These motherfuckers here. They shoot like 2 around you, but every so many shots, they'll shoot a certain amount. See, like to get around these, you have to be really, really tight in Gunbird 2. I wasn't ready for this game to be as hard as it was. Like, I went to, so like Dragon, this game took, for 1 loop, it took 8 hours to learn it. Dragon Blaze took 4. And Dragon Blaze isn't a joke either. That one's like got a bunch of stuff. That said, if you do want to, it's shockingly, so I could be wrong about this, because I'm only doing it from a 1-loop perspective. But in Gunbird 2, I have found that a lot of the ships look viable, which is weird, because I thought, like, you'd just pick Ein. But I've seen a lot of the Vampire. Alucard is fucking sick in this game. Tavia, really good in this game. Elite bullets, good spread, stuff like that. I just went with Marion here, because the replay is copy and did Marion. Marion's solid in this, although I would probably rather play Alucard. And then Ein's really good. I don't know how Morgan is in the 1 port. But Gunbird 2, I find Gunbird 2, the first loop of it. Do we put it above Dodonpachi? I think we do. Alright, where's Gumber 2? Oh god, these aren't alphabetical. This is gonna cause a catastrophe. Anybody see Gumber 2? I also tried my best to make the titles of these as hard as possible to read. There we go. I find it harder than Dodonpachi, especially if you aren't familiar with Saikyo. If you haven't done Saikyo before, this could be higher. I have a poor friend I know from fighting games who got Gunber 2 on Dreamcast, and they play like arcade games, but they don't go for like 1 credit clears. And they're like asking like help with the, like, what can I do to beat this game? And I'm like, good luck, my friends. I showed them like replays and shit and kind of stuff on what you want to be doing. And kind of like, you want to be like seeing a replay and copying what somebody's doing. But like, that's a fucking crazy one as a new player. Every 2P ending with Ainz. Yeah, Ainz has a bunch of crazy stuff. Ketsui. Where's Ketsushi? This is a video game. Fuck, this was 5 months ago. Let's get one that's not vertical. Let's look at like... Let's do this. Where's... Boom. If you guys followed Hidden Fortress, he went on a huge journey to getting this one all, and he got it. So we're gonna pull this one up. Alright, this game. This is considered one of the hardest one-alls in Ketsui. And the loops are added. The loops are such a thing that we're actually separating these two. So we have Ketsui getting an emote entrance, and we have Ketsui just clearing Ketsui as a one-all. I've lapped the first couple stages of emote loop. Don't have too much experience with the emote loop, so we're just gonna be talking about one-all. Where is Ketsui? Fuck it, emote, we're putting up high. There's other Ketsui. So we got the one-all and the emote entrance. Cave said Ketsui was for beginners in mind. You see, the idea is like, they made the hitbox so noticeably smaller compared to the other games. And it's like a lot of the bosses are like very dodging based. I think they wanted to make a less memo game. And they succeeded, but also shit's fucking hard. And you also need to still memo. It's not, it feels like DOJ in routing, but like slightly less in the like dealing with bullets department, if that makes any sense. Anyway, Ketsui, one of the hardest cave one-alls. Your saving grace. You have 2 scoring extends because it's Ketsui. They are not hard to hit. I don't score in the slightest, and I always hit them. And there are 2 secret extends. You get one in stage 3 by doing the boat, which is really intimidating at first because you have to kill this boat in a specific way. You see this giant ass boat here? This big ass boat. If you dismantle all of its parts and then kill the center, you get an extend. It's really daunting. When you know how this boat works, it's way easier. You just kill the... You slide from like the bottom of the boat. And then whenever like boats come in, like separate ones from the sides, you go over, kill those, go back to killing the top of the boat. By that time, you've cleared out both sections of the boat. You now kill the middle. And you do have to do hard dodges on this, depending on how you set it up. But it's not the worst secret extend to get. And there's another secret extend here that's much easier if you lab it out. You've been grinding Ketsui for a couple months. Sometimes you wonder if you should pick another game. It depends on... if you're suffering, then you could pick another game. Like, if you feel in agony when you're trying to learn this game, then that's cool. But if you like this game, you should play this game. Like, ultimately, the game that you want to clear is the one that you'll find a way to clear. Where's the secret extend? It's off these planes here. So you get 2 secret extends. Once you get good at sniping this guy here, which there's a way you can sweep by the turrets up top and lock onto him so he misses you. So that one's not too bad to get. This last stage is really hard. Stage 4 boss. Stage 4 in general, when I was learning Ketsui, I got through 1 through 3 pretty fast, and then start of stage 4 is really hard. You have to route extremely tightly, and the last half of the first half of this before the mid boss is like has a really nasty position with the Zakos, in which you have to make a weird cut with these. Makes it quite hard. This game, it is hard, but your saving grace extends lots of bombs. If you die with bombs, it gets a whole lot harder. Really hard. But you have a ton of bombs. When I made my Ketsui guide thingy, I basically also did an additional... run just to see, like, if I just spam every bomb on all of the places that are remotely annoying. So I just did this. If you want to find this, it's like in the Ketsui description. I bomb spam everything that's hard. So, like, you get to, like, this boss who's a bitch. Everything that you can do, you do. And then everything, like, the second half that's really hard, you just bomb. And I was able to get through there by, like, bombing everything. So, really hard. You have bombs, though, which is going to be the difference when we decide on if we think SDOJ is easier or harder than Ketsui. These two are the 2 hardest cave games. Also, if you add in maybe Dangan Fever Run, but I don't have experience with that one. So we're just comparing SDOJ and Ketsui 1-all. SDOJ. I'm throwing it here. Here's the thing with SDOJ. Also, big note here. These are all mostly relative survival based. These are going to be based off survival. Because the moment you score any of these, they octuple in difficulty. If you are trying to score Dodonpachi first loop versus just doing a normal route, this shoots up to here instantly. Shit is unbelievably tight. Unbelievably hard. So whenever we talk about scoring, I will very specifically be talking about scoring. But most of these by default will be for survival. You made it as far as entrance to the Hellevator. Hellevator's a motherfucker. That entire second half of Ketsui Stage 5 is hard. Bug fix Dangan Fever Run. I don't know what the bug is. It's the bug that stops you from cheating the TLB. If you don't know the TLB in Dangan Fever Run, if you don't shoot the TLB, or like you don't bomb the TLB, then the TLB can't hit you. So as soon as you get to him, he's free, but you have to no-miss to him, so it's a hard-ass game. So I assume that's really hard. Anyway, SDOJ, holy shit, dude. Alright, first off, this game is harder because it's really hard to play this game without input delay. There's a new shmup. I don't know what it's technically called. Somebody took the Coffee Pope main port that has accurate slowdown without you needing to do anything and made it like a frame better. If you want to find it, I would go in like one of the shmup discords and search up like shmup main. It's like days old. I haven't experimented with it yet. But the first challenge with this game is you need $3,000 to buy the EXA version, or else it's input delay. Second, I do think that the execution... God, I think overall the execution is easier than things that Ketsui requires of you. The huge difference is that Ketsui gives you resources and Dodonpachi. So it's hard to judge this because in SDOJ, I was just going for Hibachi clear, which means you have to not die twice, which means you can't, like, panic bomb ever. You need everything planned. So my perspective's warped on how good the resources are on skipping you through 4 and 5. What shmup meme? There's an old-ass meme that was really good for delay and everything that people use, but there's like a new thing that I think is called shmup meme. That's like it's like the Coffee Pope meme, but good for like cave CV1K games. Like SDOJ and like your Akai Katanas. Like that era. But SDOJ, fuck. Let's pull up, I'll pull up mine. I had to use Retro Arch even though I couldn't get the slowdown perfect. Because I just needed input delay to be decent. Actually, let's not pull up mine. It's all vertical. Saidiojo. Who's got a cool SDOJ run? Let's look at Wabby Legs run. He had to work extra hard because he played on the port with lag. People thought the invincibility without bombing the TLB, which we're talking about, Dangum Fever run, was a deliberate joke. The devs said you weren't supposed to be unhittable. That's so funny. Because the M2 guys, don't they like go in really hard for accuracy? That's pretty funny. They're going in there and being like, huh, you're supposed to be hit here. Anyway, fucking SDOJ. So first off, you have to pick AS. Just do it. Just trust me. Second of all, you really want Autobomb in this game. This is the game where you just get hit by shit. It's really hard to react to being in a dangerous spot and using resource. You just get fucking tagged. But if you don't use Autobomb, you get more bombs. Here's the thing about this game. When you learn stage 1 through 3, especially if you do the survival route, which makes stage 3 boat like super, super easy, when it's otherwise really hard part of the run, you can consistently get through stage 1 through 3. If you look at our SDOJ runs where we're trying to kill Hibachi, basically we just cruise through 1 through 3, and then 4 and 5 are the huge breakpoints. 4 and 5 have a bunch of motherfucker sections that are really hard. And the huge thing about this game that tips it over Ketsui, like if you weren't sure about these two, while I find Ketsui final stage a bit harder, and while maybe the final bosses are comparable, maybe even SDOJ final boss is harder. I'll say SDOJ final boss is harder. And I'll say the earlier stages in SDOJ are easier. But like, here is the big problem with this game that skyrockets it in difficulty. I want to introduce you to the Hidden Extend. This is the huge part of this game that I think this whole game would drop a tier in difficulty if this singular section did not exist. So look at what happens here. We have a bunch of Zako, and we're going to crawl along the screen. And behold, mid-boss. This mid-boss, you must defeat him without bombing him. You can hyper, you can't bomb him, and every pattern is hard. You have to do a setup to make the first part like remotely easier. This section is so easy to get clipped on. You see hypers early. And this section, if you fuck up the entrance of it, is so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard if you fuck this bit up and you don't set it up correctly. It is a problem. And then you get some ease. You don't want to go up too high. You get smacked. And then this part's surprisingly easy. It looks scary, but it's not. If you fuck this up and you are using Autobomb, then you lose your extend, you lose all of your bombs, and you are probably dying to the next pattern because you need hyper here. Because if you enrage this boss, the last pattern it shoots after this is fucking crazy. So this singular boss, and because it's such a huge breakpoint in the run, and basically if you fuck it up with Autobombs on, you lose two lives. Unbelievably, like, shoves this up in difficulty by a massive amount. Stage 5, if you have resources, not too bad. In that, like, you can route the second half to be fairly consistent. The later last bit has a bit of a motherfucker part, but if you're just going for one all, you can bomb that. The early sections until the mid-bosses you can route, and then they're not a problem. These mid-bosses are bastards. They all have subtle ways to fuck you. But if you have resources, then you can resource through them. You can route the rest, and then I think you need less resources than Ketsui. But the final boss here is really hard. The first phase is a nightmare. Ketsui 1-all has harder things. Like, Ketsui Stage 4 boss is still so goddamn hard. Stage 4 and 5, I think, are harder. But it just does not have the fucking Stage 4 mid-boss extend. Oh my god, it's like such a huge make or break. So we put SDOJ up here. Now, SDOJ with Hibachi. we were talking earlier about what I think is the hardest hibachi that I have completed. So I've done SDOJ, DOJ, Dodonpachi, and DFK Black Label, and none of those compare to fucking SDOJ hibachi, dude. This motherfucker. Yes, stage 4 mid-boss is the wall. It is the whole wall of that game, and it's like easily the... I can't think of a harder cave extend to get. Even like Mushi original, which has kind of a funky one, or like Escaluda 2, which is involved, aren't as bad. Alright, let's look at... let's find... Dude, I've been a hermit for the longest time in the world. I haven't interacted with the community until this year, but I've watched videos for years and years. So, like, I get jump scared by my own stuff appearing here. I get self-conscious. I get really worried about my videos having incorrect information, which is why they're all survival-based instead of scoring, because scoring is like a rabbit hole. This hibachi, dude, alright, before we even talk about hibachi. Yo, what up, Lord Fortress? Yo, everybody go look at fucking Hidden Fortress channel. Fucking unbelievable channel, by the way. Okay, let's talk about fucking... Okay, so... In order to reach hibachi... First off, you have to play auto bombs, because if you go into hibachi without auto bombs, you are fucking dead. It is so hard. It is not okay. You cannot do it. Asagami could do it. Oh my god, the requirement. You can't die twice. You can only die once. You don't have much resources. You have to route all of your hypers, and there's rank in this game. If you go into the end with too much rank, it's hard. Oh. Oh. You'll appreciate. But, like, hitting this requirement is really hard. If you look back... I'm about to... If I'm the only person you watch, I'm about to recommend a second. I'll go over to Fortress channel. His stuff is actually way better. I think his is way better videos. But, to hit this requirement, if you look back at our streams, we barely saw hibachi. I had an hibachi times scene counter. I don't remember how many times. I think we only saw her 4 or 5 times. But, like, good god, every pattern is fucking impossible, dude. You need all of your lives here. It doesn't matter. Like, I got so lucky in my clear run. We went in with literally unoptimal resources. I've never killed hibachi with unoptimal before. The first pattern, fucking impossible. This shit is unbelievable, and it lasts for forever. Second pattern, fucking impossible. If you're doing some no-miss tech, you can not shoot, and it makes it a little easier. Still impossible. Third pattern is doable. Really hard. You have to practice this a shit ton. It is so hard. Your hitbox is massive in this game, by the way. Fourth pattern. This shit looks hard, is shockingly easy. It looks like a nightmare, but once you get it, you get it. And that's your, like, only time to do damage. I like popping hyper here, just because, God help, I'm not doing any damage on the other phases. Then it loops back to the impossible patterns. Fucking impossible game, dude. Fucking impossible game. This shit is unbelievably hard. This final is so fucked because your hitbox is so big. These are so hard to live on. And then if you live for too long, you get the washing machine and you gotta spend resources. Dude, this is the hardest hibachi I've ever seen. Or not seen, but like have like experience with. This is so fucking hard. Let's go back, talk Ketsui Amote entrance. If you... Ketsui, we talked about being easier than SDOJ because you have resources. You can bomb. You get 2 extra extends. It's 5 stages. You can bomb a lot. However, you cannot bomb if you want to go into the Omote route. You can only bomb or die 6 times. Any more than that, and you miss the route. Which means I ended up having to allocate 2 bombs for stage 4 and 4 bombs for stage 5, and it's still a bit finicky. The hibachi scares you? Just do literally any other... Do literally any other hibachi but this one. Dear Christ, this hibachi is so hard. Ketsui Amote. You have 6 bombs. You have to do everything right. It propels it above SDOJ by a lot. There's a big gap between these two, I think. Between like Ketsui, Emote, and SDOJ. We're not putting it up at the top yet because ultimately it's still like doing a one loop, but shit is not free. Not while Cinderella, the stage 4 boss, exists. It's so hard. It's so hard. But low key, or not low key, but like whatever. After I do all the DDP 2-alls, I want to do Ketsui as my final 2-all. Because no resource TLB, so if you can make the Emote entrance, you can bomb the shit out of Loop 2. Alright, what game do you guys want to talk about next? We have a lot. We have a lot of games. Oh no. We have so many games. Yo, okay, Hidden Fortress is here. Let's talk about Rayforce. So you're kind of a bitch if you can't clear this game, dude. I mean, dear God, even easier than Air Assault, man. Like, I gave this to my dog and he cleared it, dude. Like, here's the thing about Rayforce, man. All you gotta do is you just die, and then when the continue screen appears, you put in another credit, and you have infinite lives. It's basically the stupidest design game on the planet. Anyway, in seriousness, I think this shit is really hard. You're a Danmaku Cave Zoomer. Okay, so that's actually segues into what we want to talk about to this. This is the pinnacle dad game. This game is in the in-between period of bullet hells and not bullet hells, but this one leaned hard towards making the Toleplan formula perfected while including the things that like you'll see in a lot of new games, like the lock-on system in the background. Blazing Lasers easiest on the list. I actually think Air Assault's easier than Blazing Lasers. We'll talk about that. But like Rayforce. I suspect this is harder than I made it out to be in my video because I've had a lot of games here where I've gotten chump clears. Like, for example, in my Donpachi one we did a couple days ago, we basically almost 2-alled it on the first try, and then it took a few hours to get the actual clear run. So I suspect I got lucky with Rayforce. This game is the pinnacle dad game. If you want the best dad game, it's this one right here. It is so good in so many ways. It is really mean. Every aspect of a Toleplan game or old game, you have to learn to get good at the things that you need to do to beat those games in this one. So you only have... I gotta pull up replays. Rayforce. Who's got... How's Chinop's video of this? It's beating up so bad. Yeah, it's no joke. And why is it no joke? First of all, you are slow. Toleplan style, you are slow, so you have to have very deliberate movement at all times. No DDP type A where you can zoom around and macro things. You have to macro things in a very specific way in this game. Gekiradan's pretty easy if you use 2P side. Yeah, I agree. We have that on this list. And that was one of my first clears. It's my very first dad game, actually. If you want to play a dad game with Rayforce with title graphics, but you are scared of Rayforce because it's hard, play Gekiradan. Pick 2P, Type C ship. It's a good intro to those types of games. To you, it's a perfect game. I think it is too. I have a really high opinion of like I look at I don't know, dude. While playing this, I'm like, nah, this game is just, it's too good. Rayforce Raystorm have the snapback effect that makes her giant hitbox bigger than it appears. I didn't know about that. I know about S-Braid having that shit. Ah, shit. I forgot to put S-Braid on this list. We'll talk about that one. But yeah, Rayforce. Before I forget. Okay, look. Slow speed. You have a straight shot. Now, you can hit enemies to the side. It's slightly wider than it would seem. So you can, like, slightly aura enemies on the sides. You need deliberate movement. You are slow. The hard part is bullets are fairly hard to see because they come from the background and your red shot blocks them pretty well. And they shoot very close to you because they're in the background shooting up. They can shoot very close to you. You can seal stuff, but not, like, seriously. And it's very, very, very memo game. Super, super memo game. You have to memo everything. You are not raw dogging anything in this game. And there's a lot of weird gimmicks. Like you see these towers, like if you kill these too early, then it spawns enemies. And the Zakos are really fucking mean. The Zakos in this game are the nastiest Zakos I've had the trouble of facing. I heard Gun Frontier has really hard ones. I haven't played Gun Frontier yet. These Zakos are the biggest motherfuckers. There's a lot of hard shit. A lot of people have trouble on the tank here. The tank's a bitch. This whole stage 6 is really hard. What defines a dad game? So, cave-style Danmaku games, or your Toho-style, your later Dojin style. Tiny hitbox, slower bullets, like a bigger density of bullets, big patterns, cancels, things like that. Those are your like post dad games. Your dad games are shit like this. This is like the original Hishozame. Let's look at Peg's run. This is the dad game. Limited fire on your shot, fast bullets compared to your small speed. Your hitbox is very big. So like these were like the Toleplan devs would call these memorizers. You had to memorize the positions of the enemies to have a chance. So we got this funny ratio here. Sorry, it's good. I should have thought that through more. Raystorm I hear is really hard. Yeah, cave games are old enough. Like all these games are old as fuck. I don't even have that many. I need to play more Dojin games. I want to play Gunvein. That's Balkal game. It's so good, but I need to learn it. So that's your dad game, and Ray Force is like the peak dad game. Except while also including like a bunch of great like elements that would go into modern games to inspire stuff. The visuals are fucking great. Yeah, Gun Frontier Zakos look not okay. So Raystorm. So this game is hard. But what scares me about Raystorm is I looked at Jamer's description on his Raystorm run, and he's like, yep, this game's way harder than Rayforce. I'm like, way harder than Rayforce? What the fuck do you mean way harder than Rayforce? This shit I have up here. Rolling Gunner I haven't played. Blue Revolver's great. They got double action recently. Yeah, 1942 is like... That's like... 1942 is the dad game for dad gamers. Rolling Gunner looks cool. I haven't played it, though. I've seen people do that from then on. But anyway, Rayforce, if this looks appealing to you in any way, you have to play it. It's actual masterpiece. Like, I didn't know what people meant. Because when you look at this, it looks... Like, obviously, some stuff shows out. But, like, when I was a kid, just going through random MAME games, this game didn't appeal to me in the slightest, because that's Danmaku-brained. No, this shit's a masterpiece, dude. It's so good, and it's harder than I made it out to be in the video, so don't feel bad if it takes a while. This shit is not okay. Yeah, 1942 is so long. That shit is so long of the same exact ass stage. Alright, real quick, somebody post a game, that's the next one we're looking at. First one I see, that's the one we're doing. Yeah, Rayforce, it's so good. It's an asshole. It's so good, though. And it's not even like Stockholm Syndrome. It's like you want to meet it. Futari. Alright, I only have experience with... I have a little experience with Futari God. I'm in the process right now of learning scoring in Futari God, and I suspect it will breach my top 5 games when I learn it. It is so fun. But let's talk about original mode in Futari. By the way, this song's fucking awesome in Thunder Force 4. Where is Futari Original? Where do you guys think we should put this? Oh yeah, no extends in Rayforce is a big deal. And power loss is a thing. I don't think it's too bad, but some sections, if you die on, are super, super dangerous to die on. Like, I'm thinking specific parts in Stage 6. Stage 7's not too bad to die on. Or whatever one, the last stage and the second to last stage. Alright, Futari Black Label Original. I have some... So we streamed this and we got the no miss. What do you guys think? I'm throwing it here or here. Larsa is hard, but I think DDP Last Boss is harder. I don't know. These could separate. I have something to tell you guys. So everybody puts Futari as like the best, as like God's gift to this world. I didn't see it. I didn't really like original that much. Don't tell anybody. It wasn't there's because original is basically you stream to one side, you wait for the enemies to run out of their stream, and then you cut back, and you do that for 25 minutes. Bosses are cool though. I learned God mode, and then this shot up to like maybe one of my favorite games. So depending on that's just random confession I have to make. Anyway, Futari original, I think it's harder than Mushi original. Oh wait, I did this wrong. I have only experience with Futari Black Label. Black Label is so much easier than original because you have Reiko, and Reiko is unbelievably strong. She skips a pattern off each phase of each boss, and it's homing. So much easier. Play Black Label original. So much easier. Yeah, Steel knows. Steel knows. Play Black Label. This is for Black Label, so if you see later, Black Label version is here. Original mode is maybe up here for 1.5. If you score Futari original, it's way more interesting. If you also play Black Label and you purposely don't get as much score as possible, you don't drive the rank to reach a rank threshold. But you don't have to think about that too much because whenever you bomb or die, it drops a bunch. Been trying to 1cc Black Label. More fun than Mushi 1. I have weird opinions about those two. Like some stage, like I hate stage 4 in Futari original, and I love stage 4 in Mushi original. I love stage 5 in Mushi original. I love stage 5 in Futari original. I think the other stages in Futari are way better. I don't know, it's like a preference thing between these two. Mushi original has to be low. We might talk about that soon. It's around the Futari and Salamander range. The dragonflies? Yeah, you have to route. You have to route shit a good chunk. Even like it's on the easier end of cave games, but you still need to like do save state practice because otherwise you get walled in Futari. In original, you basically get huge, really fast streams of walls. I'm doing poor by not chucking up some gameplay. Look, here's Futari. Let me find the one route we did. There's Mushi normal. Is this our good run? Larsa's pretty hard. Just bomb the shit out of her. This game doesn't throw really tough patterns at you, but it throws shit. This is the final stage, so it's exemplified, but it's mostly walls. It's mostly aimed walls, so it's basically a practice in cutbacks, which maybe as a beginner, this might be really good tutoring on how to do U-streaming and cutbacks. Stage 3 and Mushi 1's a pain. I also thought that. I hated that until I like labbed out Maniac in Mushi 1, and then I liked Stage 3 a whole lot more. I used to think Stage 3 was a reason to not play the game. Never had trouble with 3, 4, or never had trouble with 3, 4, and 5 were worse. It's funny, I find the second half of 3 to be the hardest part of the game. But it's mostly streaming, which is why it's on the lower end. And you can react to if you're walled and bombed, so you don't get like clipped by things. Also, if you play on Xenia, you get God graphics, you get good input delay. It's a good game. I wasn't sold on it though until I did like God mode, and now I'm like turbo up on it. All right, next game. Somebody say a game. That's the next one. First thing we see. I am missing Esperate on the Galuda 2. Let's talk about the best game ever made. All right, I have 3 Galuda 2 entries. And we're close with Daojo. Don't worry, we got a lot to talk about Daojo. It's in my top 5 favorite. After this, I'll tell you my top 5 favorite games. But if you want to know how much I like certain games, if you look here, you might see some DOJ art. And if you look back there, you might see some Radiant Silvergun art. You might have a good idea of what games I like. Anyway, Escluda 2. So true, stage 3 is what you're struggling with. Don't feel bad bombing the second half of stage 3. Shit is not easy. It is not easy at all. Let's talk about Galuda 2. This is my favorite shmup. Everything is peak. It's jank. Not jank. The scoring system is bloated pretty hard, but it's very, very cool. It is so cool. I have 3 entries on here. Let's see, there's those 2. Where is just my normal Galuda 2 with no fucking around? There it is. Let's talk about Galuda 2. We are talking specifically... Yeah, the spear enemies are a problem. One's like at the start of that section. Galuda 2. We are gonna talk... Oh, we might change these around later. Galuda 2. We are talking specifically about a survival run with Asagi. If you are playing Asagi, this shit is so much easier. Did we stream? No, I beat it off stream. I'll just show you an on-stream attempt in the background. Alright, so, yo, what up, Kuro? Okay, let's talk about Galuda 2, the best game ever made. The game with the best patterns, the best visuals, the best feel, the best everything, the best scoring system, the best everything. I love this game. I do know that, like, this game, it is much, much harder. Everybody who doesn't play shmups always compliment how beautiful Galuda 2 is. That's why I'm saying, look at this stage 2. Look at this stage 2. It is fucking good. Look at this stage 1. Dude, look at this whole game. Look at this entrance. You get to the edge of this pier. The boss jumps off. He flies in. You got this moving around. DFK also does that effect. And they're going through with the water. And it's a good background for, like, the bullets. You can see everything good. Stage 2 is in a port. It's fucking gorgeous. Well, we got Stage 9 boss theme on Thunder Force 4. This theme's pretty sick. Where is... Do you play it on Xenia? I do. It's slightly laggier than other options, but it looks beautiful. Look at Stage 2. It's fucking gorgeous. And the store, like, I don't give a shit about plot, but I do care about what the shmup is trying to tell you through its environment. And it's so good. It's so, so good. Look at how fucking beautiful this stage is. This is the best Stage 2. Galuda 2 Asagi is easy. Yes, this is specifically Galuda 2 with Asagi. Because, here's the thing. If you play Tateha or Ageha, you have to dodge things. If you play Asagi, look, you pop Kakusei and everything fucking dies. The way she works is she spends more gems than the other characters, but she melts things, so she's bad for score. You spend more gems, so you get less scoring opportunities. However, you melt the entire fucking game. So I have a whole Escalada 2 guide on this channel if you're curious about a survival run. It is, like, unbelievably consistent. I could get to Stage 5 incredibly consistently to see TLB with, like, an Asagi survival strat. The only hard part is, like, Stage 3 mid-boss. Like, man, fucking gorgeous-ass game. Stage 3 mid-boss, though. Here's the thing. Escalada 1 was created because their last games were DOJ and Ketsui. Those are pretty hard. They are not easy games. They are not easy games for shmup players. And the easier cave games are already hard for not shmup players. So they wanted something, like, more approachable. So they made Escalada. And Galuda, I think, is the best scoring mechanic of any game ever. Because of how well it both works for score and survival. How is the Switch port? Somebody who's played the Switch port can say better. I suspect it's either the same as 360 or one frame worse. Somebody will have to mention it there. I think it's fine. People have gotten their clears on it. But I don't know. Somebody'd have to do it on that. Does it lag strangely? Not strangely. It's just a consistent level of, like... It's basically like, I wish I had one more frame of lag. If I had, like, one frame run ahead, then it would be perfect. But it was good enough that I could do the TLB without dying. So, take that as that will. Yeah, Switch I just assume has the one frame tags. Feels good, you have both ports, but feel 360. Yeah, it might be like one frame bad. but otherwise probably okay. So we were talking Escalada 1 made to be easier, more approachable, and then they chucked the end boss to fuck people over. This boss. This game is significantly harder. The scoring system is a lot to digest. We're not even seeing any of it because I'm doing a survival run. I'm not using Zeshkai. You have to dismantle 6 parts on this boss before the first phase ends and then get through the rest of the stage. This is from Thunder Force 4. It is probably the best Genesis shmup. Depending on, I know that's debatable because of, you get tagged a lot in that game. We'll talk about that game. I have a clear on it here. But, it's gorgeous and it sounds good. And it's pretty vicious. Anyway, Galuda 2. Shit is hard. It is much, much, much harder than Galuda 1. However, if you play Asagi, you can ignore a lot of things. Let's look at... Do I have a run where we just clear the final boss? PS2 port. I don't know about the PS2 ports. I'm really unfamiliar with those. Here's why Galuda 2 isn't a tier higher. This final pattern is one of the hardest Cave 1 loop final patterns, and I want you to see what happens. Oh. Play Asagi. That's why she's down here and not up here. Somewhere. If you're playing the other one, game jumps up a bit. Game is on the harder half of Cave games, but it's so goddamn good, and Asagi is there if you like survival. If you like going crazy and scoring, go check out like Maris or like Who I Am or some people. They got goat stuff. Alright, we'll talk about DOJ. Because we need an ultra hard one in here also. First one, where's DOJ? DOJ. Oh god, where do we put the 1-all? I'm super biased in this because I've played this so much. I grinded the shit out of this game for Shmup Slam. And then for the 2-all, I got good at the first loop. So I have I don't know what to think about this game difficulty-wise. Do we think here or here? I'm gonna put it here. We'll think about it. So just for reference, this is not hard, medium, easy. This is like, fuck you. This is also fuck you. And this is big gamer shit. This is, you have to route it, but it's on the easier end of routing hard games. And this is like clear in one go. Anybody, you guys got ideas for these labels? We need labels in here. I can't make creative ones like on the Actane tier list. So we need a cool idea for those. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put fuck you for a lot of these. DOJ 1-all. You have... This game is so interesting difficulty-wise. So this is a turbo routing game. If you can route it to be extremely consistent. You think Katsui is harder than DOJ? I do. I think the things that Katsui requires are harder. However, Katsui has more bombs. Talk about Sonic Wings. Dude, Sonic Wings 1? Dude, I tried to 2-all that game, and I just got so tired of it, man. I got so tired of that game. We'll talk about Sonic Wings 1. I don't think it's bad for the 1-all, but the second to last stage is a bitch. Daojo Black Label 1-all. Here's the thing about this game. Yeah, you think so too, Fortress Katsui harder? Yeah, Katsui requires you to do dodging. DOJ is super weird in that if your route is going perfect, DOJ is a choreographed dance that you have practiced 1,000 times. If you can do the dance, you do not have to worry. If you watch our 2-all attempts, they went extremely smoothly because our route was tight enough that it caused you to not have to deal with anything. If you fuck up or forget anything anywhere in the route, then it is mad difficult. And you can't panic in this game because you're probably playing Xe because you need a good ship that doesn't fuck you when you die. If you're playing Shodia, the shot ship, you get more bombs. You lose your laser power when you die, which is catastrophic. If you play the game while bombing a whole lot, and not dying with bombs, and Shodia's really good for 1-all. But if you die with her, it's catastrophic. Exy, you can't have panic bombs. You have to have all your planned bombs. That's what makes this game hard. Even though it's so routable in a way to where you can nullify a lot of the game, to the point where the only... Let me put up... To the point where, so like... And there's so many small things. Dude, I could talk about DOJ for like fucking 3 hours. But we'll just hit the big points. Where is DOJ? And let's go to like a first loop. There are a lot of fucking hard sections in DOJ. Oh yeah, this is Black Label, by the way. Fuck White Label. So there are a lot of sections in DOJ, which the first time you run into them like this, will fucking eat your... Like, they annihilate you. Like, when I was new and just credit feeding, and I got to this section, I was like, oh, this is the Cave Stage 3 difficulty spike. I will never learn this game. Oh, this shit is so easy, man. The moment you have a route that consistently gets through it, and you have a good understanding of what makes the route work, you can relax during sections like this. If your route is not on point, or you make a mistake somewhere, things get out of hand instantly, and you don't have panic bombs. So that's the weird nuances with DOJ that make it difficult and not at the same time. It's really bizarre. And depending on what you think of that is what, like, how difficult you will find it. You don't have to do too many raw dodges up until Stage 4 Rails, Stage 5, the Honeybee stage. Yeah, the Hive and Stage 5. Stage 3 is hella fun. So, like, you do also, like, until you get good at the turtle, the first phase of the turtle is gonna fuck you up. Like, this shit, I've had multiple people ask me about this pattern. I have a better understanding now. Just go to the left. The left I find easiest to dodge on. And this pattern, this is routable, but it can sometimes trip you up based on how you, like, get on the red ones. See, I had to wait there a bit. Hive, Stage 5. The Hive, Hive is really hard. It's the hardest part of the game. This extend, this... Alright, if any of you are having trouble, this goes from a hard extend to get to an easy one. Yeah, you move on to the left too. I think that's the best spot. I agree with you. Okay, let me teach you how to do this extend real quick. You have to kill the 2 back pods and then the middle. And you can't bomb. You can't hyper. Here's what we do. We kill the right one. We sit here. The first bait is on the right. The second bait is on the bottom right. The third bait is on the bottom. The fourth bait is on the bottom left. And from here, you're just sneaking through the red bullets, so you kill this right away. Stay on this left side, because if you stay here, all of the bullet casings will auto-die. Watch. I guess it wasn't in this one. Maybe in the second loop, I think that happens. You stay on the side after the 5th bait. Because they get baited upwards, and it's very easy to tap down, and you're on the right half of the screen. You point blank this, you go back over, and like bait it downwards, and then you kill it. Do that. That is what I found the most consistent way to kill it without accidentally running into bullets or shell casings. Beehive. I skipped this second loop. Beehive is no joke. Also, Koryu's a motherfucker, dude. This, you can learn and be consistent at this, but learning this took me longer than learning the rest of the game. I joke, but like, it took me, this is the part I spent the most time on when I was learning my first 1-all of this. Shit's hard. Rest of Stage 5, if you watch my route, it's pretty consistent at it. Koryu is a bastard. There's no way around this. If you're going for the 1-all, blow all your resources, and then he's not bad. If you're trying to get into the loop, I need you to show this fucking nonsense. So my strategy, I got good at doing this stage without hypering, so I could carry 5 hypers into the last boss. And if you do that, you melt the boss. You skip all of his hard stuff. If you don't, though, I want to just show you this for shits and giggles. Look at... I put myself in the worst possible situation for this boss, and it's just unbelievably hard. Like, this shit's not bad, but like this one, you ideally want to pop a hyper past here and then live for the rest. But like, this is this boss is one of the harder final bosses of a first loop. If you are going for a 2 loop, I recommend learning how to carry like 5 hypers into this shit, because you melt it fucking instantly. Watch my like DOJ2all video, you'll see how fast you kill it. If you have trouble with this pattern, you follow this route and it just owns it. I used to think this pattern was impossible, but anyway, we need to go faster. So that's a DOJ. Super Memo. It's vicious if you make a mistake or a routing error, but if your routing goes good, it's good. Alright, where's the DOJ2all? For some reason, if you use all your hypers in the... It's that way also in the arcade version. They stack together and you get more damage. So, in my survival run of this, we basically use hypers in a way that we're not building too many of them, and we use each one. We rarely stack them, so you get more uses. You'd rather have more hyper uses than not. Than, like, one decent use, with the exception being Koryu, because fuck Koryu. Where is 2all? Alright. Hibachi is so goddamn hard for SDOJ, but the second loop of DOJ is no fucking joke, dude. Much of the sections that you didn't previously have to route tightly, you have to route tightly. And they're not too bad. It's, once again, it's just like the first loop. Everything goes according to plan if you follow your route. So, like, this is an example. This section is, you follow it the same way as your Route 1, but it's just got more bullets. So it looks a lot more terrifying because you're like, whoa, this is way more bullets than I'm used to. And you don't need to do this cut. You can do it without a cut. That makes it easier. But, like, it's the same exact shit. So a lot of the sections are just the same shit. They look scarier because there's more bullets. But there are far, far, far more sections that are not scary before that are scary now. That you... It's scary in the way that you didn't need to route them before, and you do need to route them now. Once you route them, you're good. Man, what fucking else about DOJ? You have to be way tighter in your timing, or things fall apart. Because you're already in the second loop. The thing is this is more lenient than DDP. You can die in Black Label 2all. Dying is not the worst thing ever, which is so... Like, in DDP, it's fucking catastrophic. If you watched our 8-hour rage stream, it was just me being pissed at dying. Like, which sounds funny, but, like, it hurts in that game. In this one, it doesn't hurt that bad. You go... As long as you go in with 4 lives into the TLBs, you can do it. Versus, like, DDP, where you die once, and you're like... Fuck. But... Also, this is only 5 stages, thank Christ, not 6 stages like DDP. Routing is tighter, but also, huge thing, once you get used to the second loop in this, you are so goddamn good at the first loop. Because the first loop is the same route, but mad easier. So it's like, once you go back, it's like you take your training weights off, and you can fly. So, like, if you do go for 2all, just lap the second loop, and then your first loop is going to be turbo good. Anyway, stage 5 is fuck, it's so hard. The second loop actually isn't too bad because it's really hard when you first do stuff, but when you can route it. You can route things, and there is a huge difference between needing to spend time to learn something and can you actually do something. That is the biggest thing that scares me and why I never tried 2alls for the longest time. Because I used to think that there is a chance that I could not do a 2all. So I'd spend all this time and just never be able to do it. DOJ is just time. It's just time. You spend a ton of time and it will happen. That's what I learned. The only parts where it's like you have to game are 2-4 rails, which are fucking bastards, but you can die there and it's fine. I was planning on dying there on my 2all attempts without worrying about it. Stage 2-5 is so goddamn hard, but it's a good stage, so we forgive it, but it is so hard. It's so hard. And then the TLBs are so weird. I go into this more in my video. The TLBs. Hibachi, if you do the setup right, you nullify every single pattern but the washing machine, which is random, so you basically don't have to, like, worry. So Hibachi is shockingly easy relative to if you can set him up. And if you can set him up relies on if you can dodge this bastard of a pattern or if you can resource through it. And if you can get through Flying Bee, this is the actual TLB. Fuck Hibachi, this is the TLB right here. You have to kill this thing with, like, a hyper to set yourself up. So, like, it's super weird where Hibachi's fine. It's 2 patterns. It's this B and it's the start of Koryu. If you can do those 2 and set it up correctly, you can just let your attempt try to kill Hibachi and it'll do it. If you want to see a clean version of what I'm talking about, the end of my DOJ 2-all video goes over what it normally looks like if you set it up correctly, and it just floors Hibachi. Still, thing is 2 loops of DOJ is a lot harder than 1 loop that has 2 hard stages and then TLB. The second loop is no joke. However, you can make it consistent. It just takes time. It takes a lot of time, but it's the kind of routing. Like, Jamers was in here earlier, and he mentioned that, like, he finds it easier than DDP. Because DDP, you need, like, dodging and stuff is really, really tight execution. Yo, what up, Mark? We're talking about, we're on to DOJ. We're talking about, like, DOJ and kind of DDP. We're kind of talking about the differences we found in the 2 loops with each. We were kind of discussing, it's weird because I think DOJ has, like, harder things you have to do and it's more punishing. But I think DDP, like, it's way more unforgiving to die in DDP 2-all. Hibachi, you need so many resources just for, like, 2-6 boss. And, like, so many freaking resources for, like, 2-6 boss, Koryu, and, like, Hibachi. And, like, DOJ, so, like, this shit is... How is Ketsui not on S tier? Ketsui, so this is Ketsui 1-all and Ketsui Emote entrance. Ketsui Emote is up here, and Ketsui Ura would be at the very top. I don't have experience with those. These are games that I have experience with, either almost clearing or clearing. But, like, a DOJ 2-all is, like, infinitely above, like, a 1-all of anything. But, so while we're talking about DDP, let's put up DDP. I actually find this harder. We talked earlier that I thought that DDP would be the easier 2-all because you get so many bombs. Yo, Gratz Life on Mars, get that 1-all. Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. I hope you bombed all of 1-5. That shit is spooky. Here's DDP 2-all. I find this shit harder. It's a little... You get so many bombs, and you can use them, but, like, shit, dude. If you die with bombs, you're fucking screwed. You need everything for the end game. And you can't dodge your way out of... Like, if you get lucky on DOJ... Yeah, Koryu, this pattern right here is way harder than anything in DDP. However, if you can do this pattern or have a resource to get through it, and you can find a way to not die like I did here, and, like, fuck up your Hibachi setup, so much safer than fucking DDP Hibachi, man. Yeah, that's always been your impression. It's consistently more difficult, but DDP has that insane Hibachi spike. Exactly. If you... My biggest example of me eating my words, I made the 1-all guide for Dodonpachi, and then I'm like, man, I got the 2-5 with just the same 1-all route, blind. So it probably wouldn't take too long. You would just learn the second loop and then bomb at the very end. It's cool, right? No. No. 2-5, 2-6, 2-6 boss, Koryu. Hibachi phase 1, Hibachi phase 2. You need 9 trillion bombs. You need so many bombs, so you can't bomb on the other stages. And the huge problem with DDP is, well, not problem. The thing that makes it, like, pretty difficult is, there's a weird resource spike gap thingy. Yo, what up, Maris? Good to see you, dude. Hope things go cool. Let's look at, where is, not Donpachi, here's me, but less mad. I was so mad in DDP before, because dying is so catastrophic. Okay, here's the thing. So, depending on... Is Gunbird 2 really on the same level as DDP? Yes. Gunbird 2 is so fucking hard. For reference, Dragon Blaze took me 4 hours on stream to clear, and Gunbird 2 took me 8 hours, and it was like Last Life type of shit, or something like that. Here's the problem with DDP 2-all. The way your resources are allocated, you are bombing 1-6 boss, the final boss of first loop. I always end up into the loop with 1 bomb. You get to this stage, you probably need to bomb. This is 2-3. You probably need to bomb. Oh, you thought it's significantly harder. I don't think it's there's definitely a gap here between like the Dodonpachi and Gunbird 2. The things on the left of Dodonpachi I think are harder than the things on the right. But we don't have enough games to fill those in yet. So the weird resource gap is you might be screwed in this, in that you might have to bomb the mid-boss. So now you're down a bomb. The boss here is so random and so fucky and throws walls at you, and the screen section's hard if you can't consistently get through it, that like you will probably die on 2-3, and dying fucking sucks. It is huge deal on whether you could get through the stage or not. Yeah, when you first got the Big B, you're like so close to the 2-all, and Plasma said, no, you're not. Oh my god, yeah, it's like... Okay, how many... So Koryu, you need like 4 bombs. And then, like, first phase of Hibachi, you need like... How many bombs do you need? You need like a life and a half of bombs. And then the final phase, you need like 2 lives and full bombs. It's like, if you get to that point, and you have no bombs, you need to not die like 3 times later in the run and have full bombs. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, the 2-3 mid-boss. So if you haven't seen this shit. So 2-3... By the way, if you guys... this is all Mark's fault that I'm making videos and you have to listen to me. I just decided to go to Shmup Slam on a whim. And it got me super inspired to stop being a hermit and to start doing things. So, unfortunately, because of Shmup Slam, you now have to listen to me get my ass owned in DDP. Look at this boss. This is just one of the partial RNG. There's a lot more RNG in this than in the other ones. If you can't get a good first pattern there, like I got a lucky pattern there, you are dipping a bomb on this boss. And the final boss is the 2-3 boss. Safely will take you 3 bombs. So you will often reach the boss here with no bombs, 1 bomb, 2 bomb. You probably die there. And it fucking sucks because stage 2-4 you can do consistently. You can route this shit to be consistent and you get 2 bombs. And you don't need any bombs on this stage. So it's like, it's catastrophic if you die there. I'll hella make return for Slam 8. Yeah, that would be super tight. I'd be down on that. I'm like I wanted to get like a 2-all for Slam. And now we got a little grab bag of a few. I'm making big, bro. I never thought this shit would happen. I used to think 2-alls were just unreachable unless you committed your whole life to them. But find a good route and copy that shit. Yeah, Slam 7, dude. That shit was so fun. If you guys are able to go out to that, unbelievably fun. It's like, it's something special. Anyway, that's DDP 2-all. This is the maddest I've ever gotten in a game before, just because so I almost cleared this game on my very first attempt. Last year, it was at Akihabara Arcade in Colorado. Do DDP 2-all at Slam? That'll probably be it. I will be down. Yeah, it's in... Last one was at Colorado. It's funny, right before Shmup Slam, we had a fighting game tournament there. So I scouted it out beforehand. Finally Unleashed. So you weren't happy with DOJ. You're like, you're almost there to DDP, but I gotta commentate DOJ instead. But now we're on the actual DDP. Anyway, DDP's interesting. Now that I'm, like... I got so mad because I almost got this clear on my first attempt. If you look back at the run, it was, like, so close to the final of Hibachi. So I thought like, oh, I'll just dip runs in and then we'll probably clear because I showed I could do it on my first attempt. And then it took 9 hours later of getting owned. Love to see Dangun Fever on. Unfortunately, I haven't played that one yet. That one's on the list. DOJ's sick. DOJ. I love DOJ. There's a lot of funny. It's funny because I understand why people don't like DOJ. There's a lot of funny discussion since there's like the fun Actane tier list video. It's funny, people get like mad heated on that one. But these games like have very, very specific things that you will like as a player or not. It's why some people like Psycho and some people hate Psycho. Cave has taken over top 3. Yeah, it's just like their catalog is just too high powered. I also think like I want to call myself a Cave super fan, but if I was gonna do a hard game, I would rather have like a DDP 2-all than I would have like what's like a hard game that nobody. Here's the meme list we were talking about earlier. That's like kind of good, but like has some weird shit in it. Like I would much rather have like a Ketsui 2 Earl than like fucking Argus. I'm like nobody. You say you cleared Argus, everybody's like, huh? Like even like Same or like you tell somebody you cleared Datana Twinbee and they know, but like the games with more notoriety are more interesting from a hard perspective. You have more motivation to clear those. Yeah, I agree with like I really like listening to Octane's stuff because it's everybody has like a everybody loves DOJ, everybody loves like Ketsui, everybody loves like Futari. So it's like it's super refreshing when you get like a different perspective that are not just the things that like we already know, because like everybody knows these are good. So it's like everybody defaults to putting those high. It's really cool when you see different perspectives. So like for example, like I was talking with Psycho, like some people fucking hate Psycho, some people love Psycho. There's just specific elements in a game that will make them a game that you will love. And all it takes is one really specific element or one specific element you hate. So like for example, I fucking hate hypers in DOJ. Like it's so hard to get the right amount of hyper. But the things that I like in that game are enough to push it over. Or like Gluta 2, the presentation is enough to catapult this game into one of my favorites. Yeah, Glaylancer, I like Glaylancer. Psycho kind of sucks. I like Psycho because they're really fast to learn. Like they're short and like super dense. So even though the memo's kind of fucked, it feels good when you have the memo. And Psycho is unmatched in things like point blanking. The Psycho ships at point blank really well are so goddamn satisfying. My problem with Psycho is I can never remember what the boss's pattern does until it shoots it, and by then it's too late. I'm like, what does this fucking boss do again? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I had to be here. Yeah, I seen your like, I really like your the Psycho tier list you did with Mariscan. I really like that video a lot. Worst take that said DDP didn't age well. Regardless of what you think of DDP, whether you love it or hate it, that shit is like Gradius 1 in that it was like massively ahead of its time for no reason. Unbelievably, or like R-Type 1. Like unbelievably high powered for the time. No Darius on the list. I gotta do Gaiden, dude. I have like 3 replays saved I want to clear. But there's so many Gaiden guides I didn't want to do them. Whenever I was thinking about doing a video on every game and then learned that that was unsustainable because the videos take a minute. What do people think of Darius Gaiden? People fucking love Darius Gaiden. It is so good. I think you might be into white labels starting to shift. Yeah, I remember you were talking to me at Slam whenever I was explaining the like rank shit you do with the bombing and hypering that I was trying to do, the lower the rank. And then you were like, oh, that might actually be more useful in white label where the rank is actually more fucked. So I'm like, oh yeah, and all these survival strats are actually going to be fully high powered in actual white label. My problem is White Label 2 all terrifies me because you can't make a mistake. I got too little attention span, so I might give it a shot, honestly. And then just see. I'm so curious. But it scares me because anytime Peg talks about it, he's like, yeah, this is a game for, like, fucking messed up people. That stuff terrifies me. But, I don't know. It'll be super interesting. While we're on the Donpachis and everything, we got Donpachi 2-all. We just got this one. What do we think of Donpachi 2-all? Gaiden's pretty easy if use 30 hertz. Yeah, with Gaiden, I've seen some runs too that have specific auto fires, so you're not like cranking the rank at all times. And like if you memo which spots to 30 hertz or not. Yeah, White Label. Yeah, it seems super, super evil. But it is the same stuff minus the hyper increases being different, so I'm curious. Okay, Donpachi 2-all. I did this shit in 2 weeks. That's not because I'm good. That's because Plasmo uploaded a survival run that is so goddamn good that I basically. I think Kuro also. You should check out Kuro also got his 2-all with the same ship from the same replay. It's kind of fucking tight. He's also got crazy dodges on the TLB. Yeah, Donpachi 2-all. Missing link between Cave and Psycho. Yeah. While I was labbing Donpachi, like specifically 2-3, all I could think about is this reminds me of labbing Raiden DX. In the good ways. Not the ways that people complain about Raiden, but like in the ways of like sealing enemies and being on top of them as they appear. It reminds... I really love that middle ground of like Batsugun, Maho. You could throw Ray Force in there, or what's the banger? Gallet, Air Gallet, shit like that. I love. So like Donpachi, I also love, and I love the scoring in Donpachi more because I like short chains you have to use setup. But yeah, the Psycho, there is a lot more Psycho than I was thinking. DOJ White Label and Black Label are light years apart. Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to think about White Label. I'm like, there's no way we're getting a fluke 2-all like we did on DOJ. That shit looks horrifying. And every time somebody talks about it, they're like, yeah, this is not okay. But Donpachi, we just got this like 2 days ago. We almost got it first try, and then in the last few frames, before I would have won, I rammed into the Hachi. It's the funniest way I ever died. I wasn't even mad. I just thought it was funny. Anyway, Donpachi. Let's talk about the 1-all first. Where's Donpachi? It looks like you. The 1-all is very chill until stage 4, in which it gets very memo. You can blind go through the game and get to stage 4, and then by stage 4, you have to know what you're doing. You need to copy a route. Thing is, you always get into second loop. Yeah, there's no missing a second loop in Donpachi. Like, you don't need bees, there's no requirement, you just get in there. And there's no TLB resource requirement. You can do that shit with 1 bomb. I have a 1 bomb strat for Hachi, that's not even that hard. 2 bombs is what I usually want. 3 if you want to be perfectly safe. Yo, Prometheus said his Black Label too easy. that Prometheus, like, him and the... his whole article was like my first intro to actual shmupping. That's like, feels ancient. I was in fucking high school when I saw that for the first time. I'm like, whoa. I cannot find Donpachi 1-all. Did I forget to put it in here? Alright, where would we put Donpachi? We would put the 1-all below Mushi Futari Original. Yeah, DDP had the actual Hibachi. It technically wasn't even Hibachi in Donpachi. It was just Koryu or whatever. So Donpachi TLB, significantly easier, which makes it more comfy. You have 2 less lives in Donpachi and Daiojo. Instead of 7, you get 5. And you need to suicide 1 life off at some point to drop the no-miss rank. When you're in the second loop, there are 4 sizes of revenge bullets, and 3 of those are not active if you've ever died in the run. So ideally, you just suicide on the last boss. And then from there, you have 4 lives to do something that has no bomb requirement. 2-4 is pretty, and you get so many bombs back, even if you're not playing the NA version where you get full bombs back. I basically had it routed to where I'll have full resources to 2-4. 2-4, you will probably die on. You have to spend a lot of bombs or get really good with dodges or controlling your revenge bullets. But then you'd have like 3 lives for like final stage. And as long as you don't clip somewhere and you spend your bombs properly, it's very, very doable. Yes, and everything's so static. Yeah, full extent of the gem is like unbelievable article. Yeah, no missing to 2-5 is doable. I even think missing on 2-4 is fine. And you get so many bombs back. Static is a huge deal. I love static games because I play a lot of fighting games. I play a lot of Tekken. And I've spent all of my brain in adaptation is all exhausted in Tekken tournaments. I don't want to do that shit in Shmups, which is why I fucking love Radiant Silvergun and like static games. So I like Donpachi a lot. Donpachi, very good. If you want a 2-all that won't murder you, that one's a pretty good one. Still, it's in the highest tier because it's a 2-all. You have to get through a loop every attempt, which is draining. It's so draining on you. I was not ready for how draining the 2-loop games are. All right, let's do R-Type. This is so interesting to talk about in difficulty. Oh, we're in the Omake-zen. What's a good soundtrack? You know what we're gonna put up? Because nobody ever gives this game any love, we're gonna listen to the Thundercross 2 OST. The fucking best game ever made that everybody thinks is trash, but I think is awesome. I fucking love Thundercross 2. You got the fortress. I can literally feel you through the screen going like, the 2-all. We're fucking, it's a whole ass journey, but it's doable by humans, is what I learned this year. I used to think you had to be special to do them, but it is doable with time and copying the living fuck out of a replay. Dude, tell me the shit is not fucking banging. Yeah, R-Type has 2 loops. The second loop isn't too different. It just, if you're consistent at loop 1, you can probably 2-all it. It's so good. It's also a beautiful game, and everybody says it looks like shit. I think I'm just biased. All right, anyway, let's talk about R-Type. I will put R-Type is so weird because this game is actually mad easy, but throws a huge wrench at you in that you cannot fuck up once. You cannot fuck up ever. Gradius Syndrome? Gradius games don't fucking have Gradius Syndrome. R-Type has Gradius Syndrome. Gradius games, you have 6 misses you can do in Gradius. Not because you get like 7 lives, but because you have so much shield that if you don't get hit in a section where your shield in Gradius gets depleted immediately, like kind of ramming into a wall or something, you have a triple hit shield in Gradius, and then once it pops, you just pop shield back again. You have another triple hit shield until you get... Gradius doesn't have Gradius Syndrome. R-Type, you do not get power-ups. You do not get them. You cannot die. You cannot die. But it's easy, especially if you have routed all the safe spots. So it's so bizarre, I don't know where to put it. Like, oh god. Where should we put it? Because, like, I'll be honest, I think this shit's easier than Dodonpachi. But because you can't fuck up, and then Dodonpachi, it's all of 1-all of Dodonpachi, you can, like, you have to route this shit. I'm putting it here. It's like gaming version of running a marathon. For the 2 loops, yeah, it's like, it's an entirely different mental skill set you have to learn. Yeah, Gradius lowers rank pretty hard when you die. Especially like Parodius. I want to do Gokujo Parodius and copy like Omko's run. That shit is so sick. Anyway, R-Type. It is super static. The moment that you memorize the route, you are good. Let's pull up a replay. This is one of my first clears from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, this one, I was looking at CRT filters and shit, so it looks bad. Just because on YouTube, they look terrible. It's so hard to get. Where is R-Type? There's Leo. Where's fucking... A hitbox viewer for Gradius? Oh, that's so... I need to mess with that. In the new port, you can see your proper-ass hitbox. And in Gradius, which... Is it Gradius 2 with the big head? That has the one random pixel that you can run into on a boss that otherwise doesn't attack you. I've seen ones of that. They keep meaning to learn R-Type. It's super interesting. So, like, let me give you an example of, like... So, stage 1 through 4... No, stage 1 through... Oh, is this one? I didn't even know about the safe spot in a... Maybe I did. R-Type has a bunch of shit like this, where, like, you don't have to do anything. You literally stay up at the top the entire screen, and you beat this whole stage. Each stage will have, like, one section that's hard. Like, the battleship stage, this is the only section that can kill you if you know what you're doing. Is this here, just making sure one random turret doesn't hit you. In R-Type, you are extremely powerful. Your ship is so goddamn strong, because this force ball covers so many angles for you that you rarely get tagged by a bullet. You get tagged by running into enemies. So you route your way to where, like, getting hit by enemies isn't a problem. And this game is shockingly approachable if you have a static route memorized. If you like memorizing a static route, if you're not, like, trying to find dodges, if you're doing this shit blind, this game's impossible. But, and, like, really the only, even, like, people complain about this stage, but this stage is just memo, and what I mean by just memo is that once you memo it, it's not bad. This section here is a little fucky because these assholes can shoot a shot at you. Just make sure you're ready for that. But, like, if you memo everything, this shit's fine. It's a bit of a bastard because if you die, it's frustrating. But, like, it's one where execution is shockingly not bad. Every time you die, you will know how not to die that way again. The problem with this game, the massive problem, the thing that fucks this whole thing up, it has nothing to do with checkpoints. It has to do with the power loss. Look here, we are in the middle of stage 4, and we have one fucking pod. We have one pod. We still don't have our second pod. We're like almost halfway through the game, and we don't get our pod till the end of this stage. If you die in certain checkpoints, you cannot beat this game. You technically can, but no, you can't. If you die here, you cannot beat the game. You will not beat the game. You will not beat the game if you die here. So while this shit is fine, and you'll at first find some ways to where these enemies are annoying, like I did there, but, like, there's only a few sections you have to worry about. But if you die, you're fucked, and that's what jumps this up in difficulty a huge amount. You must be comfortable. But here's the problem, man. Even if you do a miraculous recovery at any point in the run, you will not have your bits, and it is required to make the last stage easy to have these 2 bits. And the only way you're getting your bits back is if you get turbo lucky with RNG on here. The bits can drop on this boss, and if they do not drop off here, the last boss is psycho hard. Really hard. Really, really hard. See this stage here? If you have both your bits, you just sit in one spot, and nothing can hit you. And then you get to the boss, and you just sit in one spot and hold back so your options are up, and nothing can hit you. But if you don't have your bits, this becomes nightmarishly hard. So you cannot die, because even if you do recover, you will not get your bits back. So the difficulty is weird. I highly recommend, if this game looks interesting in any way to you, it is far worth learning, because it feels good. Your ship feels good, and it's satisfying, and the routing is cool, and it's interesting. Everything is good, you just cannot die. That is the only caveat, and it is one massive one. So we put this here, and depending on how you feel about those things, this will go higher or lower. Sorry, I had a lot to talk about R-Type, because before I ever made videos, I thought about making a video on R-Type, because I had never done a Gradius Syndrome game. And I wanted to make a video that was like, how hard is it actually to beat R-Type? And I still need to make that video. Anyway, sorry, I've been yapping a lot. What have you guys been saying? There's a lot of upfront difficulty. Once you get the route, it's straightforward. Absolutely. Absolutely, the route carries. If you're the kind of person who likes choreography and, like, understands routing, very, very doable and fun. I need to do R-Type 2. I, like, labbed all of it and never did runs. That would be fun to do. That game I like better than this one. It feels like more refined, this game. I like all the stages more. Isn't the last stage straight up impossible? No, the second to last stage is, but this one you can dodge. It's just fucking hard. Yeah, you have to spin so much. It's terrifying. And the 2-all is not bad. It's like, it's harder, but like, it's the same shit. Alright. Whoever puts something in the chat next, that's the next one we talk about out of this here. These are the ones I have experience with. Most of these are survival-based. We got a lot to go through. I was gonna raid tonight in Final Fantasy, but we got a lot to talk about. Radiant Silvergun beat Thunder Crossfight. I'm sorry, BDA, you've been so close. You've been so close. Alright, let's talk Radiant Silvergun. Oh my god, dude. When I started this game, when you start to lab this game, you go, this shit is gonna be a whole journey. You go like, this game I think might be like, take forever. You have to think a whole different way. It's so different from everything. And I didn't know if I'd like it. Yeah, I gotta learn. I'm raiding Savage, and I haven't played in like a year and a half, so I'm trying to learn how to kill the train real quick to get ready. Anyway, Silvergun Stage 2. So Silvergun split into 2 routes. Silvergun, I had no idea if I'd love or hate this game. While I was routing it, I was horrified that the weapon power, you would be put in a situation where you don't score correctly. Yes, you feel like R-Type 2 is a big improvement? I agree, it's so good. It's so good. It doesn't have the, like, R-Type 1 was, like, so ahead of its time. But relative to, like, the games themselves, I find 2 so much better. Radiant Silvergun. I didn't know if I'd love it or hate it because I hated the idea of not scoring correctly and now being fucked for the rest of the run. It turns out the devs are fucking geniuses and you can get to the end game with unoptimal resources. And if you do, you just have to dodge shit for a little bit longer. Yeah, even with poor chaining in Stage 2 route, you can still get there. As long as you hit the Stage 2B chain, you're set. You power level Vulcan there. So I went from, I didn't know if I'd love or hate this game, to this is one of my favorite games, dude. Silvergun is fucking incredible game. It is so goddamn good. I fucking love this game so much. It is unbelievably good. It's been so long since I had a game where I had no idea if I'd love or hate it. Bam! Favorite game. It's so good. So good. Stage 2 route, what do we think? Stage 2 is shorter. It's more boss rushy. You can cheese some of the bosses, like the one boss that turns into the circle platform, you can do like a quick kill on him. Or even if you do like a bomb strat on him, you could get full XP on him. Where do we put this shit? Now, I don't know where the hell to put this, because this is a game that it's completely static. But you also have to score. It's a requirement. So if you're used to not scoring, then this is something, it's going to be a lot of learning. But it's static, so you can just do it. So like your mistakes are your fault in this game. It's very rarely that your mistakes are like not your fault. So it so depends on the player, man. So I'm just going to go off me. I think that this took me a little bit less time to clear than DOJ Black Label. I think Stage 4 is a bit harder, so we'll put that here. Do I think that? For me, I think that. God, I don't know, man. We'll put this here for now. I don't know. By the way, the final bosses aren't nearly as bad. Like, Alright, now let's talk about Ikaruga, man. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. I went through a whole thing with this game. So I loved Radiant Silvergun so much. I loved Radiant Silvergun. I think this is harder than Rayforce, to be honest with you. Radiant Silvergun, I loved the chaining so much, and I loved how static it was. I love static games. Like I said earlier, all my adaptation is stuck in Tekken. So here, I just want to memorize the dance. Ikaruga has even better chaining. Even better chaining and more satisfying chaining. It feels... Oh man, I didn't even show any fucking Radiant Silvergun footage. Just go play Radiant Silvergun. It's on sale right now. Ikaruga, man. Oh my god. So, I was learning this shit. And stage 1 through... Here's the thing. If you are just trying to clear normal... This is for normal, by the way. If you play on easy... Okay, here's the thing. If you like Ikaruga, but it's too hard, go look up Weak Bosan's easy route. Just do it. Just do it. If you're playing on normal... And I did a bitch route where I basically got enough to get enough extends for the end game, so we chained in as many consistent ways as possible. Stage 1 through 3 are so fucking fun. The chaining is so goddamn fun. When I was new to Shmups, I never got past the moment this shit happened, but this shit is not as bad as it looks. It's so fun. It's static, so you can comfortably get through it once you learn the route. Just play the GameCube version where you can save state, and then play like Steam version or something for the good graphics and like good feel. And you can play high frame rate here; it feels good. Stage 1 through 3 would make... I honestly like stage 1 through 3 more than a lot of Radiant Silvergun stages. And like whenever you max chain, it feels so good. The like sound it makes and the way things blow up. In stage 1 through 3, the polarity is mostly for chaining. What was the run to look up? Look up Weak Bosan, Ikaruga, easy. They have a tutorial on how to do it. I basically copied that tutorial and converted it to normal mode in order to get this run. So it's similar routing. Fucking love this game, dude. This boss is one of my favorite bosses just because the strategy is so cool. But here's the thing. I have a love-hate relationship with this game. Because while I love treasure chaining with Silvergun in this game, good fucking Christ, the polarity dodging is so goddamn hard. It's unbelievably hard. When the game, like this shit is static. I'm not dodging here. It looks like I'm dodging. I'm not dodging. This shit's a setup. When you get to stage 4, even stage 4 you can route to make the like disco dance of hell a little bit easier. Like this shit is actually static. I spent hours and hours finding a route that was consistent through this shit. It's so hard, but it's consistent. But like, if you go to my Ikaruga, I was losing my goddamn mind because stage 5, man, holy fucking shit. You barely have to do polarity dodges, and then you hit stage 5. This shit is ungodly hard. It is so unbelievably hard, man. Look at this pattern, man. This shit is so hard. So it looks like we just swap lanes whenever we need to go kill the right heads. But like because they go up and down and the colors operate in different way, it's... Man, even though it's static, it's fucking hard. Look at my face. I'm like fucking pissed because we practiced this shit for so long. This is ungodly hard. Oh fuck, who's the player? I forgot their name. Who's the guy who just got 1,000 Ikaruga clears? Is it Maz? So Maz saved my ass because in his 1,000 Ikaruga clear, he used this strategy. This pattern is so unbelievably hard, but his strategy is god tier, and it deals with that pattern. See, look at me. Even though I have a good strat, I'm stoked on it. Stage 3 seemed memo heavy. Stage 3, just don't worry about chaining. If you watch my route, I don't chain at all. Yeah, it's so demanding. Like, it's to a point where, like, with patterns like this, I just decided to dodge every bullet because it's so hard to keep track of. And, like, the TLB is so hard, man. This shit is unbelievably hard. The waves are actually easy to get through, but the small bullets are unbelievably difficult to not get clipped by and manage. You ideally want to, like, move through one of them, so when you swap, you've killed all the small bullets. Oh, shit, I forgot Birdcage. Technically, I didn't 1cc that. We could talk about Birdcage. Need a 1cc Ikaruga? Dude. It's... Like, I know... Like, I've seen... You, like, really liked Radiant Silvergun, right, Mark? This shit has everything that you like in Radiant Silvergun, with the exception that the stage 5 is fucking crazy. Yeah, I forgot S-Raid on here. Technically, my S-Raid was a chump clear because I used it with Broken. Yeah, Maz. Maz has the fucking 1,000 clears in this game. But, like, holy shit, man, this... So, I have a love-hate with this game. I hate stage 5 because I hate dodging with polarity. I love chaining so much. I love chaining. I love treasure chaining. I never expected to be a treasure fan. I guess I am. But this stage 5 pissed me off. You find Ikaruga easier? If stage 5 didn't exist, I found Ikaruga easier too. But because stage 5 exists, oh my god, it's so hard. That said, just play on easy, and it's so much more manageable. So if you don't have fun, like I was just being pissed at stage 5, just play easy. Like, it's still really hard. It's still really hard, but it's so much more manageable. Alright, somebody give next game. Oh my god, we got so many games. The Doom Train and Final Fantasy will have to wait. Actually, if anybody plays on Elemental, let me know. I play on JP servers because I'm a bitch. Play Alien Soldier. I watched Hidden Fortress's Alien Soldier video, and then I popped it over there on that thing. That game is fucking tight. I ended up looking at all the routes for it. Okay, Mushihime Sama 1. We're gonna talk about both. Mushi Original. I find it easier than Futari Original. I like S power, but a lot of people like W power. Original, it used to be the meme. Gradius 5 is, I haven't played G-Rev games. That's a hole that I need to fill. G-Rev is like under defeat, right? I need to play stuff like that more. Those are cool. Alright, Mushi. Mushi Original. This is gonna be a chump guess because I learned Mushi Maniac. We did a stream to see how long it would take us to learn Mushi Maniac. It's in 2 parts. And because I learned Maniac, we went and then got a silly clear of Original. So I don't have a perfect idea, but the meme used to be that Mushi Original was like just as hard as Maniac because Original had fast bullets and Maniac had dense bullets. But it turns out that I think Original's just easier. You can react and dodge a lot more. You rarely get walled in the same way that you can get walled in Futari. And that alone makes this a bit easier, I find. You've been researching Ikaruga and Silvergun for Arcade Vid. Yo, you got Arcade Vid coming up? Stoked for that. The work of the director. That's why they feel that's sick as fuck. When you can feel the one like genius designer or whoever in their work, it makes so much of a difference. More you add to that tier, the more Gumber 2 stands out. Yeah, we can move stuff around. Once we fill up this easy tier, this tier right here will feel less of the same. In fact, maybe we should add a tier. Do you guys know how to add a tier in Tier Maker? Add a row above. I still don't know what names to put here. Let's put... This is the intermediate category between these two. So let's put like a... Maybe something like that? I don't know. We'll figure that out. Yeah, Original definitely easier than Maniac. Let's talk... Original Final Boss is infinitely easier than Original Larsa. I love Mushi Original. It's pretty good. You do have to get the right auto-fire rate to make it work. That's the big caveat. We're playing for survival, and we are using the auto-fire settings correctly, because this game has fucked auto-fire stuff. You need the right setting. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head for each shot type. I think if you're playing W, you just do 3 and 2 in the port. People said Original was easier for old shmup players and Maniac was easier for Danmaku. Yeah, but still find Maniac harder. Yeah, Maniac has more checkmates if you don't route it correctly. And the last stage of Maniac's really hard. You can dodge your way out of a lot of situations in Mushi Original. In fact, let's do that. Use the names from Psycho... What's Psycho difficulty select? I don't know it. No, I think you guys are saying the same thing. That Maniac is harder. Even if you're... Or... Yes, sorry, I'm missing... I can't read. Yeah, called Fire Barrel Monkey. Yeah, so like this isn't even Fire Barrel. This is Air Assault, which is even easier than Fire Barrel. I cleared this first try. That's why it's down here. You have mixed feelings on the super shot? I do too. Ultimately, I'm okay with it because it's something that separates it. 1 and 2 for W, 5 and 3 for S. Don't play M. Don't play M unless you're playing 1.5. That shit is so ass. Oh, I thought it was 3 and... S power has some high number. I could be wrong. You gotta look at people who actually know what they're talking about. I think Kiwi has a Maniac survival guide. If you want to... Wait, we gotta put Maniac somewhere. I think it's harder than R-Type. I don't think it's up in this tier, though. Maniac, you have to route it. You have to route it tightly. It feels kind of like easier DOJ, is how I kind of felt about Mushi Maniac. Very much of the same feel. Easier. Still have to route it pretty tightly. Yeah, 1.5 is God in base. And God in 1. M power is good in 1.5. That's the one you want to be using. Yeah, 1.5 original's cool. Let's do an easy one. I'm gonna chuck in an easy one, and then you guys get ready for... What's like a brain-dead one? What is the easiest game? Let's do... No Ketsui Ura. These are just games I have experience with, and there's no fucking way I'm doing Ketsui Ura, dude. Strikers 2-all? No. Yeah, Strikers 2... The Psycho 2-alls are crazy. FDF 3? Well, okay, yeah, we'll chuck those two. Alright, let's talk Gekira Dan. Actually not in the easiest tier. You have to route this, and this is a dad game. This is my first dad game. If you like Ray Force, but it's too hard for you, play Gekira Dan. It's also by Taito. They look similar. They're in the same era. They feel good. They feel similar. Gekira Dan is way, way easier. Play second player and Type C ship. I don't have a replay of this, but there's a fuck ton of replays. Gekira Dan, 1cc. There are so many replays. Let's watch Lord. Lord BBH was one of the first arcade content creators I saw doing like commentary, and I lost my fucking mind. I was like, holy shit, people care about arcade games enough to have like 8,000 commentated clears. It's awesome. Anyway, Gekira Dan. He looks a lot like in that Ray Force. Yeah, I watch a lot. I rarely watch too many people on Twitch, but I watch a lot of like Macaw, Lord BBH, and like Dot Level. And like Neil Antoine. There's a bunch too. But mostly in like that category of streamer. And go watch like Desmaku, who streams a bunch. There's a lot of people. Alright, and yeah, this game, it's easy. It won't take you too long, especially if you're used to dad games. If you are not used to dad games, this will take a little bit, because I remember when I was new to Shmups and all I had cleared was like Escaluda. Things like the stage 2, like tanks, I had not gotten used to tanks with like sniper bullets. These aren't really sniper bullets, but relative to a cave novice, these were sniper bullets for me. So, Gekira Dan, very learnable. In fact, do I think it's easier or harder than Batsugun Special? This will depend on if you're a dad gamer or not. I'll just keep it there for now. Gonna bully Hidden Fortress about Geki. This will be... It's hard to convert what you learn in this game to Ray Force, though, because look, you got a spread shot. Yeah, bombs are huge. If you route your bombs, you can clear all the hard parts. Just find a route that routes bombs. Also, soundtrack is god tier, and general vibe of this game is cool. The reason it's not talked about is just because it's really easy. How is visibility? It's dad game, so visibility... It's not the best, but it's not bad. I would just call it not the best. I actually find visibility in Batsugun Special not bad until the bullets are fast. Let's throw Toho FDF. So, you guys want to get thrown for a loop? Where is it? I put it in black text somewhere. Where is Toho? Fucking... This is lunatic mode. I put lunatic mode here, man. So for reference, this is Toho FDF3. It's fucking gorgeous. It's one of the best Toho fan games. Unfortunately, at launch, Lunatic is way, 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 way too easy. You get so many resources. So many that I streamed it before. And guess what happened? I blind cleared Lunatic with max resources while spending like 90 bombs. And I had max resources. Yeah, you first tried Lunatic? This shit is... If you are experienced... If you don't play hard games, maybe it's like here-ish. But like, dear God, I just first tried it. You're putting it too high, you know, you might be right. I find Toho 8 normal way harder than FDF3. You finished with 2 lives? That's still a lot. You got the Lunatic 1cc 2 tries? Yeah, it's like... I think the average clear time for that is fucking 2 tries. It's like... It sucks because it's so gorgeous. They have an ultra mode that they patched in. Maris made a run of that. Yeah, there's Maris. FDF3 above Batsugun. Yeah, I think you're right. It's so funny, though, because it's Lunatic. I haven't cleared a Lunatic yet. Yeah, dude, that's literally the only problem. They add the Ultra mode in. That said, the extra mode, that one was fun. You still get too much. All right. Went too crazy? Yeah, I think they were scared of... You know how, like, non-arcade gamers will, like, go through a game and it's the credit feed type player who just, like, run and die. They're not trying to live. They're just trying to run forward and die and spawn in and run forward and die. And those type of players, if you lock out with, like, a continues or whatever, then they, like, go, ah, this shit is bullshit. This is too hard, and they only see, like, 2 stages, and it's, like, a huge problem with modern retro games nowadays, because modern retro game players just don't, like, understand how they work. It's why you got all the people who are like, yeah, shmups are badly designed, because you can just bomb, die, and then put in another credit, and then bomb, die, infinite lives. I suspect in FDF3, they're going to have a lot of Toho people interested who might not even play Toho games play it because it's so gorgeous, and they want them to see everything. Either that, or they just got scared that their stuff might be hard or whatever, and they just, I don't know. The Doom slider meta, I don't like the slider meta. I don't even mind difficulties that much. Like, I wouldn't hate a Dark Souls game with, like, an easier difficulty. I would always pick, like, the... Like, I don't... that shit's hard, because then, like, sometimes some game design decisions can be influenced by, like, having a difficulty, even the higher levels, so that's, like, a whole thing. If you guys want that whole discussion, if you're here, you've seen fucking Mark's videos. It goes into that stuff a lot. Anyway, next game that goes is the one we're going to talk about. FDF3 is that good. It's so gorgeous. It's the best Toho fan game. It's fucking unbelievably gorgeous. Just watch my Sonic Wings. Oh my god. So I played this game when I was 8, and I had an old-ass MAME version, so I'm fond of it. This game has horrific power loss, whereas Sonic Wings. This is an easy-ish... It's in the middle of Psycho games in difficulty. I say Psycho because it's the same people. It's Video System who would go to be Psycho. Yeah, you hated Sonic Wings? I understand exactly where you come from. This game is weird. It's like the elements that are bad in Psycho without the elements that are great in Psycho. Where the fuck is... I should have found a way to order these. Sonic Wings 1-all. What do we think about Sonic Wings 1-all? Has anybody even lost this shit? The flying cigar, then got the monkey. I learned a point-blank strat because I picked a ship specifically that doesn't get fucked over by that. So you can, like, 1 or 2 bomb it. Let me pull up Sonic Wings. Yeah, I agree. FDF3 is so good. It's just... they don't even... Like, it's fine if they just nerf resources. It'd be so easy. Anyway, let's talk Sonic... So, low-key, I played with Keith. Everybody else plays with the other dude who's good at point-blanking, and I think Keith is so much better. I might be in the minority. Anyway, this is like Psycho game. Sonic Wings 1 is the most not Psycho game in terms of like best or worst, but if you're just thinking of like, what do I think in my head when I think of a Psycho style? This is like the average whatever Psycho style. Not the average good Psycho style, but average whatever. It is not. I still. The thing is, the reason why I can't put it over like Dodonpachi is just because like you can like look at this shit. Look at this boss. So here's how you this is how you fight every boss in the game. This is the reason why I can't put it any higher. So while the later sections kind of have some annoying fucking shit, like this stage has so many annoying ass angles that you can be hit by, and the final stage is no joke, and it's random which final boss you get, which can vary from an easy boss to a harder boss. By the way, this is a did I do it here? This is a strategy I used for the fucking dildo. It works really well with Keith. You can 2-bomb it, and it kills it. You don't have to deal with the rest of them. Sonic Wings. My recommendation, play it if you like Sonic Wings, or if you want to play, like, middle of the ground Psycho, or just average Psycho, play the other Sonic Wings games. So while we're talking about that, let's talk about Sonic Wings 3. So the first shmup video I ever made was about clearing Sonic Wings 3 in 1 hour. And no, I didn't flip the time at all. It literally took an hour. I think I spent an hour and 4 minutes to learn Sonic Wings 3 blind. And then it took 2 attempts to clear Sonic Wings 3. So that's the fastest I've ever cleared a game that I've routed. So where's Sonic Wings 3? I did a whole video. It took like 3 days to make. And then I'm like, I'm never making a video again. That's why the videos I make now only take 1 day, and they still take way too long. Where's Sonic Wings 3? So why is Sonic Wings 3 so much easier than... Sonic Wings 1 has a lot of ways to get clipped. Sonic Wings 3 is 9 minutes. 9 minutes. It's fucking short as hell. It's because it has multi-routes. You get to pick which stage order you do. And like outside of a few setups, I was able to learn quick kill setups like this in an hour and learn the whole game. So like you could see the video. I even posted a video that's literally my entire 1 hour recording. So you can see me learning it in real time. I can't put a game that I learned in an hour and 2 attempts very high. This shit is going here. Gekira Dan took me like 4 or 5 hours. This shit took 1 hour. And like, I did follow a hard survival replay. If you're playing blind or if you are not doing survival, it's a lot different. Sonic Wings 2, I think, is a lot harder. If you want to see that, go watch Pearl's Average Super Player Enjoyers. They have one in there. That's the run I want to copy. All right, next game. Somebody post a game. Holy fuck, there's 55 people. So this is my 5K celebration thingy. I had like 4K because I cheesed event hubs with fighting game content. But so I was like, I was just gonna make videos and just hope I could get 100 views. Raiden Fighters, all right, we'll cover that. I got a lot to talk about Raiden Fighters. So like when I did the fighting game stuff, I had to like sell my content, and it was like there's a lot of pushback on things because of the nature of that kind of thing. So like I was terrified to make shmup videos. I cannot say how happy I am of the like response people have given. I'm just some guy, man. I'm just some dude. I just showed up to Slam one day, and like I've never interacted in, and people have only given extreme. Yes, Sorcerer Striker. I need to talk. I love that game. I have only had positive response. I thought I would be like either having to sell my content and be like I promise this will be good. Don't downvote me, please. Please, hopefully maybe this will help somebody. Or like or maybe like I thought at worst it would be like who is fucking no name making guides like an authority when like I don't fucking know shit, dude. So like the huge positive response, and I never thought even streaming could be a possibility. I thought that would be cool, but I never thought it could be a thing. So like I want to say thank you to everybody for making everything happen. It's unbelievable. What's the least static game on this list for you? All right, we'll do. Yes, SDOJ Hibachi in here twice. Yeah. Oops, sorry, that was a hunt train popping. Everybody stop for 30 minutes. I gotta hit a hunt train. Just kidding. All right, we'll go over Ride and Fighters, but first I'll answer what is the least static game? The least static game on this list is Dodonpachi is not the least. Yo, I appreciate that a huge amount, Kirby. Dodonpachi is not as random as I thought it was after really understanding it. It does have random elements. Uh, most of the cave stuff, even when they're not static, are still static. Psycho stuff static. Metal Black, you motherfuckers, the fucking ass. Red enemies in Metal Black, dude, are evil. That comes to mind. It turns out I like a lot of static games. Most of these are hard static. Hyper Duel Final Boss has to be a Yagawa game. I still think you can turn the flexible games like those into static ones if you go survival route. I guess it's Dononpachi just because 2-3 boss, 2-3 mini boss, 2-3 enemies that shoot down, and all of Hibachi. That's why I had so much trouble versus DOJ because you have to adapt a lot. Okay, Raiden Fighters. Holy shit, dude! You thought Psycho was fast? Oh my god, we streamed Raiden Fighters. I think this one took 8 hours. This is a really good ass game. However, this game, you do not have much resources. The bullets are lightning fucking fast, dude. They are so fast. They are so unbelievably fast. It is actually crazy. And my pet peeve with Raiden Fighters is the slave ships are always the best, and I think they're lame as fuck. I'm a tier whore. I play Anna in Tekken right now. That's all you need to know about me. And I won't play the slave ship. That's how lame I find them. Let's look at we'll just look at another BBH. The shit is so fast. You love the RNG of cave games because they have a static layer that I've never thought of how to like put that into words because I think I'm like they're not static because you can like your strategies around them are fairly consistent. But the RNG layer is a thing. So like I'm thinking of like DOJ Turtle, like the pattern with the red aimed bullets with the static blue stuff. Because the red aim bullets you can't consistently make always. Like you bait them, but they're not gonna be exactly the same point on the same exact frame every time. Anyway, Raiden Fighters. Oh my god. This third stage is ungodly hard. This game, you do not have extends. Dying with bombs is catastrophic. It feels fucking awesome to play. This shit is so hard, man. You cannot make mistakes, and you need so many bombs routed. And even if you're playing for survival, I would play this for score, to be honest. It's not that extremely different. There's a guy. What's his name? Some dude who has a lot of Raiden Fighter series replays. And they are perfect because they don't do the super ultra risky stuff, but they do the rest of the scoring stuff. It's gotta be like, who is it? Andrew98. Go look at his runs. I like his runs. Semi-aimed are always spicy. Every game with the aimed bullets that are aimed, but they have limited angles. You have to be so wary of those. This game is so hard, man. Where's Raiden Fighters? We are shoving this. All right, do we think this is harder or easier than Gunbird 2? I think it's harder than Gunbird 2. You have bombs in Gunbird too. Right in fighters, you also have bombs, but you have less lives. And it's easier to get clipped by because the bullets are turbo fast. Use trigger 1110 for S power super shot. That sounds familiar. I think that could be. Love how evil Raiden are with resource deprivation. Yeah, it's like you have to make use with what you got. There's no like dying and then like you get back all your bombs. It's like you want to have specific areas planned for your resources. Yeah, they like no extent. It's like it's a lot like Metal Slug, I would guess. I've only gotten a Metal Slug 1 clear, and 2, X, and 3 are so much longer, so I imagine it's like extra so. But like it's interesting. Right in fighters, it's really hard. Play 2 if you want an easier one. I suspect 2 is a lot easier. Uh Play Slave if you or Fairy in 2 if you want it extra easy. But like, man, what in the godding fuck is this shit doing down here? This is my only this is the funny part of this list. This list is okay. But like, why is that shit down there? Very Metal Slug light. Acha. Yeah, I ended up really liking this, but I also like I underestimated the shit out of this game. Would slave versus no slave change its tier? I used in my clear if it what the ships are so different. It's not like cave where they are yo, what up? What up, Alos? Yeah, fairy makes it a lot easier. The bomb, smaller hitbox, good shot. I played mine with a Judge Spear, and Judge Spear is probably the second best ship in Raiden Fighters 1. Shit was still so hard. Uh Jet is a great game, definitely hard. Yet Jet looks fun. I wanna when's the re-releases coming out? I wanna have a Raiden 2 video before the release comes out. You can skip the entire boss with one bomb on Fairy, that's pretty funny. That's a strong ass bomb then. Alright, next game. Somebody give a game. I somehow haven't drank water. Yeah, the in terms of like manic shooters, I really like that middle ground. Like I don't know if you like they're psychomanic, but like in general, that middle ground of like that and like Air Gallet and like Ray Force and like I don't know, those are less manic. I don't know. All right, we'll do Gunnak and then Gluta 1 because Gunnak will be fast because I don't remember shit about this game. I played it and I cleared it, and that's it. This is compile. If you sometimes I don't want to learn a new game, I don't want to route it, and I don't want to play something I've already learned. If that's the case, you want to play a compile game. And Gunnak is not too hard. You pick homing, you figure out the weird shop thing, and I one tried this, and I can't remember shit on it. It's kind of like the Parodius style, where it's kind of like compile parody stuff. Like there's rabbits and funny stuff everywhere. Yeah, I've always considered. We'll do this Galuda, then Sorcerer Striker. Striker's 1945 too. I have like 3 replays I want to copy. I can't decide on the ship. Everybody says Pancake's the easiest. And then there's just the God ship that everybody actually uses. And then there's like there's another ship which I saw like EGI or somebody do a really cool run on that I might do. Proteus Daw is fucked up. These are just games I've cleared or almost cleared. I think that all of these I've cleared. I don't think I included like the Callus games I didn't. What games did I say we were gonna do? Galuda 1. This was my first cave game. This was my second. No, my first clears outside of Toho normal modes. Batsugun original. Strikers 1999 one all. And then Escaluda for score. I learned from Jamer's run. Because I used to be under the impression Escalda. I used to be under the impression that if you were going to learn a game, you might as well learn the scoring route because why put all this time and then not have a good score and not engage with the mechanics. Later, I learned that I like survival a lot. But like, so I initially learned this for score. So we have a lot of separations here. Oh man, we put Escaluda 2 there. I didn't even talk about the TLBs. I have to go back on that. Go with Shinden. You don't think it's... Dude, I saw Shinden run, and I'm like, I can't decide if I love it or hate it. I gotta mess with it. Oh, there's something about... It's the same thing with 19XX also. I think it's dog shit in 19XX, but it's cool as fuck. Although I think I might do Mosquito in 19XX. Hayate is easiest. Yeah, I think Hayate is just the... If you just want good fucking best ship, like top tier ship, you just pick Hayate. But Flying Pancake is really straightforward. Flying Pancake is kind of like the 1999 secret ship. Easy homing, easy charge shot. Less damage than Shinden. Galuda. Galuda has stage 5 Galuda, one of my favorite tracks. This was my first cave game. I love Galuda 1. I learned the scoring route for this, and then I learned how to no-miss the game, because I wanted to see if it could be doable. And now I can't play this game anymore, because I can't remember the routes. The scoring route and the survival route mixed together. Anyway, so we got 3 Escaluda... Oh, I missed this. Oh, here we are. All right, Escaluda 1. Where do we put it? This is one of the easier cave games. However, easier, not easy. This shit requires you to route it. Even with Kakusei. We should talk about Kakusei. Huh. Where do we put Escaluda? I put above DDP. The final boss. I remembered the final boss. So, around Mushi Original or Maniac. Yeah, I think you're right. I lean closer towards the Maniac side. So, Escaluda 1, the greatest mechanic in any game of all time. You see Kakusei, you guys fucking know how Escaluda works, but if you don't, you shoot enemies, you get gems. If you spend gems, you can enter a slow motion mode where everything goes purple. If you kill things while they are purple, you cancel their bullets, and the more bullets you cancel in each Kakusei, they go up and you get satisfying numbers. So it's fucking awesome for score because people will optimize gems and optimize cancels, and it's so satisfying. If you play it for survival, then you use this to kill hard enemies, dodge through hard sections, or like things like that. I think it is the best mechanic in any game ever. Unbelievable mechanic. And this game uses it really well, and the bosses, they are hard. Like they are hard enough for newer players looking for a cave clear. They have much more consistency than you would find in like something like a DOJ first loop boss. They are still challenging. They remind me of like the progression in Toho, where Toho, like normal, you can get through it. You have a lot of tools to get through it. But it's still challenging in a good way for like lower to entering middle range players. Dude, you know the PS2 arrange? Every time I talk about Escaluda, somebody comes in here and says you gotta play the Galuda 1 arrange on PS2. So I suspect it's mad good. I don't know anything about it. Escaluda 1 is emulated well? Yeah. Yeah, CV1K you don't have to worry about. This game is good for emulation. You want to learn PS2 arrange? You know if Morris is interested, it's probably got sick-ass shit in it. You gotta do it in PS2 version, though. Yeah, Galuda is by no means easy. It is a cave game, and it requires you to do things to clear a cave game, which is why things like the Shmup Junkie beginner list that's curated have been created, because for a long time, people just said, just play Dodonpachi or Escaluda. And if you are new and don't understand how to clear these games, you will not clear these games. So, but here's the one caveat, and if you go on like Shmup Junkie Discord, you'll see them talk about this all the time. This game is very doable up until the final boss, which is one of the hardest Loop 1 final bosses in Cave. You can resource through it. However, the final pattern, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't have any problems with this pattern. I don't know. I don't think it's static, but I feel like I always follow the same static route, and it's easy up until this point where there's more raining bullets, and then I use like a bomb or kakusei and it resets, and then you find like a gap like this. So for some reason, I've never had problems with this pattern. But if you do have problems with this pattern, this shit's gonna drain all your resources because you can't bomb them or it heals them, and you can't damage them in kakusei. So depending on how you feel about that final pattern, it's good depend like it's gonna define how you feel about this game. Like the final boss is no fucking joke. It like the cave one loop games don't got shit on this boss. So that's the one weird caveat with Galuda 1. Otherwise, I would put Galuda 1 like way lower. You had an issue with that pattern because of nerves? Absolutely. That one like demands that you play solid and like not flip. I love how the bomb heals the boss. I love it too. Shit's it's cool because it's like it's not like it fucks you every run. It's just the first time you see it, you're like, whoa. It like adds personality to the final boss. They for the first time do a full charge bomb, and not only does it fill up the bomb past this, you see how this gauge is the final pattern? You can fill it up all the way to here while dodging the final pattern, and then it's impossible. Yeah, internet told you it was easy, and then you're like, oh, I guess I can't do this because they say it's easy. That's been a thing that stopped a bunch. A Sin has a really good run of the Arrange. I need to peep that. Gotta save state the final pattern. Yeah. And I think it's somewhat random. I'd get a few save states in there, get different seeds. I started with Psycheo. My condolences. So I was beaten down out of the gate hard. Yeah, I think if you can make it through a Psycheo game as your first game, then you're set. You are set. I was talking earlier that a person I know is trying their first shmup to clear as Gumber 2, and I'm like, I'm sorry. That shit is just really fucking hard. Needs dynamic difficulty where credit feeding unlocks the hardest mode. That's kind of what the loop requirements are, but it's hard because the one loops are hard already. Galuda 2 final pattern haunts your dreams. Play Asagi, and you won't have any problems with that. Then you won't have to dodge it. Hey, hey. All right, was there another game I wanted to say after that? Sorcerer Striker. You like the final boss, Emerald Blue. Oh, I've only seen like a little bit of Emerald Blue. I think Jamers posted a run. I saw Des streaming that like before the game came out. It's kind of cool. Dev came in and was like, "Do you want to try a game? It's coming out like in a few days." We got sneak peek of it early. Emerald Blue is crazy good. That's tight. It gives me a lot of those like Bluish Resurrection. It gives me those vibes extremely hard. Let's go back. I forgot to put these somewhere. So Galuda 2 is my favorite shmup. I couldn't get through scoring. Scoring is so goddamn hard. I was trying the optimal shit. Don't do the optimal shit. It's too hard. The 1 billion route? No, no, no. Never again. How hard is Escaluda 2 if you're trying to kill the TLB? I would throw it here. You can resource out the TLB. This is with Asagi, by the way. If you want to kill Shinsa Seri, oddly easy to get to her. You have to... Sorry, we'll talk Sorcerer Striker in a sec. I forgot that I skipped over Galuda 2 when we were talking about that. What? We'll make a score player out of you? So I might do that. I'm learning God mode for score. Not like huge score, but I'm trying to learn 3.5 mil to 4 mil. When I was going to learn a route that was like 800k. So, Galuda 2. Have you done scoring for any games? Galuda 1, whenever the Callus Cups games go. So Pro Gear, fucking cheeky ass fucking Gokujo Parodius checkpoint milking. Not very many games. But my problem with scoring is it takes too long, and I've got too much less attention span. All right, let's talk about Shinsa Seri. So Escaluda 2, I think, is a hard cave game. It's on the middle top of like if you split cave games in half of difficulty, Escaluda 2 is the top half. Here's Shinsa Seri, dude. With Asagi, you can do a setup to no miss her. But if you don't want to do that, you can resource her out. Specifically with Asagi, you can resource it. So see this, you just have to do phase 1. And then phase 2, you kakusei most of it, use bomb. set up a bomb in a specific way where you kill the last pattern, so you point blank it, and then you kakusei out the last pattern. So you do not have to do any of the second hard actual TLB half. For that reason, with Asagi, and because you can bomb her and kakusei her with Asagi, we don't put her in the S tier. You know what we do put in the S tier? Oh my god, trying to no miss this game. So you would think it wouldn't be that much harder because the hard part is Shin Saseri, who happens at stage 5. Now you only have stage 6 to get the no miss. However, stage 6 is a bit harder, but not too much. Stage final has some fucky randomness that just ruin everything. I can't stand the flower petals on Gluta 2 final boss. That shit ended 3 of my no miss attempts. So we put it up there just because of that. I think realistically it should be down here maybe, but like fuck it, we're putting it up there. And that's one of my runs I'm most happy of is the no miss of Gluta 2. I haven't got to see footage of Ura or Emote. That's Ura and Emote in Emerald Blue. I think what's like scoring, it's like romance where games need to seduce you rather than feeling like you have to score. Yeah, you need to, if you want to score, you have to deep dive into a game and you need a mechanic to speak out to you. So what spoke out to me was seeing times 30Ks in gold and massive slowdown when you hit it in Mushi God mode. It's to the point where I'm thinking of taking a really good scoring route, taking something like Juju Kenobi's route, and then nerfing the route so they stop getting score. Like if you're playing Mushi God, there's a lot of sections where you would rather get score at times 250K twice than one 330K. You'd rather have two 250s than 130. But I literally don't give a shit about score. I just need the dopamine from times 30, big slowdown, golden text. I'm thinking of literally making my route where I take a good route and then nerf it so I always hit times 30Ks. It's so fucking cheeky, but like I want to do it so badly. It's so silly. Oh, what one night stand dating marriage for the 3. Oh, DOJ, yeah, Juju Kenobi's DOJ scoring tutorials were some of my first ever guides I ever saw. There are a few games don't like but fun for score. I agree. I cleared. I should have put it on here. I got to clear a Blazing Star, and usually with survival, I like the survival routes, even if I don't go for score. With Blazing Star, though, I just wish I was doing scoring in Blazing Star. The survival pacifist strats are cool, but they're not very fun. And like if you play Blazing Star, the score is so so good in that game. It's so juicy. Oh shit, we ran out of music. Uh what's let's do this. I got some random ass here. What's a full soundtrack that's good? Let's do Eshkatos. Yeah. Let's fucking go Eshkatos. Does anybody have the whole soundtrack? Like in one video? Come on. There's gotta be Eshkatos somewhere. Fuck it, we'll use the playlist. This is the game I want to learn specifically for the sound. Yell at me if it's too loud or too quiet. Blazing Star scoring system, super interesting and unhinged. It's so interesting and unhinged. It's so goddamn good. People telling me Castle Shikigami outside of score. That's a hole I have. I don't know about those. People rave about Shikigami too, though. So I imagine that's good. And then Escaluda for a no miss. What do you guys think about Galuda for a no miss? The problem is while you can route the, you know what, fuck. I don't know where to put this. So I got this in one try because I routed it for so long and I had previous experience with both scoring and doing the survival route. But the final boss, you have to no miss the last pattern. I got no fucking clue where to put a no miss of glue to one man. I want to put it easier, but I think it's objectively harder. Yeah, maybe... I'll stick it there for now. I don't know how to feel about that. Anyway, Escluda for scoring. We'll stick it there for now. Scoring is shockingly not bad for survival. I say this because one of my very first clears was a scoring run attempt for Gluta. So, like, I think it's easier than... But, like, thinking about it, I'm like... I don't know, we'll stick it there. A Sorcerer Striker, we finally made it there. Where is it? I love Sorcerer Striker. I was talking about I love Batsugun and, like, Rayforce and things. Yeah, almost got the glue to call him. It's all ruined. Where is Sorcerer Striker? There it is. What do we think of... It's in this tier. I think it's here. Sorcerer Striker, I love this game. I've been meaning to do a video on this game. I played with Cheetah. You don't even need to play the OP ships. Play Bornum, though. Bornum's good. Man, Sorcerer Striker's so fucking good, man. This is one of the best looking games. I absolutely love this era of JRPG fantasy comic pixel art perfected. And good God, is it fucking beautiful in this game. It's so good. It's so good. I'm even using a particularly shitty scan line. And, like, look at... You know, we gotta pause God music for other God music. Look at this. He's fucking... You're saving them from the cows. They're taking out the buildings. You can save them faster. The cows can fall over. There's, like, dudes waving and shit. There's so much personality in this game. You raid a fucking dungeon. There's, like, the side of a goblin ship, and you can shoot dudes off it. This game is the best parts of the Toloplan formula perfected without the things that make Toloplan bad. So there is a problem. Power loss is pretty bad, and if you play JP version or do a 2-loop, it's horrific. It's terrible. If you can pass that, this game is fucking incredible, man. It's so good, and it's not even that hard. It is super approachable as, like, a dad shmup style. I did this a little bit after Gekura Den. It's so good. It's so good. Look at this fucking boss. All the score players, this is like the scoring section. Sorry, my ratio's bad. Look at this. You're on a planet and it's revealed that, like, this shit is in the future. Because this is some modern day, like, Tokyo or some shit. I'm not even talking about the difficulty. I just talk about how good this game is. You're taking out this modern rocket, and out comes of it, this rival who you keep seeing throughout the game. He's got this big-ass cannons, and every time he uses the cannons, like, he'll telegraph he uses these blasters, and then you can see the charges go out. Fucking, it's so good. And then you kill him, and in the background, you can see this goblin planet, and that's the shit you go into. And now you get the best music in the game. Where is it? You get it on the penis boss. This thing's a nightmare, apparently, in Loop 2 on JP version. I wouldn't know. On here, you just sit at the bottom and shoot his ass. Fucking unbelievable game. You even beat the game. You have to fight Gigafacer that comes out of the ground, and then you think you're fine. You think you're fine. You think you beat the game. We're back to the start, back to the castle that got raided. I spoiled you guys on accident. Woo! Woo, we did it. We beat Gigafacer. No more goblins. Yahoo! Who's that? Oh, fuck. He flies down. And then he's got this last pattern, and it's not like a gimme pattern. This shit will kill you. It killed me. God, I fucking love this game. So, difficulty-wise, what do we think? So here's the thing. This game varies heavily depending on if you are playing uh JP or not JP. The JP version is called Maho Daisakusen. The not JP version is called Sorcerer Striker. This is like the international version. This version is way easier, way easier. For example, look at this boss here. You see this skull? On this version, the skull only shoots one pair of these green shots. In the JP version, it shoots two pairs of them side by side. There's differences like that. This one's the easier version. The thing is power loss is 100% a thing. If you fall behind, there's a weird mechanic in this ending section where you fight a bunch of bosses, where if you don't kill them fast enough, you don't get any power-ups, and if you die, then you're definitely not getting power-ups. It's a reverse feedback loop. Very weird. So I've been yapping about it. I gotta look at chat. Harder than Galuda because of the ninja fight? Yeah, the ninja fight's fucked up. All the ninjas in Rising games are bastards. Have you played Sokugu Rentai? No, I haven't. I've seen runs of that. I'm trying to remember the goat run I saw from somebody. I'll try to remember. Well, yeah, you get a lot of bombs. So look up here. You are maxed out at 9, but you can go over and you still have them. Rank control. I think if you're going for 2-all of JP version, I think rank is weird. 2-all of JP version's rated really high in difficulty on that one list, so I assume it's pretty messed up. It's basically a one-life game. If you die, you're back to no power. It's fucked up. But yeah, I love this game. It's very approachable. It's still difficult, but you have the tools. If this looks interesting, just go play it. Just don't pick Gain. He's ass in everything except for Garaga. Pick Bornum. Bornum is like the Iori Yagami of like maybe he's not the best character in the game, but he's like the second best character in every game. Oh. Final boss is Sonic Rush Adventure. I haven't seen that before. Alright. Oh, we're cutting down the list, sort of. Alright. Next person to post a game, that's the one we do. Which one of these looks interesting? You gotta swallow water before breathing. Is Vegeta good? Cheetah. She is always ass in everything. She is dog shit in everything. In Sorcerer Striker, she's okay. You can clear pretty comfortably with the flame shot. Every other game, don't even do it. Dragon Blaze. We streamed this game. I streamed the whole learning process. I learned it blind in 4 hours. So a lot easier. This is a Psycho game. It's a really cool ass Psycho game. The cool thing about this game is they lean towards the more cave bullet pattern style. And because the bullets are purple, it invokes the Mushi shit too. Where is Dragon Blaze? I use Rob because Rob bombs and his magic are really good. Sorry, we got this ass ratio again. Dragon Blaze, you can move your dragon around. You can trigger him. So, like, look up top here. You could spend a bar to blast things horizontally, depending on whatever your ship is. I hear Sonya is also good, but I think Rob is goated. This game is no joke. You have to route it good. But bullets are slow. There's less of the Psycho getting just popped by not having, like, perfect game popped by super fast thing. But shit's still fast. You still have to know what you're doing and be baiting things correctly. Here's me doing cheeky-ass strats. But there is nothing even close to, like, the Zakos at the end of Gunbird 2 or the bosses towards the end of Gunbird 2. Let's pick the fourth guy. I don't know if... I see people miserable with that guy. Is Ian? Ian, I think, is the most popular. I think Rob is... I just picked Rob because I saw one time in like Pearl's average super player enjoyers, they showed a Rob run, and then I found a Rob run that just like gets through everything while resourcing out. Dragon Blaze, really cool. This is most Psycho games you won't like if you're a Psycho player. If you're not a Psycho fan, if you don't like those games. However, this one could pull you over. If you are not a Psycho enjoyer. I do like Psycho, and it's also good. This shit took me 4 hours. Where do we put it? I think it's easy. I think, what do we think? I did it in 4 hours. I can't put it over DDP. This is for the 1-all, by the way. The 2-alls of Psychios are go way up. Playing the most with Death Smiles for DS? Or playing or like DS? Oh, Oyo Fever 2? I need to learn how to play puzzle games. That's a gap I've never learned. There's a lot of arcade games I used to just think were impossible until I learned how to learn stuff. Things like beat 'em ups. I've talked about that where I used to think that they were garbo until I understood like actual beat 'em up fundamentals, and then I realized that oh, the shit isn't just random nonsense. It's actually like fucking sick as hell. Dragon Blaze is brutal, but like maybe I'm biased because I had a hard time with the Gunbird 2 and Dragon Blaze. I no missed in 4 hours, so I just can't put it that high. It is not easy, but by that point, I've done a bunch of Psycho games, so that also influences it. I have a higher opinion of Donpachi 1-all than other players. This could go lower depending on who you are. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I think Futari Original's harder than those ones. All right, next game. Who's got a game they want to see? Yeah, fight and rage. Like you get your ass beat until you learn how to learn. Gumber 2 puts you through the Psycho bootcamp. Yeah, once you learn Gumber 2, you kind of you've been through it. You understand. All right, Gunbird 1, Pro Gear, Blazing Lasers. We'll do Blazing Lasers real quick, just because it's fast. This shit is here. If you Blazing Lasers gets hard towards the end, and it's a long game, but you can not learn any of the game. And here's the thing about this game. If you learn one trick, I learned this from the Shmup Junkie video talking about it. Does Pete Hahn do the life trick? Pete Hahn's got a lot of good runs. He does do it. Okay, this trick is not easy. You do have to learn this. This is a compile game, by the way. You guys have seen Shmup Junkie before. You know about this game. This game's cool. You can this is a good game to sit down with and just play. You don't need to route it, really. Just find a weapon you like. A lot of people like the lasers. Stuff like that. Cruise through it. End of the game gets hard. But the reason this is so low is because if you do this trick here, if you time out this boss, it's a fairly lengthy timeout. Look at your lives. These are not just extra lives and extra bombs, and your bombs don't go away when you die. These are golden lives. If you don't have golden lives, you don't have checkpoints. Not enough love for Mobile Light Force. I'll show the fucking picture for that. It's so funny. That's 16 golden lives, and you get a lot more golden lives. If you know how to do with this, you compile games. Oh yeah, not Neptunia. Don't put Neptunia next to my glorious compile. Not compile heart. This is banger compile. Except that this game, I prefer their other games. We'll talk about Super Alesta later. One that I think is like this, but way better. And other ones like Spriggan. I guess I don't have Musha on here. I never cleared that, but I got close. Yeah, this game. Just do that trick. You have tons of lives and then just have fun. That's why it's low. You can one-shot it realistically. What was the next one there? We got Pro Gear and Gunbird 1. We'll do Gunbird 1 since we're just talking Psycho, then we'll talk Gunbird, or Pro Gear. Gunbird 1. Yeah, Compile Hearts is like all of those JRPG things. Compile is all of your Alesta games who would go on to become Rising. That's why a Maho Daisakusen Sorcerer Striker we were just talking about feels like a compile game because it's the same dudes. And then somehow that forms into you go from compile to fucking Yagawa games. So like compile goes from like this to fucking Garaga. It's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, Compile Heart is just titty CG's visual novel style. All right, now what were we just talking about? Gunbird 1, so much easier than Gunbird 2. This was my first Psycho game. Where in the fuck do we put this? You can, let's pull up Gunbird 1 and see what we think about it. Nope, just doxing myself. All right, view your channel. Where is Gunbird 1? This has some shitty filter over it, and it's vertical again. It looks good on YouTube, it looks terrible. I enjoy these because I like CRT look a lot. Anyway, this game is pretty good. It's still got, it's early Psycho before Strikers 1945 2 has jank in them. This has a bit of jank in that you have a really long charge time to do your charge shot. It looks gorgeous. The soundtrack is good, which usually soundtracks in Psycho is dog. They're not very good. That's their main weakness. And this game, there's a ton of viable ships. The crazy forward hitbox. I actually like the forward hitbox. This game's interesting. So Marion's popular because you can sit on things and point blank them for a ton. The robot with the charge shot is actually what I think is the best for Loop 1. Most people think the best is Yuan Nang. She's got a spear that does a ton of damage and cancels bullets, and she's got a wide shot. So she's probably, like, the technical best. But I have a soft spot for robot. Marion's also good. This game, for 1-all, you can, as long as you don't die with bombs. The big challenge in this game is not dying with bombs. If you die with bombs, you are so fucked in resources. If you don't die with bombs, then you're chilling. Bombs, this is in the Psycho era where you don't fight any bosses. You don't fight any of the bosses in this game. Like, I think I show at the end. So, like, here's a boss that would be hard. This game has great vibes. I think, yeah, there's something, the pixel art, it's like Maho Daisakusen pixel art. That same thing, I get it here. It's so good. Anyway, here's the final boss. This is why Gunbird 1 is on the lower end. Because bullet density's way less, there's less sniper shit. You can delete things, and this is not just Marion. You can delete things with a lot of the characters, and point blanking is extremely strong. It is Psycho, you need to learn the hard versions of the early stages, depending on when you get them. But, like, it's fine. I even was trying to learn the 2-all. I don't even think the 2-all is that bad, as long as you don't hit the train. So what do we think of Gunbird? You need to play a Psycho game, however, it is one of the easier Psycho games. It's more memo than Mushi Original. It is much easier than... It's weird bunching them like this, but it's easy to judge them against their own company. This is where I think preemptively. By the way, once again, this is not like hard, medium, easy, easier. This is like clear in one shot, blind, or like close to blind. This is like on the easier end. This is like these are games. These ones you have to learn. You must learn and route these games. But they aren't as intense as these ones, which are the harder end of like that style. These ones are the notably really hard games, and these ones are the fuck you games. It's close to Batsugun Original, maybe. Is this game better? Nothing is better than Radiant Silvergun. Radiant Silvergun is so good. It's in my top 5 favorites. Yeah, you do need auto fire. Oh. Maybe wait. I do think it's easier than Sonic Wing or easier than Sonic Wings. Do we think this? No, we don't think this. Yeah, I do think this is super subjective. I'm also trying to remember shit from like forever ago. What is your top 5 in no order? Escalada 2, Radiant Silvergun, DOJ, Toho 8, and Gate of Thunder. So we're gonna talk about Gate of Thunder. All right, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no fucking clue where to put Gate of Thunder. I have no idea. This is the game I have put the most amount of time in by far. Even more than none of these hibachis, none of these second loops. I have put more time in this than any of those, and I'll explain why in a second, and also why I have no experience with just clearing this game. I have no idea where this should go. So this game does have Gradius Syndrome, but it has a comfy shield. You are strong when you're strong. Let's put up something. I think, did Desmaku upload? He just recently cleared. We'll just pull up Chinopolis. Radiant Silvergun is one of the most annoying shmups. Here's the thing about that. I was scared of that exact feeling, but the thing I learned is that you do not need to be perfect. There's a couple you have to hit, like if you're playing stage 2 route, 2B, you have to do that one. However, you can fuck up and clear. Like I went to a shmup meet with some dudes, and I fucked up the entirety of the stage 3, which is like the first third of the game, like badly. Like I entered the routes with like 8 instead of like 13 of weapon power and of the ones I wanted. Still comfortably like fucked up Ziga. So as long as you don't fuck up the big ones, shockingly, you don't need to like insta restart if you break a chain, which turns that game from something I would hate to one of my favorite games. Anyway, here's Gate of Thunder. So if you are high power, this game is fucking awesome, dude. This is the best Technosoft adjacent game. This is by the people who did Thunder Force 3 and then cut off. So here's the thing with this game. It's your Thunder Force memo, so it's easier memo, but it's still memo. Your shield is very comfy. You got 3, and you got a lot of shield drops. You got like 1 per stage. If you die, though, you lose weapon power, you lose your options. If you lose your options, things suck. So this game does have mild Gradius Syndrome, especially at the end. Like, if you die on the final boss, you're dead. So it's weird in that it's super lenient, and whenever you're full powered, also every power-up bombs the whole stage. So it's so hard to gauge this. I suspect that this is here. Or here. Or here. Or here. I suspect that this is here. Now, you might be asking, why don't I know where to put this? And why is this here? You see this here? Devil mode, no power-ups. So I discovered something while I was routing this game. So there is Gradius Syndrome in this game. But you know what I figured out? I found out that this whole game is completely static. And I found out you never have Gradius Syndrome if you never have any power to lose. So guess what I fucking did? I created my own route. Where is it? Day 1, part 2. This is the first time I ever popped up in anything, by the way. This was a... This is a no... hardest mode in the game. No power-ups. This is so fun. It's static, so you can memo it. That's where I met Maris. Maris... I didn't know who Maris was. He's like, yeah, I like Escalada too. And then he goes up there and shreds Escalada too. So I did a run with no power, and this was some of the funnest to make a route of. I created everything myself. This shit took so long, man. I'm going to do a stream sometime going over it. It took so goddamn long to memo everything. and get it tight enough to do it live. We got a miracle run here. I got all of the. Here's the. Nobody is gonna appreciate this. This is the only. I don't like bragging too much, but I was very, very happy when this shit happened. There's a secret extend here, and you can't get it without a shield. Unless I got that in the live run, dude. Anyway, so because I routed it all and like I spent so many hours just trying random ass spots on the screen to see what spots would work and what wouldn't, and finding consistent stuff to make it work for a live event. This shit took way longer than SDOJ with Hibachi, took way longer than any of the 2-alls. This shit is but shockingly not that hard. I put it there. It just took me so long just because I had to route it myself and come up with strats. This is my contribution to Shmups. Is this run right here? I don't have anything else unique to offer. That said, if you want to copy it, it's shockingly not that bad, and there's no Gradius syndrome because if you die, then you're back to normal power, of which you are at normal power. Anyway, I fucking love that game. Anybody else got a game? Oh, we're getting through there. We're chugging along with them. The Doom train is gonna have to wait. I couldn't tell if you were making a face or if you wanted to talk about V5, a game in which I have no clue how to talk about. I was gonna run this game at Shmup Slam, but then I swapped it over to DOJ. So I have a no miss perfect of this where you get all of the items. This game is one of later Tolaplan games. Oh no, I'm just memeing. It's like that. This game has if you play Grindstormer, it's different. If you play V5, you get this Gradius. In Gradius mode, you have a shield. This game has checkpoints and power loss. However, it has a shield. So you have room for mistakes, even if you're doing like a no-miss run. This game is so interesting. It's a mix between like each section will either feel like a Tolaplan section, it will feel like something like a Batsugun section, or it'll feel like I don't know, like something more modern. It is so bizarre. This game is very, very cool. The soundtrack is both dog shit and fucking awesome at the same exact time. It's so bizarre of a game. I like this game. Why can't I rank it based on difficulty? Because I got this on my first try, and I don't know if I got it as a fluke. It's same deal with Ray Force. I thought Ray Force was easier than I thought, and then I really thought about it, and I'm like, no, I just got a fluke run. Oh, man. You're interested in playing it, but it scares you. You should not be scared. I was scared of Gradius Syndrome. It's consistent to route, and you have a shield, which means, like, imagine SDOJ, how you have, like, one leeway of Autobomb. Imagine that, but, like, way less punishing and way less executionally heavy. Hard side of Tolaplan. No, when I think hard side of Tolaplan, I think Same Same Same. I think for all of Batsugun. I think at the very top, I think of Truxton 2, Tatsujin O. This shit is nowhere close to those, not even remotely. This is like a bit harder than Batsugun. Where do we want to put it? No, not even remotely close to Tatsujin O. This shit, I probably spent 20 hours and got a no miss on my first try. That's about where I'm at with this. That said, there is Gradius Syndrome if you do make 2 mistakes fast and don't have like a shield proc. Where do we put it? Let's just we're gonna put it somewhere in here. I think it's harder than Futari Original, harder than DDP, harder than Sorcerer Striker. I'm putting Galuda up higher than R-Type. Galuda Final Boss propels it above R-Type. I think it's harder than R-Type. I do think the last stage you have to memo a whole lot, but I think it's here. I would put it here. It could go higher. depending on how you feel about this later stage. The later stages, you have to hard memo some things. The last stage is kind of hard. You just have to understand how to deal with this fucker. And manipulating, because the weird thing with this game, because your options are like Gradius or Mushi, how they follow you, you do have to get comfy with manipulating these. But they're fun to manipulate. They're not, like, annoying. You used to be scared of Gradius Syndrome. I did too, until I played the ultimate Gradius Syndrome game of R-Type 1, and I liked R-Type 1. That was Akeda's first game. It was. Akeda, the cave main dude. All of Cave is because of this game. Yep. Well, you even see if you pick a shot in this, you can lock your shot to be like a thin shot or like spread. It's like low key kind of the shot and spread of Cave. Kind of like how they experimented with it like Type C in a Batsugun. All right, next game. What game do you guys want to see? We're getting ever closer. So far, I don't see too many things to want to shift around. Maybe this top end is a bit weird. Maybe the Psycho games, I'm just not sure. But like generally, this is kind of where I put them from my experience. All right, somebody chuck a game in chat. And the first game I see, that's the one we're going to do. I get a recording of this, dude. I did it without recording, and now I got to relearn the game. Thunder Force 4. All right, this one, we're just listening to Thunder Force 4 soundtrack. All right, this game is sick as fuck. However, it's got some weird things with it. Where's some of my favorite music? I don't know, this part's cool. This game is gorgeous. This game feels good. This game sounds fucking incredible. This game's pretty varied. This game has a weird thing where it is so easy to get clipped in this, because the vertical play area is massive and the way it scrolls is not immediate. And enemies are spawning like very, very low down. So you have to route this game. This is a memo game. You must route it to not get tagged by things that are off screen, and you must move the camera carefully. It is very, very easy to get clipped. And honestly, I don't know if it's because I practice the later end more, but I find stage 1 through 4 massively harder than the rest of the game. The rest of the game feels more staticky. This song's pretty banger. There's a lot of good stuff in here. This game's really cool. If you like horror games, you need to try this one. What do you think of it on the highest difficulty? I haven't tried that. I thought about doing that after the Gate of Thunder one. I'm like, what if I boot this up on the hardest and see how that goes? Because I think this shit's static too. This one would be a fun one to do, like, no power-ups. I might mess with that. But I haven't messed with it on hardest. This game also is a little bit easier to recover than, say, like a Gate of Thunder. Because there are several pockets in this game where you can recover massively. So, like, where's a big one? This stage has a big pocket of recovery. It's up here. So if you know about a few secrets, like, look at this. Let's say you have a shield. Wall stage is hardest part. I don't have a problem with the wall stage. I have a huge problems with the flying blue cool-ass stage. Or blue-green. I have a lot of problems with this stage, shockingly. Which is why I play it first, not just because it's a cool introductory one. Oddly, I find this stage is supposed to be the hardest. I find it the easiest. Blue stage isn't too bad, but it's easy to fuck up the 1-up and easy to get tagged. And you don't have a shield yet if you're doing the route I'm doing until midway through there. But this game has pockets like this, where if you fucked up your shield and your option, you can go through and, like, regenerate on everything. Because of that, it's a bit easier to recover, even if you fucked up early in the early game. Are we talking wall stage like this one? It definitely has some, like, gotcha moments. I'm trying to think of the one... I do remember one part that was bothering me. What was the part that gave me... I think here. I think this part's hard. This is probably the hardest part of the second half in this section. It's because of, where are they? Is it this guy? I do think this part's a bit fiddly. The one stage with multiple routes. There's a few. You mean like fire? If you want fire, I think you go up. I think the up route's good. And things like this. There's a few sections like this where they condense everything. And you don't have to really think about anything. You take the top route and do this, and you have fewer threats to think about. So, what do we think? This is way harder than the other Thunder Force games. It's way more memo. You have to be careful. It's fucking sick-ass game. It's very easy to get tagged on. But because there's recovery pockets... I don't know how I think about this placement. I think the memo in the games above it are more intense. I don't know. It's so hard to compare these Hori ones to like your Psycho or your Cave. So like, I find this harder than Utari original. Yeah, 4 is way harder than 3. Maybe we bump it up past Dodonpachi, because Dodonpachi you can always bomb a lot. Sorcerer Striker has more difficult loss. We'll put it here. I think R-Type is harder. I think Sorcerer Striker is harder. I think it's easy. I think Dodonpachi's easier. While we're here, we'll talk about Thunder Force 3. There's a couple versions in here. We'll talk about Genesis Thunder Force 3. This game is a memo game. You have the memo sections. There's walls in it. I don't have a replay of it. I thought about doing a stream where we clear every version of Thunder Force 3. That'll be a fun one at some point in time. Where do we put you? It's so funny putting these over fucking FDF3 Lunatic. We'll put you here. Let's find a Thunder Force 3 run. This game is also good. It feels very different because it's different crew than Thunder Force 4. This game, most parts are relatively not bad and fairly chill. And then there's tons of gotchas. So I say it's memo because, like, there's shit like walls that just ram you. Like, gotta know that one. Gotta know how these walls work on this stage. The very first time you play the fire stage, you'll get fucking annihilated. It's not too bad when you route it, then it's just any other stage. But first time you touch this, you're losing like 90 lives. Aside from that, when you practice this game and route it, it is relatively chill. However, it is not like a compile game where you could just sit down with it and have fun. You have fun and then you die once and then it's miserable. If you're going in like blind. If you're not going in blind, put this at like it's easy memo game. Thunder Force AC, it's the same. I don't know if it's easier or harder. It has 2 different stages. I feel more comfy with AC, to be completely honest. It has the middle stages, which are a little more annoying. We'll put you here, but these are like somewhat interchangeable, depending on which middle stages you prefer. I prefer the arcade version. You do need auto fire, I think, on this. Thunder Force 3 is good auto fire on Genesis. AC, they got rid of it. You need to use auto fire, or else it's a thing. I prefer AC. Although I do prefer the Thunder Force 3 middle stages. Alright, anybody else got a game you want to do? We are grinding them down. This one we actually have a repeat on, so we got one less. You got into some arcade franchises and fun console. What's a AC plus CS hybrid? Alright, we'll do Gradius 2, Metal Black. We'll do the 2 similar-ish games. First off, Gradius 2. I did not know if I'd like Gradius because I don't like thin laser. Turns out laser feels good, and in Gradius too, I use the type with the I think I use D. Whichever one's the best one, that's the one I use. Gradius 2, this game is fucking awesome. I could not believe how much I loved this game. I, f- I thought it'd be like R-Type, where I'm like, this is cool, and I'm glad I did it, and it's like the Gradius Syndrome wasn't too bad. No, dude, it feels really good. Gradius 2 feels fucking awesome to shoot things in. Things feel awesome. I was shocked how much I like this game. It just feels good to do everything. And I thought it wouldn't feel good to do everything because I thought it would be like you miss things with missiles because they're sporadic, or you miss things with your shot because of the weird limit. But I was shocked at how much I like this. What I say is if you have trouble with this, get past stage 1. Stage 1 is hard and you have to power up and you get smacked by memo shit. If you can just get past stage 1, put a save state there, learn the rest of the game. It's so fun. Now, this game is nowhere near the difficulty of any of the Gradius after this. Like, Gradius 3 is like up here, and this Gradius is considered easy. Considered easy by people. It's not easy. It has Gradius syndrome, but yeah, the laser and shot is way bigger. Yeah, it's fucking huge. You got this like tiny dick laser, and it's like and the hitbox is really small. Your hitbox vertically is like puny. Really, really puny. You can get away with like bullet hell dodges sometimes. I actually don't find too much issue with Crystal stage, but I do use Type D, which kind of fucks that stage up. Let me put up some Gradius too. I was shocked at how much I like Gradius 2. I need to play another Gradius game. Type D kind of, even with the randomness of these, I found for the most part I could sit here. So like, watch, 5 seconds, I'm still here, still here. I'm just moving around because I'm bored, and then later you need to move around. Yo, what up? What up? We still got much more. But yeah, this game could be Euro, but it's not. It's just good. And my caveat for difficulty, however, so I always say that Gradius does not have Gradius syndrome. They're the spider. Oh, which one's the spider? Is this the spider? Or this thing? This guy's kind of an asshole. You have to play very calm on the edges and watch for the bullets. Oh, this fucker, dude. Alright, I'll talk about this motherfucker. Oh my god. I'll talk about you. But first off, let's talk about just things feel so fucking good to blow up. I thought it would feel jank, but things just feel good. You can, so first thing that makes this difficult, you have an option hunter if you have max options. That's nullified. You just pick up an option at a certain point, and then the option hunter comes in at a point where he's really easy to dodge while nothing's happening. Don't have to think about option hunter ever again. So I was talking about this game doesn't have Gradius syndrome because you have a 3-hit shield, of which you are also stocking a 3-hit shield. So the moment your 3 hits pop, you just pop shield and then you start building up another shield. You have so many mistakes you can make. The only mistakes you cannot make is running into terrain. The exception to that, there are some sections your shield is bigger than your hitbox, which means there are sections like the high speed section that will just rip your shield. So like here's the high speed section. This is the route I found that gets through it like really easily. You memorize this and you're good. However, look at this. It is very hard to keep your shield here. So you do lose your shield, but you can build it here and consistently get through this without getting hit. If you do this section correctly, you end off with the shield. I even got tagged here. You end off with shield. I even have a shield built. So like there's sections like that where they do rip your shield, but you can make mistakes. You can make so many mistakes just as long as they're not catastrophic mistakes. And like things in like DOJ and like Dononpachi, like dying with full bombs, I equate that type of mistake. You have Gradius 2 as well. Think it's favorite as the first 3. I do too. It's just like I look at this like the R-Type 2 of like Gradius. It's like, okay, the first one was revolutionary and really good, but like this is like we took that and we made everything that's good about it. We just did that stuff. The only problem is there's one huge caveat with this game, and this is a huge deal with difficulty. So I talked about SDOJ being as high as it is because it all relies on the stage. This shit is up here because hitting the stage 4 extra extend is so important. It is unbelievably important to not fuck up the stage 4 extend in SDOJ or you're so dead. In this game has one huge problem, and that problem is this motherfucker right here. This is the bastard of this game. So these games are known for having a final boss that doesn't fight you. There's technically one pixel here where you can die on, like if you go below in front of the eye, but this isn't a final boss. That's kind of the Gradius tradition. The real TLB final motherfucker is this asshole dude. Why is this guy a problem? The checkpoint, if you mess this up, first off, is really hard. It is really hard to do this. So this is the strat that I found to do this shit. So Walker comes in from behind you. If you stack your options like this, you can get rid of these top and bottom guys. Here comes the big problem. It is unbelievably hard to keep your shield through this shit. This shit will rip your shield because your shield has a bigger hitbox. So this section's not bad. Like, it is tight. You have to do very tight taps here. But, like, it's less scary than it looks. It's still scary. But you have no shield, so you tick that and you die. Yeah, you spend so much time save stating, same exact thing. Nothing took nearly as long as just making sure that this bastard would not ruin your run. And then there's one part right here. That part was hard, but you just have to make sure you do one top movement. This bottom leg can kill you. You have to do that subtle up movement and then back down, and then you're set. Even if you die right now, you've won. The checkpoint is here, and it's like a fake checkpoint, like you just win. However, if you die at any point, like here, while he's like coming up behind you, or if you die in this section here, this checkpoint is unbelievably hard. I gave up on trying to do it. I just decided that I was just going to make sure not to fuck up. And if you can do that, then it's good. But this is like, this ups the difficulty by a ton. Because this singular section is a section you cannot fuck up. And you have no leeway. Like, if you learn the recovery, I bet it's a lot easier, but the recovery's hard. Yeah, Gradius 5, I want to learn Gradius 5, but the problem is the save states suck. I'm not save states. The input lag, even on good PS2 emo, I still don't like it. I'm super sensitive. And I can't be asked to, like, figure out how to record off CRT. But I really do want to do 5. Anyway, so Gradius 5, it is not as hard as the games that are after it. It is a lot more leeway than a R-type. You can make a lot of mistakes, but you absolutely must not die in that section or like the high-speed section. So because of that, maybe there. I think my 1cc was checkpoint recovery. That's sick as fuck. If you have that one on there, I'll have to go look at that because like that's like not an easy checkpoint. It's not like trying to recover off the R-Type 1, like second to last stage. That's impossible, but it is super hard. Gradius 2 shits over Escaluda. I personally would put Escaluda lower, but I've seen people agonizing over Escaluda final boss and final pattern. That I rank it higher. You know what? I actually think V5 is harder. Have you tried Special K? Very recently, I learned about that and like DG Voodoo. I need to jump into that because I'm trying to record like Toho 8. And like even with when I use a vertical mod to play it on here, it still has like kind of shitty like the frame pacing is weird when you do the vertical thing, and even with VSync patch, it's not exactly where I want it. And like everybody's like, no, you gotta do DG Voodoo and Special K. And somebody even made special settings specifically with those for that. It should be on leaderboard. Oh, that's tight. I need to look at that one. That'll be cool. I don't know. I don't remember how to recover off that checkpoint. Very good with DG Voodoo to DirectX 11, then Special Case. Sweet. I need to do that. I gotta learn how to do that fast because I want to do the beginner Toho guide before Savage comes out in Final Fantasy, which is in next Tuesday. So I'll learn that pretty fast. All right. Anybody got vote for next game? Man, we're getting down there. I thought I had no idea there'd be so many games. I'm like, damn, we have played a lot of them. Let's talk Pro Gear and then Glay Lancer. I wish there was a Glay Lancer 3. I do like me some Glay Lancer. I saw Macaw's run and is stoked because he's playing Glay Lancer and he fucking hates this game. Because this game doesn't have the big flash, the big notable moments that you'll find in something like what's the other Mega Drive Gaiaris? It's missing some of the like big moments from that. I still love this game a bit. Pro Gear. Pro Gear is how I found Hidden Fortress channel. It was like Pro Gear and the one talking about games to not play to clear. Anyway, Pro Gear. I played this for Score and Callus Cup, and it took me like 2 days to learn. So I don't think it's nearly as hard as like a DOJ or anything. It does have it's interesting difficulty wise. Let me show you something. Here, let me pull up. This game is so interesting because if you score it or not, it's so different. I did a half-ass score. Like Mariscam posted like a survival half score run, and that's why I learned it really fast, and it like really you just worried about the red section on stage 4, and that's the only thing I worried about. So I have like I don't think it's too bad, but I've seen a lot of people have trouble with the patterns because the patterns are not static in their order. They are randomly chosen. You can react to the boss behavior, but they aren't it doesn't give you pattern A, B, then C. It can give separate ones. And the patterns are the more Ketsui like. They're more you have to dodge them type thing. I want to go back and learn a true survival for this, or I need to learn to score if I ever want 2-all, because you need to score first loop. What I want to show is Fuku-chan. Fuku-chan has a replay that plays this for survival and still scores like 13 mil or something. It is a super cool run because it holds gems for an absurdly long time. It's really interesting. This game also looks so goddamn good, by the way. I think this is people know about Pro Gear, but like I still feel like it's underrated. Anyway, this game, you have random patterns whenever you're on the bosses. There are some weird things, like everybody's playing this ship. I don't know if it's like with the others, but using your shot does more damage than holding a laser. Don't like Gaiaris as much with the brutal checkpoints. Yeah, Gaiaris is like an R-type, like true checkpoint stuff. I honestly, you cannot bomb if you are playing for score, but if you are playing for survival, a lot of the most hard patterns from like dudes like this, you can get away with bombing the really scary shit. So like, where's this pattern? This one's cool as fuck to see dodged, but a lot of stuff you can bomb, and the bombs are super high powered. They like drill into the boss and then last a while you point blank it. They're kind of like DDP shot bombs on crack. But really I find stage 1 to 3, once you learn them, you can get through them. Stage 4, you do have to get used to this vertical ratio. This run in particular, this is Fuku-chan's run, is super interesting because Veritex, Glay Lancer, and Gaiaris. Gaiaris is the one noticed as the best for all of them. But this run's super cool because it holds gems for a long time and it doesn't absorb them to reset the chain. It just does this shit a whole lot on the stage because you're going up anyway. Everything's coming up above you. It just catches them. It looks like dog shit, but it's super interesting. And it scores shockingly high than you would think. The stage extend is right here. You have to damage this guy a bit so you can kill him in time. You need to not kill him. If you keep shooting him, he dies. You shoot this top one, and then you kill the bottom one. It's a little weird, but it's once you know how to do it, it's an easy extend to get. Yeah, easy for survival. Yeah, I didn't even think about bigger cancels, just keep holding. But if you're attempting this kind of a route and not trying to score it with intention to get full lives to go into the second loop, I think that this game is not that bad. I do think it is harder than DDP. I do think it's harder than 4. I think it's easier than Sorcerer Striker and Gradius 2. It's really interesting, this one. If you bomb the bosses of the particularly egregious patterns, and you do... So this is like one of the hardest parts of the game. Is this like... as soon as this goes red, close to the top, I remember this section being really hard to score on. But like, look at this route. This route is so good. I fucking love constructed survival runs that just take these hard-ass sections and make them look pathetic. I live for this shit. I need to do one on this at some point. But Progear, really good. It's more approachable of a cave game. It's still hard. Not as hard as the hard cave games. What was the other one? Glay Lancer. Bam, fucking chuck it down here. Glay Lancer. This game has checkpoints. It's gorgeous. The first stage is horrible visibility, but it looks good enough that we're okay with that. What you do is you pick search. I bet Chinopolis has a Glay Lancer run. Well, I just searched Chinopolis, and not Chinopolis Glay Lancer. No Glay Lancer? He's cleared every game on the planet except for Glay Lancer. Glay Lancer 1cc. This game's got a good soundtrack. This game is pretty chill. It's a checkpoint game. You recover extremely easily. They just dump power on you. This game gives you a lot of lives. You pick a... We're on Actane. Actane uses reverse mover. I haven't seen how this one operates. The easiest one, I think, to use is the one where it just auto-searches with both of them. You pick one variation of that, and you have homing for the whole game. It's kind of like using Cheetah's flamethrowers and Sorcerer Striker, but for the whole game. Some weapons are bad, some weapons are good. Why is this in the bottom tier? If you play on normal, I cleared on my second try. My first ever credit of the game, I put in and died on the first stage because I didn't know what was going on. And then I put in another credit after a restart, and I cleared it blind with like 1 life remaining. I think like, you have enough lives to get stuck on a boss and then figure out the boss and then still clear it. So it looks gorgeous. It's a very Mega Drive game. This is like Mega Drive shmup. Like, if there's Mega Drive shmup, I think of Glay Lancer and like Thunder Force 3. Cool. Very easy. If you're newer to shmups, that one, you can like lab out that one and you'll pick it up fast. If you like save state it, if you have trouble going like blind. All right, we need some more games. What do we want to see? We have some more compile. We have a 2-all hanging out here. Samurai Aces is funny as fuck. Sapphire's low-key super good. Earthion's pretty funny. Yo, thanks for popping in, Kuro. I appreciate it. Congrats on your Type A one. That's so sick. We both did the same exact route, same ship at like same-ish times. I'm like, that was cool to look at your run and look at this one. How do you play these old shmups with least input delay? I play on RetroArch and use run ahead. At least 1 is fine for pretty much everything. 2 sometimes works on games that are laggy. 2 doesn't work for a lot of things, though. It'll be too jittery, and it's just like, it feels like you're cheating. Yeah, that was funny. We got both the same. But I just do RetroArch. Everybody will tell you MAME. I'm so sensitive to input lag, and MAME is like 1 or 2 frames more than I can handle. I have to use run ahead or like shit like that. I have VRR goes like high hurt. I have like a good input thing for this, and I still like, it drives me crazy. Do Eartheon. Eartheon, this is the game of 100 hits. I had a good time with this game. However, ooh, Aqua's hard. He's doing hard mode. I think I was watching him stream that. The hard mode's fucked up. Hard mode is so crazy. Hot shot mode also crazy. Who's got a normal run? I need to. How bad is Kingdom Grand Prix? Kingdom Grand Prix is very, very approachable. Play the international version, which is Kingdom Grand Prix. Don't care about winning the race. Sit at the bottom. Extreme. It's the easiest rising game, and it's very approachable for a 1cc. I think it's somewhere on the. If you look at Shmup Junkie Discord, they have their curated list of beginner games, and the arcade one all of that is somewhere on that list. Very approachable, and racing even isn't that bad. Yeah, hard mode is not kind of evil. Hard mode is fucked up, man. This game is evil. It's super evil because it gives you the impression that you have resources. The moment you drop down to no power, it doesn't matter how many lives you have, you are dead in hard mode. In normal mode, it doesn't matter. We'll just use this one. This game, I have no clue. Yeah, the normal mode is made for like, it's made so you can clear it if you ram everything. I cleared it on my first try. There's definitely some memo things that got me, like the dude coming from behind you on the one stage. I have no clue what to think about this game, because this game, visually, is fucking awesome, and it sounds fucking awesome. But there's some weird-ass gameplay things with it, and I would be fine with that. But the issue is the EXA version is basically this game, but like with like people who know what they're doing behind shmups behind it. Knowing that the EXA version is fucking awesome, like, hurts how I feel about this game, dude. I'm like, I wish I didn't know the EXA is about the EXA version. Because it's like, now I can't fucking play the best version. That said, this game looks awesome, sounds awesome, it's super fun to play. Hard mode and super hot are just turbo fucked. Unbelievably, absolutely insane. Yeah, everything on hard is super tanky. You have to route absolutely everything. Getting hit is absolutely catastrophic at any point in time. It doesn't matter your shield, doesn't matter your lives. If your shot power goes down or your shield goes down, runs over. Doesn't matter how many lives you have. And there's only like 2 viable weapons. It's like this one and like the spread or whatever. Hotshot mode still isn't too bad. It dropped it. Yeah, you dropped the no power, and you are not. The last boss takes so long. And my real issue is there's not really bullet patterns. There's just kind of fuck yous. Like look at this. They just slid up the bullet speed. They're like, yeah, just make that shit fast, and people will memo it. Here's my problem with this game's so weird. I like this game, but like, I do have gripes with it because it's so fucking good that it's so sad that there's weird things in the gameplay. Where's like Tiny Bitch Boss? It's this asshole. There's like, their bosses are so bizarre. Like, in Mega Drive games, they give you a dad shmup pattern, but here they just kind of give you shit. And it's like, you kind of just try not to die. That's kind of how this game is. But, so, why are we talking about it being, like, easier on normal? Because power loss isn't too bad when you get hit. When you get hit, you lose a bit of shot power, but you have a shit ton of shield, and it doesn't hurt that much. And, like, you can get hit 100 times in this game in normal and still clear. Like, on first try or second try, it's very doable. Whereas Eartheon, for that reason, I put it here. I put it... Yeah, they just... If they do... I don't know. Oh yeah, let's talk Birdcage real quick. I didn't 1cc it. I just did the playthrough. We did a stream of that. I really like that game's aesthetic. I don't have as many issues with the gameplay stuff, but there's definitely shit missing in it. But the stuff that's there, I like. Difficulty-wise, I haven't done 1ccs. You'd have to ask, like, Wes or something. It's probably in this tier somewhere. They balance the entire game around normal, and then like for hard and stuff, they're like, well, if the bullet, we'll just pop damage and bullets up. It's like it very much feels like it's not like a normal mode and a hard mode and a whatever mode. It just feels like normal, like new game plus damage just popped up a shit ton. It's super weird, which I have like a weird impression of Eartheon. It's like the highest highs and low lows. I still think it's worth it though, because it's fucking cool. Anyway, what game shall we do next? I'm gonna talk about these real quick. Birdcage 1cc is pretty easy. Gotcha. Yeah, I suspect it's either like low cave end or like down by like these. Like on here. I don't even think hard. I did a hard credit feed run and it seemed very similar, minus certain sections that seemed unbalanced. But a lot of people are kind of like not feeling Birdcage when it came out. And then a lot of people really liking it. It's super interesting behind that game. I really like it, but I do admit like the later stages do feel like they're missing something. I think what it needs are like the mid-sized bastards. Like if you look at like like if you look at let's just look here. I looked up DOJ 2all and all I got was Epstein files. Diojo 2all. Let's look at Peg's run. This run's awesome. What I think it's missing is, well, it's got the good Zako stuff and the good it's missing like these. It's missing like these bastards. So it's like I think Birdcage has the like it's got the tanks in the good formation, but what it's missing is like the notable buildings. Like when I think about second half of DOJ, I think about these buildings. And it feels like there's less of those. Oh man, I was trying so hard not to watch Maris, your about Mushi original. Acha. I was trying so hard not to watch your run so I could go in blind. I saw your demo where you like S plussed everything afterward. So yeah, Birdcage, that's where it would be around. Mushi original probably. Let's talk about I'm gonna just do these real fast. Tech plays PS2 controller? Yeah. By the way, you gotta show the end of this run. It's so fucking tight. It needs elite enemies. That's a good way. It's like a beat 'em up without like a... Fuck, I can't remember beat 'em up fucking names. But if you only had like the basic bitch grunts... I've forgotten all my Final Fight names. He says earlier, he's like, it's not enough, and they mix it through. That shit's tight. Anyway, I'm gonna talk about these super fast. Twin Cobra, this is a Tola plan. This is so much easier than... it is so much easier than the Japanese version. What's it called again? Hishozame's the plain one. And then, I know Shmup Junkie loves this game. Talks about this a lot. A lot of the shmups this year, top 10 arcade of the year. Yeah, that's an interesting that like those are the like moments you remember. Otherwise, they just become stages. Yeah, Kikyoku Tiger. I probably said it wrong. This has no... It has power loss. I'm gonna put it up higher just because it's fucked. No, I did this shit blind. So here's the thing with this game. You must memo Hikoku Tiger. It's got checkpoints and checkpoint recovery. However, this version does not have checkpoints. And you have a lot of bombs. So you just bomb spam through bosses. And then you die and you bomb spam through bosses. And recovery takes fucking ages to get back your fucking blue spread. But it's not as bad. It's super weird. Yeah, canonically a drunk game. All right, why do you have Radiant Silvergun Stage 2? Because Stage 4 makes Zyga easy. I find most of the difficulty in Silvergun is stage 3. And stage 4 route, the parts that I thought were really hard in stage 4, I don't find hard anymore, so I'm kind of mixed in that. Like the 4B boss, I used to think was crazy and now I think is easy. So that's like changing my judgment. Depending on what you think of that, Silvergun stage 4 could be a lot higher than stage 2. But that's why I kind of chucked them there. It's kind of hard because the gaps, we have a lot more closeness in these bottom half ones. Twin Cobra 2. This, I don't know. So I don't understand this game. So Kikyoku Tiger 2 is a memo game, and it's like you gotta route it out really hard. But I have a memory of like 3 years ago getting like a 1 credit clear of this, completely blind. So I think the international version, Twin Cobra 2, is like Brain Dead Easy or something. And the Kikoku Tiger 2 is like way higher. But if I'm not like tripping balls, I think this game is really easy. I cleared it first try, blind. The only thing I knew about this game is you pick the green weapon, that's it. So for that reason, we put it there. I suspect it's way harder in JP version. I guess if you have the chaining worked out for 4, yeah. I guess that's a big deal too. Silvergun is so hard to rank because of like, there's a lot of things that make that one difficult. Yeah, nobody knows that of. All right. All right, what next? What are you guys feeling? Which one do we want to talk about? Like post hyper duel. Well, we got this still here. There's a lot of good games. When I was first new, I was doing all the chump games like fucking Air Assault. And then like you'd clear it and then still feel bad because the game's trash. Yes, Metal Black. We have 2 Metal Blacks. All right, Metal Black. We are getting a 1cc of Metal Black. Here. This is a memo game. However, this game is unbelievable. This game is 19. If you haven't seen Metal Black, by the way, it's like it's a title game. So you know it's God, but it's like unbelievably. Did I not upload? There it is. Oh my god, this game is so good. People have like gameplay problems with this one. I don't even have gameplay problems with this game. I think it's just fucking good. I love this game, dude. So, this game, you pick up power and you have a high power level. If you have a screen-wide bomb that makes sections extremely much easier. One of the hardest parts of the game is end of stage 2 before the boss. Look at what happens. And you can route out sections to make them easier by using your power. So look at this. Once this really hard section starts, you pop laser, and this is manipulatable. You hold it, and you spend less while using a straight shot beam that does a lot. Or you hold it, and you can keep, like, moving it, and it'll spend more. So you can route around hard sections with the bomb, which is not in stuff like Gradius and R-Type. There are no checkpoints. You instantly spawn back in. There is a comfy amount of lives in this game. So, I think this is 6 lives total. I think you can get this number to 0 and still have 1 life. Game is gorgeous as fuck. It sounds so good. And it's like, to me, this is one of the most lenient dad horror games ever. I feel like people put this game really high in difficulty relative to what I think it is. I think this game is fine. Here's the huge deal. 0 power loss. There is no power loss. Instant respawn. Unbelievable. That like drops it down in difficulty a massive amount. And there's a screen-wide bomb you can route in places where you instantly get all your power back. Yeah, last boss is a cat. Dude, if you don't know anything about Metal Black, just look into this game. It's unbelievable. I think Macaw had a stream for it. Just go find that VOD and you'll see him like gorging over it. Anyway, this game, because of those two reasons, no power loss, things are really static, minus these fucking assholes, dude. These are the biggest motherfucker Zakos I've ever seen in a video game. These dudes are invincible while they move, and they just try to sit on top of you, and if they live, they shoot like 6-wide beam, and you can't escape them. Oh yeah, tidal explosions are unbelievably good. This shit's in Gun Frontier too. Even if you don't like yeah, if you don't like shmups, you'd still play through this and go like, holy shit. And like the hard sections, you can always route a bomb, or you can just die. When I played this game for Callus, I didn't mind just dying. You just die, you got fucking 5 lives. I couldn't find 6 spots in the run where I felt like I was threatened. I found like 3. So for that reason, we have this down pretty low. Like, I have a very high opinion of this game, and I have a very high opinion of it in gameplay also. However, if you've watched our streams or stuff, you notice we went for a no miss of this game. Oh boy. Oh my fucking god. This shit. No missing a game versus having 5 places where you can die are completely different. Oh my god. If you watch the stream we did, I don't know how long it was. It was like 6 hours of me getting far and then eating shit to one section because there's a lot of sections at the end and even some at the start that like can be really fucked up, and you have to play pretty perfect if you're going for a no miss. Shockingly hard for a no miss. You have to be perfect. There is no leeway. Like the big reason it's low for a normal 1cc is because no power loss, no checkpoint. Well, those don't fucking matter. And if one section is hard in a no miss run, it catapults the difficulty. Because like, imagine if this game was like you could play it blindfolded, but then you had to do hibachi washing machine. It would still be easy because you could do the whole thing blindfolded, and now you do washing machine with 6 lives. One hard section that you power through, it doesn't matter. However, yeah, Hidden Fortress knows. Dude, you are a homie sticking with you stuck with me for so long on that. Oh, I appreciate that. That was really fun. I wasn't even mad during that too. I got mad during DDP. I was chilling with Metal Black. That was just a good time. But this game, there are so many little sections that can, like, this is a small, easy section, but if you do a slight fuck up, this section can, like, murder you. Like, if you slightly fuck up, like, killing the right priority of enemies, that's a death point. These enemies are slightly random, but you can route around that. The red enemies, every time there is one in a stage, like here you have to make sure you manipulate Zakos perfect. If you bomb incorrectly, these can get through you. The red enemies here are such bastards that every time they appear, that's a kill attempt in the no miss run. So for those reasons, I put Metal Black no miss really high. I still think Ikaruga is harder. Is no miss harder than Ray Force? I think it is. We'll stick it there. Just because it could be easier. I think the threats in Ray Force are way scarier. However, I think not having one mistake in a game where you do have a lot of RNG is a problem. We'll stick it there. It could be because of from my playing. I took fucking ages to do that. I had to go off stream and clear it, and it's still like a nightmare. Anybody else put a game in? We got Metal Black. Somebody throw a game in, and we have 2 Thunder Force ACs. I'll talk about R-Type Leo in the meantime while we're talking about lenient horizontal games. This game has checkpoints. I no-miss this game early in my career, so I put it lower. There are some hard shit. You are strong, not in the same ways as in R-Type 1. You are strong because your options that go out and seek carry you through the whole game. This game is gorgeous, by the way. I like people debate, is this an R-type game or is not an R-type game? It doesn't fucking matter. This game is good. This game is fucking sick. Okay, Dimahu will do next. Dimahu's fucking tight. This game has some hard sections. Stage 3 has some notable stuff. The Stage 3 boss was a notable kill point for me. This thing you have to manipulate right in a way that you can dodge things here. But this stuff, to me, this is like a hard console game. Like a harder console game, as opposed to like anything close to like R-Type in difficulty relation. Most stuff is not bad. This boss is static. You can route around even though he looks like frantic. You do need to not get clipped by stage 6 walkers. You have the Gradius 2 problem, except it's not as bad. These guys you do need to get comfy with. They're kind of hard. Once you get them, you speed kill them. This game's gorgeous, man. It's so good. Your score depends on no missing the game, which means the scores are really funny when you look at them in a list. I have a high opinion of this and a low opinion of its difficulty. This is I'll put it there because it's memo. And like Toho 8 normal, you can get away with not memoing. Maybe these are flawed, but that's how tier lists are gonna go. Let's talk about Dimahu. All right, why do I play survival runs? Because one day I saw a video from Buffy where he did a commentary on how to beat Dimahu with let's just pull it up. This kickstarted me making stuff. Like it planted the seed. He made a commentary on how to crush this game with Birthday. This game is psycho. Super, super psycho. I'm gonna show you like the bath overlay. Let's just see. I'll just search Dimahu. Somebody probably has used the overlay. If it's okay, Chinop uses the overlay. All right. How many of you guys are not familiar with Dimahu or Great Maho Daisaksen? This is the third Maho game. It's made post Yagawa, so it's very different from this in Kingdom Grand Prix. This game is while I prefer this game's more gritty and it's got a cool style compared to the other ones. Like this one's a bop. Look at this here. This game has a Ikaruga style color polarity mechanic where colors of the different type take more damage. You charge up your shot, and depending on what number you charge up your shot to, enemies will drop a different item depending on what level of that shot you did. And the enemies have different categories. Like tanks will drop like shoes or something. I don't remember what drops what. And you see here, there's fuck tons of gear sets and different secret items. It is a clusterfuck of a game. It is super cool to dive deep in, and some players go really ham on this. And the overlay makes managing things way easier. It's really hard in arcade mode. You never tried to clear it, but played it a bunch? Look at Buffy's commentary on how to do it with Birthday. You'll get through it way faster. It's way easier than like a Ray Force if you're doing it like that way. Or like a DOJ or like shit like that. It's way closer to like a Pro Gear clear. Which I might be spoiling where I might put this. This is a Birthday clear, basically, where we're going to put this here. Not like a Chinop's playing Bang. I don't know how good Bang is. So, I talked about all this stuff, but if you are playing for survival, you basically, in the first 2 stages, build up one of these sets. So you just memorize like 3 places where you use your charge shot and what number you need to hit. You pick everything up, you build shoes so you can move fast, because you're playing Birthday, who's slow. And, like, maybe you grab one other thing that, like, makes your damage better. And from then on, you play it like a Yagawa game. Low rank, you don't pick up shit unless, like, you avoid the secrets so you don't crank the rank up. And if you do it low rank, this is what happens. Let's look at an example of one of the Dimahu bosses. Let's look at, I think, is this Gobrobo? Is this stage? Man, it's been so long since I played this. You guys catch that? This is stage 2 boss. This is birthday. This is why we're playing birthday.
Second boss just be red and then bomb and it dies right away, and that's how most
This is
bots are.
every single boss. You think Gigafacer is intense?
Do it right.
Gigafacer is pretty intense. You know what he can do?
Pretty
Where are you?
the 3 bombs. And then I can just
He
dodge
can
it
tank
twice
an
and
entire
kills
3
the
bombs instead of 1 bomb.
So there's not really
There's a 1 bomb, a 2 bomb,
don't need
a 3 bomb. Boom. If you want
That's
to
nuts.
not dive into all the
it's,
crazy
it's
inventory
very
shit
much
in
a
this game,
sheep clear.
if you are just trying to do a survival low rank clear,
Get corn soup as well.
look at this. Like, it's so good. And he routes out when you switch colors and
So
everything.
for losing
You don't have to really
that's
think about
actually
stuff.
gonna be what my regular
Just follow and shoot, and it feels like an easier Battle Garriga. It feels like playing an easier Battle Garriga with the, like, more shooty elements of, like, Maho Daisakusen. So if we are going for just that, here's the thing. If you die in the boss gauntlet, it's kind of fucked up. Or if you run low on bombs, it can cause problems. I'm going to do a big thing. I'm chumping this here. I have a low opinion of Sonic Wings 1 just because there's like 2 hard sections. What do we think of Dimahu? We're going to stick it here? I think Mushi Original you can do blind. If you I say blind. I knew about Maniac. I'm putting this shit all the way down, dude. I'm putting this shit here. You know what? I'm putting this shit. I think FDF3 is easier. We're bumping that all the way down. All right. So relative to Birthday, this is here. If you're not playing Birthday, this game jumps up here. All right. If anybody has a game you want to do here, otherwise, I'm going to talk about Strikers real quick while you guys put a game in the chat. Strikers 1999. This is my second 1cc ever. If you're going for a 1-all, you have to memo a lot. It's Psycho game. Hyperduel. Yes. Yes. Nobody knows about Hyperduel, and it's a fucking incredible game. Who Hyperduels? Oh. I'm going to do a Hyperduel stream sometime. It's so good. What do we think about Strikers 1999? How about it here? Crimson Clover yet? I haven't learned it. I got to at some point. The reason I haven't learned it is just because I wanted to learn games I could do the guides on. And there's so many guides for Crimson Clover. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do a gun vein. I want to do gun vein on the hardest, but I don't know if I want to do a how-to on the hardest. Because, like, that's not relevant to as many people, while intense is something a lot of people are trying to grind. No, you gotta stop whatever you're doing and clear Hyperduel. It's so good. Such a god game. Yo, what up, Nightwing? Behold our survival list. What did I put? Strikers 1999. Know something funny? I used, like, RetroArch's record feature or something. So my Strikers 3 run is the worst quality you've ever seen in your life. This is on a modern PC, not like a VHS or anything. So this game, this is what I would call middle of the pack of Psycho difficulty. You have to memo a lot of shit. All of the things that you have to do in Psycho games, like memorizing movements like this, you have to do. This secret ship is really fucking strong. It homings and kills everything, and the charge shot just melts everything. You have to memo a lot. However, it's super short game, and it's not as hard as the harder Psycho games. I cleared this as my second game in a few days. So my opinion of this is like I don't think it's like beginner game, but I think it is very, very approachable. If you are looking into Psycho games and don't want to learn the fuck Psycho games like Gumber 2. Psycho is rough considering stages are random. Haha, here's the secret. If you boot the game and put a quarter in, you will always get this order. It's not for every game, but this one, you will always get this order. Same thing with Dragon Blaze. So it mitigates that. So it's like a technical way around that. What's Hyper Duel? Oh, fuck, where do we put Hyper Duel? I wish I had a recording. My recording of this died in like it didn't catch the first stage, so I just want to redo it. Hyper Duel, this game is like, this is the best Technosoft game by a mile. We're gonna, okay, the Saturn version is notably harder in a lot of places, and I haven't played it. So we're gonna talk about Hyper Duel. Dude, if you don't know what this is and you like either Technosoft games or horror games, you have to play this game. It's so good. All the ships are interesting. They have a different... So you swap between this ship here, which is thinner. You can ram into walls. And you pick up, like, you have two types of options. You have a special shot like that. Like, this ship has a disco lasers, which is notable because it hits through walls, so you can hit, like, a... And the OST's god tier. This is made by the Thunder Force 4 people. That's for context. This game is so good, man. A lot of the reasons I gushed over Maho Daisakusen, I kind of gush over this, if that makes any sense, even in the slightest bit. This game has so many notable moments. It's like Ketsui. It's like one flowing track. There's so many cool-ass sections in this game. Here's like a scoring section where you try to optimize killing these while having them drop everything. And then in the background, the big ship you were just on flies through. And it crashes down, and now you're on the planet and everything. And it's scroll... Dude, this game is so good, man. This... Notably hard sections. This stage 2 boss is your first wall you'll find. There's a lot going on, and you have to know how to bait them. There's strats where you could bait them at the top and like nullify some shots, do a bunch of shooting on them point blank. And not have to deal with these ones that go behind you and plant things. You will die to this if you play this game blind. Other notable sections. This boss is easy. A lot of these bosses you can just route a strategy around and then you just murder them. This boss you have to do dodging on, but you can route your dodges to do easier dodges. If that makes any sense. Like, you can plan to do, I'm going to do a down to up early, or, like, go down to down more right later. It's somewhat static, I think. This boss is way harder on Saturn version. I don't actually recommend playing this ship. This is the most popular ship. I hate this ship. The ship that's awesome is Lloyd. The one that shoots the projectiles that then blow up, because every time you tap a shot, it shoots them forward and then shoots them around your ship and it comes back. So it hits everywhere. It does a fuck ton of damage, and if you keep tapping, it'll just keep shooting forward ones. You melt bosses. Dudes like this get annihilated. And sections where you need to AoE things are fine. Spider is a bit weird. This stage you memo and it doesn't matter. This stage you memo and just make sure you don't get hit by things. This is cool that your rival ship from earlier is helping you out. And then later, once you reach up the top of this boss, once you've taken them all out. In a last hurrah for the final boss, he fucking grabs him as he's exploding and he becomes the TLB. Nothing comes even remotely close to as hard as this fight is in the whole game. You can confidently no-miss this game or one-miss this game up to this point. If you memo it, it's fine. This boss, though, you have to do dodging. This shit is hard. I find this easier on Lloyd. The reason it's hard is because the last pattern's fucked up. The last pattern jumps this game up a bunch. It can laser you, and depending on... you have to dodge these green ones. Depending on what position on the screen you are, or where it'll go down or up. I don't remember the exact logic behind it, but if you fuck up too bad, then it can actually hit you at the bottom with that laser. I suspect you need to bait at the top and then you move down. It's something like that. I can't remember. It's been a minute. But very, very good game. I didn't even talk about you switch to mech by holding a button, and you switch to shot by using a button. Like just shooting like plane shot and mech shot will instantly swap those. It's really fluid. You hit both, you get your special shot. Yeah, music's banger. Like Saturn arranged it too, and it's even more banger. Both of them are good. My only complaint with Saturn version is the arcade effects are like low quality-ish, and the CD sounds are good. Anyway, Hyper Duel, where do we put this? It's in the Leo territory. The final boss of this is harder than anything in Leo, but they're like equivalent in my mind. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. It's in the camp of you need to memo it, but once you do, it's chilling. Did we have another recommendation? DDP DFK. I technically have done Blind 1.5, was 800 years ago. Is easier than Blazing Star. If you're doing survival strats for Blazing Star, I put Blazing Star down here somewhere. I forgot to put it in the list. Raw survival strats or pacifist strats, I would put maybe here. Scoring Blazing Star is completely different story. DFK, I didn't feel like putting it on here because I just did it blind once like 800 years ago. Oh, I didn't put Black Label. DFK Black Label. All right, DFK Black Label Hibachi is easier than Rayforce. DFK Black Label Hibachi Clear is easier than Rayforce, and right here. Because the requirement's kind of hard to hit, but Hibachi is super fucking easy in Black Label. Not including if you're doing Zatsuza, whatever he's called, he jumps way up here. Black Label on its own, DFK Black Label is way harder than 1.5. If you're going for that and not doing the requirement, it's much easier. I would put it maybe here, or I would put it here. Where is DOJ? DOJ's here. I think Black Label, no requirement, is easier than DOJ. Getting Hibachi is up here. The easiest Hibachi. Man, we're getting down. What's the one we want to end on? I want to end on Kingdom Grand Prix, so we'll do the rest of them. Super Aleste, you can do this game blind. This is one of my favorite console games. The music goes really ham, combined with the gameplay flow. It's something special. It's really good, and you can do it blind. So it goes down here. Maybe you get killed by one of the sections in the middle stages because there's a lot of environmental elements. But the moment you know about those, then you clear the next time. The only problem is it's long as fuck. Just make sure you know about compile mechanics. You know about the thing that you have to shoot to pause it, and if you shoot it enough times, it gives you like a gold life. If you don't know about that, this gets a lot harder. We already did Thunder Force AC. Samurai Aces is a fucking meme. If you're playing for one-all survival, I'm gonna show you why. Or let me pull it up real quick. It's gonna blow your mind. Everybody says to play Ein, and I got my first clear with Ein, but you're gonna see this and laugh. This shit is so funny. Let me find it. What's this game called again? Yo, thanks a bunch, Mars. Appreciate you popping in. Oh, thanks a ton, dude. I need to look at your replay of that like Toho fan game, the like PC 98 one. I really like the way those games look, and that one like captured it good. You need to watch your run of that. I already forgot what the game's called. Samurai Sengoku Ace. I think Samurai Ace is the NA version, whatever. Okay, behold. This is a first Psycho game. If you want the funniest Psycho clear of your life, pick Ein or this chick. Watch and behold as we enter the first boss of the game. Pinnacle Psycho point blanking. You do this shit for everything in this game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know these ninjas that are kind of hard? Oh, there's another one. All right, look at this. Look, they've turned into their Power Ranger Voltron thing. And anything that you actually do have to dodge, like this looks scary, you sit under him in the middle. And you can point blank while bombing on this character. This game's 1-all is a meme if you understand Psycho point blanking. Because of that, I still put it above FDF3 because FDF3 you could do blind. A fucking lunatic. It's crazy to think about. Yeah, you gotta look at this run. It's Gansaki's Shintaro. Everybody says to use Ein. Ein also does the same thing. I suspect she's better, actually. I could be lying. Even the second loop is like that, dude. Like, second loop, you have to do a little bit more. But, like... this might be one of the easiest 2-alls you can get in anything. Alright, let's talk about Sapphire. Oh, man. I put this one here. This is in the Batsugun level. This is... do I think you're harder or easier than Gate of Thunder, which I don't have any knowledge of because my Gate of Thunder knowledge is locked behind doing some stupid-ass challenge run. Sapphire. This game, alright, I have a shitty run of this that, like, lags everywhere and has CRT filter, but we're gonna pull it up anyway. Alright, here's the tech. Play Charlotte. Pick blue. Fuck the entire game. This ship does so much damage. This game has one of the best boss tracks in Shmups. This game had its own chip to make it feel like an arcade game and fake 3D effects. This is by the Gate of Thunder, Thunder Force 3 people. Lords of Thunder. Pick Charlotte, she's pink hair. Get blue shot. Experience a fucking awesome CD soundtrack. And even more than that, experience the boss theme. Look at the gears in the back. I really love CRT filters and how they make stuff like that pop. Like, I have a CRT to make it, like, true real, but I can't record. And it's way easier to record on these. But, like, I stopped doing it because they look bad on YouTube. And you need a specific view. It's a good-ass track. So this game is interesting. I'm gonna actually put it above Toho 8 normal. This game is a vertical where things are big and spawn. Yo, if you've never seen this game, this is the next one you gotta try. It's damn good. But, the problem with this game, which heavily impacts the difficulty, it's got good explosions. This is PC Engine, too. What is the problem? This is shrunk a bit. You see how I have black bars at the top and bottom? That's not because I zoomed in. That's the view of it. Yeah, you done this, Mr. Fortress. This is, like... I don't know, this is one of the coolest console games, man. But here's the thing about this game. If you don't have a route, this is a routing game. Shit shoots extremely low on the screen. You are very fat. You have a tiny bit of delay. And, shit is huge. Bullets are massive. They use the full screen space in that they make everything big. Where would you put Blue Revolver? I haven't done a clear run of Blue Revolver. If Morris just left, he probably has a much better idea. And, like, man, this game is so good. But the thing is because of, like, this game has tricks. This game has a fuck ton of gotchas. This game has so many gotchas. It's huge. And like, I'm ranking this based off picking Charlotte and speed killing enemies. Because a lot of the enemies in this game get completely annihilated by Charlotte. Like, for example, this is the first attack. You have to bait it a certain way or the angles kill you. You skip this phase. This ship is really fast, which means on shit like this, you can hold down, and stuff like that can't suck you in. If you're playing blind, you're gonna get sucked in by this and die. There are so many gotchas in this game, which is why we're gonna bump it up a bit. But it's in that territory of once you know, you know. And like... Dude, look at this shit. It does the Wraith Force thing. Ah, it's so good. The end boss is really hard. You can get to him with a bunch of lives and bomb zone, just bomb spam him. Which boss was a bastard? Egyptian stage, you kind of got to route a bit. It's easy to get walled on. Here's like... This is like a really hard game until you route it. It's not like a compile game where like you can just kind of chill, go through it. You need to route it like an arcade game. It very much feels like an arcade game, but it feels like on the easier end of an arcade game. See, Charlotte kills it before she starts bouncing. So because of that, we put it down here. Oh, man. We actually getting through these faster than I thought. Thanks, everybody, for chilling in with here. Yeah, it looks good. They had to put their own, like, custom chip on it, so it's mad expensive and not produced much, which means they're fucking expensive as shit. And if you find it for cheap, it's because it's a reproduction thing. That's, like, not technically... I don't know, it's kind of weird. Spriggan, while we're talking about compile and PC Engine, I really like Spriggan. It's very weird, though. Almost certainly Chinopolis has a route of Spriggan. Spriggan powered. No normal Spriggan? I think Chinopolis doesn't like this game. I was watching the Actane video. I think he doesn't like this one. I like this one a lot. I could be lying. I could be misremembering. Look at... This game has a mechanic where, look at the bottom right. There are a bunch of orbs. And based on what, which ones you grab, you get different weapons. So like, and they have different categories. Yeah, I had to use Arcade Who card. You like this game? This game is tight, dude. I love this game. It's very much like Musha, but without the stupid-ass fucking options that you have to keep alive the whole game or you're fucked at the end game. I hate that shit. I hate that so much in Musha. Musha is otherwise like God tier. But this game doesn't have that. This game, you get different combinations of things. I've noticed whenever I watch Chinopolis runs, he tries to use as many combinations as possible, which makes his runs really cool. But I end up finding... What is the shot I use? It's either 2 blue, 1 red, or something like that. Basically, you have a revolving shield around you that goes really fast, and you have a triple spread shot. And that triple spread shot is extremely high-powered. Just hitting one shot of it, it hits angles for all the angles that this Vertizontal game wants to hit you with. And you can point blank with it at times. So I find I just stick with that. A lot of them are fun to use. Like, this is a cool one. And the one I'm saying might not be the best. But I find I just use that and it crushes this whole game. Music's super cool. Like, listen to this soundtrack, dude. And then there's Musha music at the end. The only problem with this game is that's this shit. This stage is both boring and the soundtrack fucking sucks. The soundtrack actually grows on me a bit, but it's very weird. And the stage is fine too, but it's this weird, like... It feels like you're playing one game, and then blam, fucking this shit pops in, and then you play the rest of the game. But this game's good, and where do we rate it on difficulty? I beat this game blind, so it goes down here. I think it's harder than Super Alesta. But, like, I beat this on my second attempt, basically. Like, the moment I basically did one run just fucking with weapons, and the moment I found that spread shot that was good, that carried the whole game. This is already done. This is already done. Thundercross 1. Dude, I fucking love Thundercross. And nobody loves this game. Everybody doesn't give a shit about Thundercross, man. I love this game so much. Specifically Thundercross 2, but Thundercross 1. This game is fucking awesome. Konami banger soundtrack. This is Konami going that people were complaining about Gradius being too hard. We need a more approachable Gradius game. So they made this game. Whole gimmick of this game, there's a bunch of weapons you can get, but the huge thing is your options can constrict and unconstrict. Boomerang is what you want. Most of this game you use Boomerang and it just annihilates the whole game. Where's a good spot of Boomerang just fucking creaming the whole game? Look at this boss. And dude, I love this more than shoot the core. Who gives a fuck about the cores in Gradius? I want to shoot this core. This is my favorite core. I love this core. This crystal goes in, and whenever you pop it, it makes a ding ding ding. Dude, I love Thundercross so much. I so much love Thundercross. But like, look at how much of Boomerang just annihilates everything in this game. And you will switch to, like, laser at some point. The scoring runs are mad interesting for both Thundercross games. In this one, all the special weapons are kind of bad. You need to route them to kill bosses fast if you actually give a shit about them. Except for Flamethrower. These have a limited capacity. They're worse because you only shoot your main shot, and you have to trigger the secondary one. When you use Flamethrower, if you tap it, you get a long stream. It lasts super active. It comes back. If you tap it once, you only get a very tiny amount of it used, and the scoring route goes based off that. If you special weapon, these turn into score. So if you're ever curious on the scoring stuff, it's super interesting. You basically have to play the game nerfed and route around Flamethrower. I think this game is so cool, and nobody gives a shit about this game. This game has one big problem, though. Powering up takes fucking ages, dude. It's not like R-Type, where you spend the whole game before you get fully powered up. But, like, you get slowly powered up, and you need, like, 2 speed-ups. I did lab this game doing no power-ups, and it's actually fairly doable. The rank is low when you're low power-up. But it definitely feels ass if you're not, like, labbed it. So, and this game has no shield. It's supposed to be easy Gradius, but there's no shield. Yeah, it looks good too. This is like around Gradius 2 release date, and I think it looks way better. And everybody else thinks it looks way worse. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I love this shit, and nobody else does, and you should go play it. And it's despite having Gradius syndrome, like if you look at Actanes like Kumite. Somebody cleared this blind. That's what you need to know. It will not take you very long. If you die, you're in trouble, but you probably won't. You do need to... once you figure out how to do this cool-ass battleship thing, the whole stage is this battleship. With sick music. And this stage. Once you figure out those, then it's fine. Where do we put you? Gradius syndrome is what's going to cause this to go higher, but the fact that you can blind clear this. Yeah, real life Gradius syndrome. Yeah, don't DUI. That's a heavy nerf, and you can't fully recover after that. Fuck, we'll just chuck it here. Thundercross 2. This is the game I like more. This is the game nobody else can appreciate either. Nobody likes this game. Ooh, Kyo made a video of this. I wonder if he likes this game. I get the feeling he would. Kyo likes Salamander 2 a lot, and the things that make Salamander 2 a lot make Thundercross 2 cool. I need to go watch. If you haven't seen his stuff's cool. He's super passionate about these. We're playing the Thundercross 2 soundtrack later. This soundtrack is infinitely better. This game is fucking awesome. This game is harder and a bit meaner, but not by that much. Who's got a 1cc? Well, look at NMS run. You don't use So this game, this is in the same territory as R-Type going to R-Type 2, in that they more refined a concept, or vaguely like Gradius 1 going to Gradius 2. This shit is basically the same game. With like, it's basically like a patch of Thundercross 1 in terms of gameplay. So boomerangs are less good. T-Laser is really good. There's some runs that only T-Laser, which are these things, so you don't ever have to worry about stuff from behind. The flamethrower is no longer cheap as fuck. It's just a blast now. There are really cool tech in this game. There's super cool tech in this game. There's also really terrible tech in this game that ruins it. So this game has unique boss music everywhere. This game's music on the entirety is fucking awesome. This game pretty much plays the same but harder as the first one. One of my childhood memories, which is influencing how I feel about this game, is how fucking cool this stage is. Banger music, stuff's coming out of like in the station and everything. You're going in and out of the station, so you're not in some base, you're going in a base and out it. It's fucking tight. If you ever like Star Wars, like when I was a kid, my favorite thing ever was like Star Wars fleet battles and the idea of either blowing parts off of big things or going inside like big ships and going out of them. Has to do with this. This shit is so cool, and it sounds so good, and it looks really good. I've seen people call it ugly, and I cry a little inside. I think this shit looks awesome. I think the art design's good. Where is it difficulty-wise? Well, there's one problem with this game. So, NMS is not doing the stuff that makes it fucked up. There is shit like this. If you want to play it legit, you do stuff like this. Like, you use tech with the Crush, which is usually really bad, but it fucks up bosses. There is a problem with this game. Anybody a StarCraft player, you are familiar that if Mutalisk stacking, you take your Mutalisk, and it's been so long, I don't even remember how you stack Mutalisk. I think you have a worker, and like the rest of your selection is Mutalisk. Basically, if you do that, instead of them all separating apart because it's an RTS, they stack in one batch. And that's what this game has. Yeah, you select a worker with your group. Man, it's been so long. But here's the thing with this game. I'm gonna tell you some tech, and you're gonna pretend to forget it, okay? You have to forget it. Promise me that. I am an advocate for auto-fire in everything. There are very, very few cases where I don't advocate for auto-fire. You should use auto-fire on your shot in this game. What you should not do in this game. You absolutely must not use auto-fire on your button that makes your options constricting go away. Because here's the thing, when you tap it, it goes in first, and then if it gets to its minimum, like how close it can get to your ship, it will then push out. If you auto fire, you only ever get the push ins. You stack all of your options on your ship, and because you're using auto fire on like the best shot, which is just using normal and just power leveling normal, you one-shot every boss in this game. Every boss gets one-tapped in this game. Let me see if I can find it. And it's so sad because the bosses are cool, and they're so cool. And not only are they so cool, but they all have their own unique music, and it's so lame. If I ever stream those two games, we are not going to be streaming using that tech. The only other tech also that I wouldn't use, like a Ray Force, turning off auto fire to bump up to higher auto fire. I don't mind that at all in the slightest. I knew a lot of people who were like wouldn't want to do that. Like especially if you play like console or whatever, they're like, I'm not doing that shit. I don't care about that. But what I do care about is like that shit's too much for me. The other shit is in a Carrier Air Wing. You have a shop in between stages. It's like UN Squadron. It's a sequel to it. You auto-fire things at a certain weight and wiggle the stick, and you auto-buy the whole shop for free. That one I might use, but like I'm hesitant to. I can't find the tech in this game. This game has so cool tech where you can kill the enemies in a way because there's a set order based on what you currently have, on what power-ups it'll give you. You can kill the power-up carriers in a way to where, they'll drop what you want when they usually want it. Like, it dropped 2 speed ups when it's supposed to only give 1 and then a weapon power. You route the enemies in a way, and then you suicide on stage 2. It's possible to play a super low rank game with one level of, like, you have a low rank shot that drives the rank down while still doing a fuck ton of damage. You can have minimum shot power, which does a lot because the rank's low, or just in general with auto fire, with 5 options, which is not normally possible, while having 2 times more speed than you're supposed to have in the game. It's so sick. If you look up the, like, scoring world record shit, it is so goddamn cool. I have such a high opinion of Thundercross 2, and everybody else thinks this game is dog shit. Let's rate it. This game is way harder than Thundercross 1. I put it here. Oh man, we're almost there. We got 2 games. We actually got through these faster than we thought. I'm trying to raid in Final Fantasy, and I play on JP server, so all the assholes are up at like well, I'm the asshole queuing the wrong server. But all the dudes are up at like ungodly hours for my time. Stormblade. I cleared this because it was easy on the STG difficulty list. What do we think about it? It's like I saw some people in the Shmup Junkie Discord surprisingly like it, and I think it's way better than it looks. This game is a lot better than it. Let me get a real replay. This game is way better than it looks. It's basically like them trying to copy Psycho. We'll just go do Lord BBH. 14's fun. I love tank. That's my favorite, but I refuse to tank without a co-tank that I'm on talking with. I tank through all of Shadowbringers in Savage. And I'm trying to convince my cousin to go tank. He's playing warrior right now. I'm like, you have to co-tank with me, please. I want to play tank again. Stormblade. It's a Psycho ripoff without being too much like Psycho. Like it's Psycho influenced, not a Psycho copy. It's shockingly better than it looks. It looks like a cheap ripoff game. It's actually pretty fun. It's one of those that I'm like, I put on the list of games I cleared early, and I'm like, fucking Stormblade, dude. But it's low-key good, minus one huge problem. Every ship has horrific visibility with your shot, and every fucking bullet... Dude, who in the fuck is responsible for making blinking bullets, and who the fuck is responsible for making NMK blinking bullets that go from 2 colors you can't see, and have bullets that you can't... Oh my god. Dude, I don't have problems with Garaga visibility. I genuinely don't. I don't have problems with Garaga visibility. This shit is too much, man. This shit is and look, there's clouds blocking it. Oh my god. It's unbelievable. I picked my ship, which is I picked Lucky, which I don't think is good. I picked it very specifically because it was the easiest to see these motherfucker bullets. And they're fast too. And I was playing on, instead of playing on this big ass screen, before I got real arcade machines, I got arcade 1-up stuff. So I modded some Space Invaders Tiny Cab. I'm playing on a 17-inch screen. What's wrong ratio? Trying to see these stupid godforsaken bullets, dude. It's so bad. FF14 Rabbit Steel Toho Arcade Shmups. Is that the path you took? I think that is a real pipeline. I haven't played Rabbit and Steel, but I've seen it a bit. So like Stormblade, shockingly cool. Still whatever. I put it here. I think Samurai Aces is easier. Okay, Kingdom Grand Prix. So we are very specifically talking about not the JP version. Dude, when you get into later raids, actually micro dodge. Yeah, dude, you do real dick dodging. I'm going through with the cousin who's like hasn't played, so all of us are like guiding him through early stages. And it's like in my head, I'm like, man, if you only knew the endgame shit is so much cooler. I'm stoked for new Arcadian. Anyway, Kingdom Grand Prix. Significantly harder if you're playing Shippu Maho Daisaksen is the JP version. That one is way harder. Uh, Kingdom Grand Prix is much more approachable. The bullets are less fast. 1-all. You do not need to race in the slightest. If you're just looking for a chump 1-all, this, we were talking earlier in the Shmup Junkie Discord where they curate all the runs. This game is in a category of like, it's in there somewhere. And they don't put games here lightly. Like, they wouldn't put DDP or like Galuda in there, I don't think. But like, they have this one on there because here you could stay at the bottom. This is the racing game, by the way. I need to do a stream on this sometime. We'll just look Chinopolis, and we're gonna look up Kingdom Grand Prix, not the JP version, because I have experience with the not JP versions. Let's look at Bull. Dude, nobody plays this. This is the goated. This is one of my favorite ships in any shmup. Everybody plays Miyamoto because Miyamoto is really fucking good. This guy is like worse Miyamoto, but cooler Miyamoto. You have a turret on your ship that just constantly blasts things, and you can point blank with it. And it's kind of unwieldy, but you just fly around with the ship turret as this tank shot up top is just annihilating everything. It's so satisfying, and it does so much damage. And you can do the same Miyamoto route with Bolgen, so it works. You can take the good routes people use and do it on him. He's a bit slower and less good at racing, but like, man, cool ass ship. It's so sick. Anyway, this game, the higher you are on the screen, you go faster. You can hold it down and you stop shooting and you go faster. There's rubber banding depending on which stage you're in, and there's ways to block enemies. You can bomb enemies so they get knocked behind. Like, one bomb's enough to probably win the race. Winning the race in Kingdom Grand Prix is shockingly not that hard. It's a bit harder in JP version. You probably think it's super fucking hard because everybody does Air Circus stage first. By the way, listen to the soundtrack. It's a bop. Like, look at the build up to it too. This is done by the Tactics dude. Ikaruga was on normal. Second stage is really fucking hard to win if you do the circus stage, and first stage is kind of weird. So when you learn racing, I had the same feeling with Radiant Silvergun when I was first learning it. I'm like, I don't understand this shit. And then eventually it clicks. You realize that stage 1 and 2 you don't need to worry about. They're too hard to win. You get to like, this stage is mad easy to win. Like, this stage is super brain dead to win the race on, even with the slow ship. Other stages are easier. So it's not too bad, but if you really don't care, you can just sit at the bottom of the screen, you scroll it slowly, less enemies spawn at a time, and it makes this a much more approachable clear. I would put this shit here. Do I think that? I think it's easier than Batsugun. Now the 2-all, I do have a 2-all with Miyamoto. I'll recap before going in that. Yeah, Ikaruga was on normal. This shit would drop down a huge amount. Ikaruga would be around here somewhere if stage 5 didn't exist. Stage 5 is so fucking hard. And I guess the stage 4 disco hell. Fake rumor Star Fox racing game is Graham. You're like, fuck, dude, it's right here. If you're interested in that type of racing thing, you need to go look at Armed Police Gallop. It's the same shit. It's also good in a lot of ways. It's like Irem R-Type in this format in all the best ways possible. Yeah, cheap copies of Kingdom Grand Prix for Saturn. I think that version's pretty good. When playing co-op, I got no fucking clue in co-op. I didn't even think about that. It probably averages it, or it picks whoever's faster. I have no idea. It's probably super weird in co-op. 2-all. This is our final game. This was my first 2-all of anything. And the 2-all is really not bad. You need to not bomb too much in first loop. Winning the race in the first loop and using bombs to help win the race, not an issue. Bomb routing in first loop is fine. First loop is turbo fine. I didn't have any issues with it at all, and it's extremely consistent. The stages in Grand Prix are very minimal because of the racing format, and very routable and very static. So they're very easy to memo. The two all has some problems. Let's look at uh two all Bornum. I want to learn Bornum. I'm trying to decide Bornum or Bolden for a Maho for a Shippu run. Second loop. You have bombs for the bosses that are egregious. This boss is I don't know how you do this shit. In the JP version, it's like ultimately hard, like really unfairly hard. Like I think you have to bomb it. You even have like here it's a bit scary. Yeah, Gallop. You'll see all the pixel art you like in Metal Slug is what you'll find in Gallop. Like there's a lot of the Irem guys who went over. I don't know exactly it, but they went like Nazca, which is why like you see a lot of Irem pixel art in like Metal Slug and like Gallop and shit like that, or like a what's a Neo Geo R-Type clone that's really good. I first saw that game in an Ashen's video, of all things, before I knew about Shmups. Can't remember it. It's got a fine 2-all. You can resource out the hard parts of second loop. The problem is this stage. A last resort is it. We talked a little bit about Blazing Star. Blazing Star is the only game I regret playing for survival. It's kind of whatever for survival. All of the juice in that game is in scoring, and I'm a survival player. All these games are like survival based. I think isn't Last Hope like a Dreamcast one that's like turbo fucked and looks kind of weird? Alright, here's the problem with Kingdom Grand Prix 2-all. This stage is nightmarishly hard. And the fact that everybody puts it as their second stage, the cool thing about 2-alls is after every stage, you get to pick a stage. And so if you're doing a 2-all, you can route either if you want your stages to be easier to win the race, or you make easier stages in the second loop. And everybody puts Forest of the Dead in their second loop, and this shit is still mad fucking difficult. These are shockingly scary. These are really unpredictable, and when they go off and aim on you, it's way scarier in JP, but here there's still a huge problem. Even on the faster ship like Miyamoto, there's a lot of things to kill you here. You really don't want to trigger this guy. You need to pacifist the coffin. This boss has some walls where you just have to bomb. And if bombs in this game are rising bombs, they don't go off right away. You have to pre-plan them way in advance. Oh, thank you, Sezen. So this shit's a real wall. Like everything else is chill in the 2-all up until here. And then you get to pick which third one you like. I prefer Kingdom Grand Prix this stage as my first loop ender. And then I prefer Cobalt Castle, both because it feels more climatic and it's easy. So really in this run, if you route your bombs properly, 2-all is really not bad. It's really Forest of the Dead and last stage. And if in second loop, if you don't want to win the race, because you don't need to win the race to 1cc it, you can just stay at the bottom and it makes it way easier. If you win the race, shit gets way harder. So this is going to be for like sitting at the bottom of the screen. I would put this here. I put more time into Silver Gun. Kingdom Grand Prix really isn't that bad at all for the 2-all. We're gonna try Shippu, the JP version, and we're gonna see where that ends up. I want to learn either Bolgen or Bornum's like top tier. It's Miyamoto and Bornum. And then Bolgen, though, is just so cool that I might get rid of my tier horse status just to play him. It's one of the coolest ships in Shmups. He's also a bit awkward, which is why he's probably not rated super good. Oh, fuck, we made it, dude. There's a few things we missed. Esperade. Let's talk Esperade real quick. Esperade has a really fucked final boss. You have to save all your resources for it. It's got a really fucked stage 4 boss. Stage 1 through 3, you can route bombs through and get your bombs back, and it's fine. Stage 5 has the big tanks, not the ones you're thinking of, but the ones towards the end of the stage are kind of a hassle to deal with, but otherwise routable. I've found Esperade. Esperade is either harder or easier, depending on who you are. I saw some dudes recommending Esperade as your first and easiest cave shmup. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? This shit is hard as fuck. They recommend that because it's like Toho in that it's a lot more like dodging and not routing. But S-Raid still uses a lot of routing. Oh yeah, JP versions of like Sorcerer Striker is a completely different beast. Especially second loop. Like those are mad crazy clears. S-Raid. If I was to put S-Raid, there's a weird balance where like I've gotten to a point where I'm really only scared of stage 4 boss, just in case of getting clipped, but you just bomb and maybe you dip a life there. Stage 5, if you learn strat for the boss at the end, the building, it's really easy. There's like a setup for it with the bomb that just kills the whole thing in one shot. Play JB in S-Braid. JB is so goddamn good for survival. Unbelievably good. Super high damage point blank. Covers the whole screen. His special shot's really controllable. Other people who like faster speed, Yusuke is also good. The small girl is really bad unless you're playing for score. She does low damage, so not as good for survival. Esperade, if I were to put Esperade somewhere, I would put it either right above or right below Mushi Maniac. I'd put it there. If somebody recommended Esperade early, it's the logic makes sense. It's like, well, you don't have to route the bosses because you can just reaction dodge because they're random patterns. But if you haven't played like a fuck ton of Toho, it's like it's so hard. And you do have to route the stages really hard. And the final Gara, depending on how you feel about Gara, Gara is nowhere near as hard as Galuda 1 final boss, but Gara is hard. Gara is yeah, S-Braid is not entry level. I've seen dudes who've cleared a bunch of cave games go like, man, I'm glad other people think S-Braid is hard because S-Braid is not hard. S-Braid is in the upper. It's in the upper. So I'm putting it Mushi Maniac. It could go up depending on how you feel about Gara. Yeah, way harder than Galuda. Way harder. I actually have Galuda kind of high now that I think about it, but I think that's just because it's easy up until a fucking slap in the face with the final boss. Okay, what's the other game I missed? DFK Black Label. We talked real quick. I'll just point out where I put it. DFK Black Label, I put, if you're just going for a 1cc, I put at the very bottom of here or like right here. It's definitely easier than DOJ. Black Label Hibachi Clear, I put under Ray Force. That shit is so much easier than Ray Force. Hibachi is a fucking joke in Black Label if you are not doing Zatsuza. Zatsuza turns that run into like, I think it's harder than anything on this list. Maybe. I don't have experience in it, but the requirement is turbo fucked. It's like Ura requirement, but in a loop that's harder than Ketsui loop, first loop. I think, sort of. I don't know. I could be talking out of my ass. Death Smiles. I technically have a Death Smiles blind clear. I'm I bought Death Smiles in the it's on sale on Steam for like the only time ever. As Death Smiles 1+2, that's a good version. Along with the Kai Katana. We're gonna do a Kai Katana soon too. Death Smiles. I did a blind run with the lowest possible levels and cleared, but I didn't put that on here because it's kind of forever ago. There are two ways to play that game. You play that game everything level 3 in Canyon, and it goes up pretty high. Or you play that game as easy as possible with the going for the minimum levels, and it's closer to. It's the easiest cave game, maybe. I would put Death Smiles above Samurai Aces if you're going for minimum possible difficulty. Maybe just around there. And level 3, I've only slightly routed it. I suspect Canyon and everything is probably around Rayforce level. Depending on how hard it actually is, it probably could be way higher. And a Mega Death Label I don't even want to fuck with. That stuff seems way too absurd. The level 100 thing in that seems not okay. All right, where does Garaga go? only labbed Garaga to stage 6, so I didn't feel comfy enough because most of Garaga is spending your stage 1 to 5, routing it so that by the time you hit endgame, your rank is low. Because I haven't done runs and experienced how your original stages impact the later ones, I don't have a good gauge on it. But if I were to guess, I would put Survival Golden Bat Run or Survival Bornum Run. Uh, maybe around V5. It could go way higher. No, let's put it next to let's put it like after Kingdom Grand Prix 2 all maybe. Or it could be I don't know, dude. I'm thinking about pushing Mushi Maniac higher. I'm thinking about pushing these two higher. I don't like them being right next to Escaluda. I'm gonna do this. It's not Yagawa. I really like Yagawa games. The problem is I haven't cleared any yet. It's just I've been doing a lot of caves, so it's been because I got interested in doing all the DDPs. So I've been wanting to do Bat Rider for a while. Recommend Gunvein. Yeah, Gunvein, we have routes to that I want to do. I want to do an expert run of that. I got the exact route I want. I'm trying to decide if I also do an intense route, if I ever decide I want to do a video on that. Because there's not too much on it. And a lot of people are attempting intense. Yeah, the final stuffs are Gunvein's like a like of everything that's good. Like everything good from Yugawa, everything good from Cave, everything good from everything. What do we think about Ibarra? Ibarra, that shit's really hard. I think that shit's harder than Garaga. Ibarra Kuro is weird. I tried learning the scoring for that. I prefer Ibarra because if we're gonna play the Kuro like juice is there, but if we're gonna play a Yagawa game, I want to play a Yagawa game. Mushi Muchi Pork, I'd need to play that game badly. It's really, really, really good. Really good. Uh, I just haven't learned it yet. Pink Sweets. Pink Sweets is probably mad fucking difficult. I only know it through reputation, so I can't put it on the list. I suspect it's in Ketsui 1-all territory. Maybe easier in Ikaruga. Maybe Rayforce. I don't know. I got no clue. That's if you're going for no invuln glitch and doing like low rank strats. How about Blue Revolver? Haven't played Blue Revolver. Like I played it a little bit, but I haven't like routed or anything. Devil Blade I have, but I haven't played yet. We need to do a stream where I go through like a bunch of the Steam games. Like let me pull up a list. So Zero Ranger, Crisis Wing, Androdunos 2, Drainus, Eschatos, Gamma Blade, Ginga Force, probably not Ginga Force to be honest, Gunvein, Natsuki Chronicles, FDF2, Abyss Soul Lotus. Those are ones I've had and just not done yet. But I've been stuck on arcade shit. I need to do not. Yeah, Ibarra, if you want, okay, listen to this here. So I don't know what I'm talking about, but for Ibarra, I noticed that Bath posted a video. Dying D, who has turbo bombs. And this is what you do. This game has easier rank management for survival than like a Garaga complexity if you do this shit. What I'm telling you is watch Dying D runs. They're all based off of either Bath or like, I don't know if Bath got inspiration from another run, but like after I saw Bath post this, a bunch of people posted of going through with this strategy. This is basically like you bomb spam the living fuck out of every boss. This game is weird because in some ways it's way harder than Garaga, in other ways it's not. It's really bizarre. If you want a lot, I can't talk too much about it because I don't have too much experience. But if you want like detailed info, I would look at Pearl's guide. It's got like several people talking about different like all the mechanics, a whole lot of info. It's super, super good video. The only reason I haven't done Ibarra is because I wouldn't want to do a Ibarra guide because fucking that video is already too good. Uh, this game, you basically don't play the rank. You basically just like what I mean by that is you have some parts where you just dip all your lives, you blow bombs like crazy on all the bosses, and then you get all your lives back. So like look at the final boss. Like I'm trying to think who like just looking at recommended, there's a Chinopolis run with Type D Dine. Who else did I see? Uh I forget their names now that I'm trying to think. But if you see Dine D after this, they're probably doing this type of route. Have you played Alien Soldier? After I saw a certain person's video in the chat who might be hidden, I can't really find him. I ended up going through Alien Soldier, and dude, that game is sick as fuck. I only ever got to the airport where the dude transforms. That's as far as I got, just doing a casual, just like messing with the game. I ended up going through the routing of like, okay, here's the thing about Alien Soldier. So at first I was massively disappointed in the serious runs of it because most of the runs of this game are speed runs. And it became sad to me because here's how every stage works. So this is basically a boss fight game. But like this is what every stage looks like. If you get more health than your max, then your next dash is a high-powered crazy fire dash. And the whole game is routed behind that. So look at this here. So we like big, huge dash iframe. We route out so we pick up health off every enemy you kill. And you always pick up a tag here. I guess if that's flashing, you got your fire thing. And this is how every single boss in the speedrun looks, or what I thought. And I was like, man, I don't want to play a whole game where you just cheese it with like the fire dash. So it made me so sad because the game is so sick. But here's the thing. One, the routing to actually make that shit happen between stages is cool as fuck. Like, it's super fast-paced and, like, it's super, super fast routing. Faster than Shmups, which is not at all common for a fucking run and gun. But here's the thing. While most of these early guys, a lot of the later ones, you have to do interesting setups for. Like, not all of them. Like, the fact that not all the bosses have stuff like this. You did Dying D. Yeah, I think Dying D is the GOAT survival clear for Ibarra. This shit was so cool. I had that on, like, big-ass... I got 32-inch CRT, and that shit was so cool. I wasn't ready for that. But there's a bunch of setups here. What's the setup for this guy? This guy I found you could just kind of dash through if you don't have, like, the setup for. I guess that one you kind of blow apart. Yeah, the speedruns are fucking crazy. And this shit is, like, hyper routing intensive. I don't know if you need backup. Like, if you're just going for a 1cc, I don't know if you need backups in case you fuck up the dash and have to actually fight the boss. But while I thought that that was, like, disappointing, there are a lot of bosses you actually have to fight. So because of that, it became way more interesting to me again. So I was inspired. I didn't want to... This seems super routing intensive if you were to try this style of run. Yeah, Gunstar Heroes. Gunstar Heroes, also treasure. Fucking god game. I got the cartridge of it somewhere. I got that. I got into retro games through a classic game room when I was in freshman high school, and I have like a shit ton of old games from that era when they were cheaper. I got like Gunstar Heroes, playing that on like, but I didn't know what I had. I had no idea. That shit is so good. Gunstar Heroes it has another thing that like the optimal layout in Gunstar Heroes is you pick the homing fire that like kind of just you manipulate. But it's cool. It's cool. It doesn't like cheese it in a way that's unfun. I think this Alien Soldier could have been unfun to do the speed run, but went back to being fun because each of the bosses you have to set up differently and are really interesting. Yeah, I remember CGR Undertow. So I grew up in the GameCube era, way past these games. So stuff like CGR is what got me into actually doing these stuff. Neon Inferno's cool. I was watching Macaw play that. That game seems sick. The arcade mode seems crazy. But what are we? Okay, so here's what I did. So I got inspired. So I thought Alien Soldier was sick. You know what else is sick? This is a game that I've been wanting to learn for 800 years. Fucking Contra Hardcore, dude. This game is fucking awesome. And I just like, I'll learn it eventually. I'll route it like a shmup. For some reason in my head, I've never played these platformers. So stuff like Mega Man, stuff like Contra, these are probably easier than shmups. However, Like I realized that shmups are way harder. And you can, if you route these games, you can blow apart these games. So I want to learn this game, Castlevania Bloodlines. There's a bunch of cool ass shit like that. Dude, are you seriously? Dude, I'm not even kidding. I was going to stream Contra Hardcore like sometime. Like I was going to do it last week. That's so funny. That's so sick. You know what I ended up learning? So dude, did you know I labbed the game and then I found out in the JP version you fucking have 3 pieces of health for every one of your lives. I don't even think you need it, but like that's what you do. I'm kind of an asshole and I picked Brownie. I think Brownie annihilates this entire game. But I learned from Pete Hahn. Pete Hahn's pretty great. Look at his run. So I copied the shit out of his run, and this game has a ton of routes. So I spent like 3 hours just learning this route. Because while there are some like this section you got to memo pretty hard, it's still not bad. The stuff in this game, if you don't know what you're doing, when I played this game and would put a credit in, let me show you how long my credit lasts in this game. So here's the start. You get the cool ass entrance. Let's bump this shit up. Okay, I probably died once by this point. I probably died again. I probably get to this mini boss or like something, one of the big walkers, and then that's where my credit ends. That's it. That's where my credit ended, like playing blind. I found out that this game is turbo static, super routable, and Brownie annihilates this entire game. So you know what I did? I learned this in one afternoon, this route that Pete Hahn did, and then I started looking into the other routes. So what I'm planning on at some point, it might be derailed, it might be delayed a little bit because I'm going to do FF14 Savage. That might delay the plans in that. But I want to do every single route on any version, so no life. I want to see if we could do every single route in one stream. I think that'd be so fucking sick. It would be with Brownie. You've been using Wolf? Dude, that'll be a sick ass video. That'll be really good. Yeah, I was also continuing. I knew this game was good, but whenever I'd play casually, you just instant game over on stage 1. I actually think stage 1 is the hardest stage in the game. The very like start of it. But no, that'll be really, really good. Shattered Soldier, I saw Macaw play. That one looks hella good. Disaster Arms, I haven't seen. That'd be interesting if it's by, like, similar to that. Super Cyborg, I've seen a little bit of that, the, like, Contra one. Play a shmup in JP where you had a warrior, a wizard, is horizontal. Is it an arcade game, or is it a warrior, wizard, horizontal? Instantly that came to mind was Lords of Thunder, the PC Engine game. If it's in arcade horizontal, usually I'm pretty good. I really love fantasy in shmups. I really love fantasy in general. Is on a candy, where wizard, horizontal. It's not gonna be like a Japanese like aesthetic of like samurai. It's gonna be RPG-y. Was it on a Velix like this, or was it on like a CRT old cab? Oh, by the way, Fortress, have you seen the wolf tech that the speedrunners do? There's like some weapon switch tech, and you may or may not want to know this cursed knowledge. So don't fuck with it if you don't want to know this. But there's a way to, if you only pick up 2 weapons on Wolf and you switch really fast, you get instant charge shots and you one-shot all the bosses. If that doesn't sound appealing, then forget I said that. Forget I said that. Okay, older game. Not like Winds of Thunder. Oh man, we gotta... Fuck, I feel like I'm pretty good about knowing shmups, but I can't think of a horizontal fantasy one. I know a bunch of vertical fantasy ones. Do you know anything? Do you know, is it Dad Shmup? Is it Bullet Hell? Mystic Riders, that's Contra, is it? That's like the Contra Capcom game that like also has this one. Ooh, almost clicked on a Paul Eels video. We dodged a bullet there. I'm pretty sure this is a cheater. If they're not, which I'm almost certain they are, yell at me. Mystic Riders from Capcom. I actually haven't played this. This game has like 3 not Mystic Riders. Uh, here's what we're gonna do. Uh, this is embarrassing to have on here. I've been trying to get that as not a high number on there. Anyway, where is Shmup Wiki? List of STGs. All right, we're gonna do this manually. Fucking horizontal, dude. Horizontal fantasy game. There's so few. Oh fuck! Is it Blackheart? Is it the game? Oh shit. Well, this is Amiga. You played on Candy Cab. This is wait. Is this Amiga? No, this is arcade. Oh fuck! Is it this? Did you play this at an arcade? I apologize if you had to play this. Is it this game? This is the game with the like horrifying music at one point. Nope, it was super sick. Okay, thank God. Back to Shmup Wiki. Oh, yo, thanks a bunch, Kirby. I appreciate you popping in. Thanks a bunch, dude. Yeah, Cotton. Are you a witch? If you're a witch, then there's 800 Cotton games it could be. Yeah, I'm like, there's so many. Like, we could go through, like, all of the Dragon Saber. Okay, I'm back to normal. And then we're back to not. There's, like, all the, like, Namco fantasy ones. They did a fuck ton. Here, I'm a post in a Shmup Junkie Discord real quick. All right. Emergency. Does anyone know of a Wizard and Warriors horizontal arcade shmup? 4x3. I'm channeling the... Oh, Soul Divide! How the fuck did we not think of Soul Divide? Wait, that's gotta be it. Never mind. It's probably Soul... It has to be Soul Divide. There's no way it's anything other than Soul Divide. Okay, it's 100% this shit, right? How did I forget about this? This game is so notable because it's like a fucking beat 'em up in a shmup. It's so different. Yo, what up? Yeah, the tier list is basically done. These two are duplicates. So we'll talk about where stuff ended up, and then we'll probably pack it in. This game I heard is really, really hard. I think I saw a post like Trap saying, oh, this is God tier, when he dipped into it. I don't think a lot of people play this because it's so bizarre. Seen in a while that wasn't at a convention. If you're in America and you're at any like Nickelcade, all you're gonna see is Raiden Fighters or like R-Type D or Raiden DX, and maybe Aero Fighters too. I gotta figure out how the link shit works. What is live voting poll? If I click this, will I annihilate everything? I got no clue how Tier Maker works. Yep, Raiden Fighters. Hey, yo, Hidden Fortress is like, yeah, I used to work at an arcade. Do you know what arcade he worked for? He fucking worked for... Fuck, why did I forget the name? It's the legendary ass arcade. Like fucking Justin Wong arcade. Where all the like god fighting game players came from. It's actually the cool. Yeah, FFA. Unbelievably cool lore. That's like super super tight. Yeah, that's got to be a really cool, really cool experience on there. Where old arcades ended up. Uh, I managed to get the in on like a arcade group that are all super cool and go around and like get old arcade games and like make them all good again and stuff like that. The stuff that's like massively beyond me, and that's where they're all going. Anytime you see shit like that pop up on uh pop up like Facebook Marketplace or anything, people are snagging those and like fixing them. They're in some dude's garage somewhere. And in that garage is also 900 other fucking awesome arcade games. I'm like, that's a dream. Round one doesn't have any shmups. Yeah, our round one doesn't have anything. You have stories? Oh shit. You should stream sometime with those or something like that. That would be super funny. All right, what? Oh yeah, this is Peg's run, by the way. Uh, what do we do now? We've talked about all the games that I have experience with in at least clearing. Uh, we're gonna go down them real quick. If anybody has to debate, we can. I got lucky. I got a bunch of people who could fix CRTs, but I don't want to like. I don't know how to, and I don't want to have to rely on them. Not because like they're super cool about stuff, but I'm like I feel like I would feel bad not paying you for doing that. And I'm like, it's like a whole thing if anything goes wrong with CRT. So I'm like, that's why I went with this. Because really, I just need the aesthetic of metal, feeling like you're on an arcade, and really easy way to stream, record, or just put anything on here without fucking with anything. Oh yeah, no, I've like moved around CRTs, and as like discharging my first CRT had me like scared out of my mind. It's not a big deal, but like if you fuck it up, you get like zapped. You get really zapped. I I managed snagging like a K7000. Yo, thanks for popping in, Stazen. You seen people get lit up? Oh shit, dude. That's pretty funny. Oh man, I'm lucky to not have witnessed that. I have done small basic bitch replacing CRT. I got like a K7000. I put in a Neo Geo 2 slaughter. That shit looks so cool, but the colors are bad, but they're good enough that I don't want to fuck with it. Cause like I can't recap, dude. That's like a whole jam. I would break things before I would solder fine. How long does it take you to clear? I feel I've stopped saying how fast stuff takes to clear because people will if you take a Jamers is going to clear a one all of these like fucking instantly. And I'm not a Jamers. I can't clear them instantly, but I have played all of these games and cleared them, which means I have experience. So things like Dragon Blaze One All, this shit took me 4 hours to clear this game. And I have proof of it because we did a stream and it took 4 hours. We did the whole learning process. We also like did it for Raiden Fighters. This one took 8. Mushi Maniac took like 8, I think. My first run of DOJ took 15, but I was also copying a turbo like gassed run. Here's the thing about learning games. I'm if you are a lab monster and not even like a creating your own thing, that is I want to make a video on how you clear instantly. Because if you know how to copy paste, if you can find a really consistent, simplified route, like especially survival based, and you copy that shit like frame by frame, you will clear instantly. It's so fast. So for example, Donpachi, this isn't a brag. I'm just saying that this is how this works if you want hard shit fast. I started labbing Donpachi after the Futari God stream, which was like 9 days before after the Futari God stream. I got this I did get the 1-all. So only second loop took about like 9 days of doing like 2 to 3 hours a day, and I got Donpachi. That is very specifically because I found Plasmo's route beforehand, and that route is god tier. It's super good. It takes care of everything. So if you copy it and know why it's doing certain things, which I've wasted so much time watching like infinite amount of replays, I got better at picking up on why people do things. If you can do that, you learn psycho fast. Really, really fucking fast. It has nothing to do with your dodging ability. It only has to do with your ability to learn and your ability to want to copy and go save state frame by frame. Which sounds boring, but I find the learning process really fun. My least favorite process is like once you have your route done and like grinding execution is fucking miserable. These cabinets are DIY. A lot of Vuelix cabinets are like Chulix, which are like fake ones. These ones are actually legit ones. I got Turbo Lucky. This is an L Amy. This is a FC that has a different top. It has one from like one of the other, I forget. I think just the F or something. I forgot like letters. But I got lucky. I got these right before they shot up. They're like double in price right now. I got these like when they're way cheaper. Now they're way too goddamn expensive. Clear games damn fast. Yeah, it has nothing to do with like dodging ability. Like if you see me, I've been labbing Toho 8 normal. So I just cleared DDP 2-all with Hibachi. I go to Toho 8 normal and I'm getting fucking killed by Kaguya at the end of Toho 8 normal. It has nothing to do with dodging ability. It is all in finding the route and then copying the route. Maybe that's boring, which I know a lot of players either don't want to like if you're the type of player who wants to make your own route, that's a whole separate thing. Or some players want to see how far they can go themselves or whatever. But if you just need the literal fastest method, it's quite literally just copying somebody. That's all you have to do. It's just copying and you could do anything. Like the harder games just take longer to copy. Like I didn't think this shit was possible, but what ended up for DOJBL, uh, it was just time and copying. Depending on the route, some stuff takes longer. But like, there's not a skill gap. There's just a time spent. But yeah, these ones. Oh yeah, are they repurposed? Yeah, I gutted these. These don't have the Nessica shit in them. They technically do, but they're all unplugged or whatever. I literally gutted the screen because Velix screens are dog shit. And I gutted the controls. So instead of don't tell the arcade people, they'll fucking murder me for it. But I just put in an iPack in here instead of using a JAMA harness or anything. And then I literally just have like an iPack hooked up to a computer. And this is just an LG screen. This is like one of the 2K VRR ones. So quite literally, this shit is all for aesthetic. None of it is like actual, which is good enough for me because all I need the optimal like input delay and shit, and just the cool feeling of arcade machine. That's all I care about. I don't need it to be real hardware. Yo, thanks a bunch for DOJ2All video. I wasn't sure how that one would go. I'll be completely honest, I uploaded that without watching it. So if there's a part where I like take my pants off and whip my dick out, I wouldn't know. I wasn't sure if because I wasn't sure if that video was good or bad. Because it's like a 2-all, so I'm like, I gotta live up to like a 2-all name. I wasn't sure if that one would be good. So I appreciate that like that one. I wasn't sure if I made it too long. That's actually the best way to do it. I think it's the easiest. And just like streaming, I don't need like some big ass setup. It's literally just this is another monitor. If I move my mouse from here to here, it just goes to this screen. It's that easy. What I did set up that's cool, like I don't pull out. I said earlier I got original hardware stuffs for like NES, Genesis, that stuff. I don't really pull it out because it's kind of a pain. what I ended up finding is that your willingness to want to play a game is how easy it is. So I set this shit up right next to like my desk where I play other games. So I literally just turn and you can play. If it's in another room, then it's like a whole thing. And something I found is I got a mister. I didn't think because I don't really care for like emulation versus like actual, as long as it's not egregious. I've been fine with emulation, but I have this thing. I found this giant ass 32 CRT. It's not the best one, but it's tight and it doesn't have that many warping problems, which is all I can ask for. I got a Mister. I wasn't sure if I'd regret it because they're expensive as shit before the Mister Pies came out. But it is so easy. You literally just turn everything on and you do whatever you want. So like convenience is huge. I'm like the Mister, I don't care about it being like super good accuracy. It's just like you just turn it on and you just know it's shit's gonna be good. So like for the CRT equivalent, that's like the CRT equivalent of just like gutting this. Anyway, we gotta talk about this list now because I gotta go learn how to kill Doom Train in the EX version because I still don't got a weapon for Savage for fucking Final Fantasy. All right, yo, let's go over this list starting from the bottom. And if you guys have any thoughts, let me know because I'm curious. Because this is a weird. This shit is so highly subjective. Easiest game, Gun Knack. I cleared it once. I cleared it once blind. Once you kind of know how the shop works. Blazing Lasers, you do the trick we showed earlier where you get a fuck ton of lives and bombs and it carries you through the whole thing blind. Air Assault, this is the easier version. Clear it blind, just bomb during the bosses. If you route this at all, then it's an insta clear. You can even like 3-loop it. Wish finding CRTs wasn't miserable. Yeah, you have to be on top of like marketplace and then praying that stuff is good for so long. I got mad turbo lucky that that one is like it could be better, but could be better is so good in terms of getting lucky. Glay Lancer, I did it blind. You can clear this in a couple tries. Earthly normal, you can tank everything. 1 or 2 tries. Twin Cobra 2, this is the easier version. You can clear it blind. Super Alesta, fucking awesome. One of the best console games. You can clear it blind. You might get tagged by some of the... It might take a few tries just because of some of the things in the middle. Spriggan, once you find a good shot type, you don't need to know the game. Sonic Wings 3, I have a video where I learned it in an hour and cleared it in 2 runs. So those are the easy blind games. But huge. Yeah, I regret that too. I have a video of me. I made a Toho cabinet with the CRT to play Hisoten Soku when I was in freshman year of high school. And we broke the CRT, dude. I'm so sad. I'm like, that would... I have video of me fucking 13-year-old me playing fucking Soku on this custom ass Toho cab. That was before I learned how to do shmups. I just played normal mode and then didn't do anything for forever. I'll have to see if I could find that sometime. All right, now for the games next up. So while this tier is the blind clear tier or view clear tier, this is the more approachable games when you learn the routing. Twin Cobra, maybe this should go higher. I just put this down here because I cleared it blind. This one does not have checkpoints, so you can bomb spam hard parts and you come back, even with the hard recovery. Thundercross 1, this is baby's first Gradius syndrome. If you do not die, this game is really easy. If you do die, then it's hard. Yakiradan, this is a Ray Force for if you don't want to suffer through Ray Force. Toaplan style, homages to Toaplan. Looks good because it's Ray Force era Taito. Really good. Toho FDF on fucking lunatic mode. I cleared this blind after having never cleared a Toho on lunatic. Cleared it with max lives and max bombs while also bombing every section in the game. You get too many resources. Salamander 3. Maybe this should be just the 1-all for this, but I cleared this blind 2-all. It's you get too many lives. Like there's 1 or 2 memo sections. Once you know what they do there, then you're fine. Samurai Aces, you sit on the bosses and they all instantly die. Stormblade, easier Psycho, somewhat cool. Kingdom Grand Prix 1-all. If you just want 1-all, hold at the bottom of the screen. Go slowly. Don't care about racing. Very approachable. Thundercross 2. It's a lot harder than 1. You will have to route it, but it's most of the same. Batsugun Special, I made a video on that for your very first 1cc. This is my recommendation for everybody. For their first arcade 1cc. I have such a high opinion of it. Thunder Force 3, console memo. You will have to memo. Once you do, it's easy. If you die, it sucks. Thunder Force AC, it's the same thing. Gate of Thunder, same thing, different stages. Just pick which one you like more. Gate of Thunder, in the same vein as Thunder Force. Final boss is pretty hard. Dying sucks, but when you're full power, you are super chunky. Like you cannot like shield is so good and you get infinite bombs. Toho 8 normal. You get a ton of we're gonna do a whole Toho 8 normal stream in like 2 days. We're gonna go on a lot about this, so look forward to that. Sapphire, maybe this should go higher. We'll leave it here. This one's weird because this is a console game, but this is like easy arcade memo or hard console game. It's in that category. We're gonna put it here then. Batsugun original, no shield, smaller hitbox, faster bullets. That's enough to push it past all these from Batsugun Special. Sonic Wings 1, it's kind of an asshole, but otherwise it's fine if you learn point blank strats that make the actual hard parts really easy. R-Type Leo, checkpoints, but it's not too bad. It feels like a really good console shmup. There's a couple hard parts, but you learn those and you're good. Hyper Duel, same thing. You have to memo, but once you do, it's super chill and it's a good game. Mushi Original, you can get away with not knowing too much. So if you do know stuff, you can go into it and clear. Strikers 1999, maybe this is a bit low. This is middle of the pack for Psycho. You will have to memo and do everything you need to do to learn a Psycho game. However, it is not as hard as the hard Psycho games. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to swap Dragon Blaze and Strikers 19 this here. Do I think Gunbird 1 is harder than Dragon Blaze? I do not. Fuck, I don't know. This list is so modifiable. I'll change my mind in like 2 minutes. Gunbird 1. If you die, it sucks. There are so many strats that fuck the bosses. Dimahu, this is for birthday. If you're playing a birthday chump clear where you bomb the shit out of everything, this one could go higher, but I think it's here because the birthday bomb strats are so annihilate this game. Metal Black would be harder because of RNG and some really mean enemies and a lot of memo. However, you have so much room for error because you have bombs, no power loss, and no checkpoints. Strikers we talked about. Futari Original, a lot harder than Mushi Original. Final boss is a lot harder. The streams are less dodgeable. You need to learn to use stream better. Larsa's a bitch. Dodonpachi 1-all. You get really good at stage 1 through 4, and then you bomb the fuck out of 1-5 and 1-6. This is high on the list because 1-5 and 1-6 are no joke. And even like routing 1 through 4 is hard as a newer player. But once you do, this is easier end of cave just because the resources. Thunder Force 4. There are recovery sections, so the Gradius Syndrome is as bad as even like Thunder Force 3. There is so much play area, and it's fairly zoomed in. You can get tagged a lot if you aren't careful. You have to hard memo a lot of sections, and dying really blows unless you're close to one of those recovery sections. Otherwise, you have a shield. Difficult, but handleable. Pro Gear. Boss patterns are hard, but I found it pretty chill. If you want to use bombs, it's pretty chill till stage 4. Stage 5 isn't too bad with bombs. You bomb the shit out of the final boss. Sorcerer Striker 1-all. Don't die during the boss rush. Otherwise, pretty approachable. Dying sucks. God game. Not the hardest. Oh, thanks for tuning in, dude. Appreciate, man. We'll be getting out of here soon after we're done with this final recap. Gradius 2, way easier on the easier end of where these games will get super fucked up later. Uh, oddly lacking in. Did we skip by R-Type? Where did R-Type go? Oh, that's next to it. Oddly lacking in Gradius syndrome. There's a couple places where it's a big deal. We talked about those, but otherwise it's shockingly lenient. Uh, but still need to be careful in the hard parts. R-Type 1, easy execution, really fucked up if you cannot die once. Easy execution, you cannot die. So that is enough to bump it up here. DDP 1 all easiest arcade clear. I think it depends on like me personally, I would have DDP really low. But if you're a new player or don't have a cave 1 all going in, you are gonna have trouble in stage 1 through 4, and you're not gonna have the bombs for 1516. It makes it a bit harder, but once that's why I have that kinda here. Escaluda, this game would be way lower if the last boss didn't exist. I know a lot of people hate the final pattern. Otherwise, this one's more approachable. If you don't care for the last boss, or you could get to the last boss with a bunch of resources and can do the last pattern, this one drops down a lot. Otherwise, this is an approachable cave game. It's just up here just because of the last boss. V5, you have a shield. Otherwise, it's got Gradius syndrome. Uh, the memo, it's super memo game. It's super cool, but you have one shield of leeway, but otherwise you don't want to die. Cave your first cave clear. It was mine too. Gunbird 2, this is the most fucked up Psycho 1 all I've ever done. That's why it's way up here. This shit took me 8 hours while the other ones were averaging like 4. Mushi Maniac, this one needs a lot of memo. This is way harder than original. You really have to memo. The last stages are pretty hard. Stage 3 extends pretty hard. Stage 3 in general is kind of hard. Uh, Raiden Fighters is shockingly difficult. That one jump scared me by how hard it is. Raiden Fighters 2 is supposed to be a lot easier, and it looks a lot easier. Bullet speeds are turbo fast, and you have very few resources. Kingdom Grand Prix 2 all, this is the easier version. This is if you're racing the first loop, and then the second loop you play it chill at the bottom. Really only the last 2 stages are a threat. Radiant Silvergun, depending on how you feel about Silvergun, this goes higher or lower. I have it here for me. Once I got routed Silvergun, I found it in this range. Fucking love that game, by the way. Stage 2 is easier and shorter, but you get less power for final boss. Dojo Black Label. Here, let me make sure I didn't blow something up. Okay, DOJ Black Label 1 all. It's weird to gauge because now that after doing the 2 all, I got really comfy with the first loop, but the big things are you don't have panic bombs. If you want panic bombs, then your ship kind of has catastrophic problems. Hyper routing is pretty hard to make sections like the stage 2 boss easy. Otherwise, you have to fight them straight up. If you can route DOJBL, it is shockingly chill. If you fuck up a route at any point in time, it gets very hard. Also, Koryu is hard. 1-4 rails are hard. Beehive is hard. Escaluda for scoring. This game gets a lot harder if you want to score because you can't speed kill enemies using Kakusei. You need your Kakusei for score. So you have to learn to dodge more things. But this was my first cave clear, doing Escaluda in scoring. So I don't think it's too bad because I got it as like my first ever 1cc and my first cave clear. Silvergun stage 4. 4 is harder. You gotta learn more things. I still don't think it's as like a crazy difference from stage 2, but it's definitely more involved. It goes up a bit higher. You get more resources, so you completely fuck Ziga up. Escaluda 2, massive step up from Escaluda. This is with Asagi specifically. If you're playing Ageha or Tateha, this goes up higher. This game is pretty hard. But if you play Asagi, she fucks up this game. Gate of Thunder with Devil and no power-ups. This was for a Shmup Slam run I did where I routed the whole thing. It took longer than any other game I've ever done to route because I had to do it all manually. So it took me a while, but ultimately the execution isn't as bad as it looks. It looks super crazy. Super high impact game. Ray Force. It's harder than I made it out to be in the video. Everything that makes a dad shmup hard is here. but in a good way, like the good challenges, not like the annoying shit you'd see in like a Tatsujin 1. God Game, pretty hard, Ray Force. Metal Black No Miss. This game is exponentially harder when going for the No Miss because there's several RNG sections. Whereas with Metal Black, you can die on every single hard part and still clear with tons of lives. If you're going for No Miss, you have to do the hard shit, which is random and kind of scary. This shit took us a while. Ikaruga would be so much easier if Stage 5 didn't exist because Stage 5 exists and you have to polarity dodge much harder than the rest of the game. Super, super fucking hard. Like, you blow everything on that last boss. Ketsui 1 all. Hardest patterns you gotta do in, in Cave 1 loops. 2 extends, but they're, like, the first one's involved. Last stage is really hard. You have to bomb the shit out of it. Cinderella stage 4 boss is really hard. Stage 4 start of it and end of it and all of it is hard to route. SDO, but you do get a lot of bombs, which is why SDOJ is higher. SDOJ, your entire run is contingent on if you can hit the stage 4 mid boss extend. If you can't, then your run's dead. 1 through 3 are shockingly chill in a survival run. Stage 4 is a motherfucker. Stage 5 is really fun. It's hard, but it's fun. But I hate the mid-boss section because you have to route hypers, and if you don't route hypers right, then you die. I got mad about that because I was trying to do requirements. Yo, what up, Aaron? What up, dude? This is one of the Tekken homies. If you guys don't know, I abandoned ship from Tekken because everybody got too good. And I couldn't keep up. This guy's a Jack player. He doesn't realize it, but he's a menace. Also plays like Hachi. But thanks for popping in, dude. I gotta pop in more for games. I got distracted with like making the game and doing like all of this YouTube shit. But I need to hop in lobby more. I have okay, really shitty of the new character. I can't even remember her name. We'll have to play some or something sometime. We're going through the last games. These are all the games I've cleared. Yeah, we've played a shmup or two. We recently have been trying for all the like really fucking hard runs because I learned that this shit is just time. It's not skill, it's time. So you can learn like obscenely stupid games. I say that, but I would like raged harder than I ever have in my life trying to get this motherfucker to trying to clear this fucking shit, dude. I spent 8 hours just pissed on stream. What are the games where SDOJ final boss is mad hard. I think this is slightly harder than Ketsui or a little bit more harder. Easier first stages. Some real fuck stuff later. Ketsui, a multi-entrance, you can only bomb or die 6 times. That changes everything. You have to route stage 4, 6, stage 4 and stage 5 bosses really, or the entirety of those stages and bosses pretty hard. It's a hard entrance. Not crazy like Ura, but still, it's like a huge deal going from Ketsui 1 all to this. Escalute and No Miss, the final boss makes this No Miss from something that's very doable to something that's a lot harder. Escaluda 2, just getting Shin Saseri a kill. You can out-resource Saseri. No missing to this point will give people trouble, especially like stage 3 boss, but it's shockingly not hard to reach her, which is why this is down here. Escaluda 2 no miss, this is in the big boy territory, because no missing Shin Saseri first phase is really fucking hard. The setup is really finicky to kill her, and then you have to deal with the final boss, which is also finicky and can snipe you on a no miss run. Donpachi, easiest of the DDP 2-alls because there's no resource requirement at the end. You have to die once in first loop, so there's no, like, you have to play first loop perfect. There's some nasty ways to get clipped, but you can route around them. I cleared this without as much prep as I probably should have had. SDOJ with Hibachi. The requirement is pretty hard to hit. It's in a really sketchy territory because the final boss requires so many resources that this getting to Hibachi is really hard. Really, really hard. And then Hibachi is the hardest Hibachi I've done. Fucking terrifying boss. That's why she's up here, even though this is a one loop game. DOJ Black Label 2 all. Shockingly easier than DDP 2 all. Shockingly, you just route out the whole game. You route the whole game, and it makes things good. The only real danger sections, I say the real only danger sections, there's a lot of places where you got to be really tight on the route, but like super kill sections where you got to lock in are not as much as in DDP 2 all. So like, for example, 2-4 rails, 1-5 Koryu, 2-5, 2-5 everything. Koryu, once you set up Hibachi, then you fuck up Hibachi. DDP 2 all, this is the hardest one we've done. That is because you have to be so tight all the time. 1-6 boss before the loop can take your resources. He's really hard to do his final pattern without bombing, and the earlier patterns aren't too mean either. Really tight on routing the whole game. The resources are a bit awkward going 2-3. You could die there, and then your resources are fucked. You go like 4 bombs behind because of the way of like you get bombs later, but you stack them, and like they can't overcap. So you really can't die on 2-3, but 2-3 is a big part where you can probably die on. Hibachi, really scary because you have to raw dodge. You need to dodge for a certain amount of time to get the right amount of damage and get the certain setups into the second pattern. You need so fucking many bombs. You can panic bomb a little bit in the getting up to the 2-6 and beyond. But like, dear God, you need so many fucking bombs. That's why the shit is up here above DOJ, even though DOJ requires less resources, less panic bombing. Yo, what up, RZM? Oh, that guy just came out from a Thunder Dragon 2. I didn't know what made that game hard till I realized there's no extends and you use everything on the final boss. Ooh. Oh, this is start of your day? Oh, man. You hit the very end of this here. Unfortunately, we gotta dip out in a sec. Live up to your name and getting some real caffeine. But that's the list here. I'm about to lose sleep trying to raid in Final Fantasy. If anybody's on Elemental server, let me know. We need more people. I think I kind of agree with this. Depending on your type of player and how you value certain things, these could flip around. But I think as of right now, I agree with this list. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody for popping in and supporting stuff. I never thought I could either stream or make videos. And I thought if I did, it would like I'd have to fight to have anybody give a shit about them. And it turns out everybody's been like crazy, crazy receptive. I just did this because this is shit I wish I had when I was new. And I assume it just resonated a bit. Yo, thanks a bunch, Fortress. Oh, thanks a bunch, dude. You popped in for a huge amount. Oh, if you guys haven't seen his channel, you're killing yourself, man. He just posted a Ray Force update. And another video that goes over like the video that goes over the hard patterns, just showing those, are quite literally like every section there. I'm like, yep, I've been there. I've been there before. I know the exact feeling on that exact pattern. But yeah, this is our list for now. We're gonna do Toho 8 normal and just try to no miss no bomb it in a few days, and then I'm gonna make a guide for that. Next hard game is either Futari God or it's gonna be DFK 2 all, which will take a bit because I gotta learn 1.5 first loop. These games I knew the first loop beforehand. Awesome, thanks a bunch, dude. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching. Appreciate bunch, everybody. If you disagree, that would be tight. I'm curious. You should chuck that shit in comments. It'll be a VOD since this is YouTube. Anyway, I'll see you guys all later.